in one piece. At the beginning, it merges with One Punch Man. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. What are you waiting for? Seeing Bai Ye taking off his mask, Luxie and Bruno's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then they also took off their masks, followed Bai Ye silently, and walked towards the tavern in the center of the town. This time they acted as the night organization, so they needed to wear masks in order to prevent others from knowing their true identities. When Bai Ye took off his mask, it meant that all those who had seen his true face on this island would probably have only one way to go, which was death. Luxie and Bruno did not feel anything wrong with Bai Ye's actions, because they also came out of the cruel spy training, and their hands were stained with blood. At this time, Hubert was still kindly introducing to Bai Ye the specialty of Whiskey Peak, whiskey. He did not realize that the 3 fat sheep he brought with him were actually 3 gods of death, and he himself was going further and further on the road of death. When Bai Ye and the other 2 sat down, the tavern returned to its previous bustle. Hubert brought the steaming barbecue and the fragrant wine to Bai Ye and the other 2. Eat it. It's all freshly made by the chef, and it tastes absolutely great. And this whiskey is also our specialty here. You can't even get it outside. Hubert's expression was full of expectation, and he recommended it to Bai Ye and the other 2. Bai Ye picked up the wine glass in front of him and smelled it. It was indeed very fragrant and tempting. Under Hubert's impatient eyes, Bai Ye raised the wine glass and was about to drink it. Suddenly, he felt a gust of fragrant wind coming, and his right hand holding the wine glass was touched, causing the wine to spill all over the floor, and some of the beer splashed on his robe. Sorry, the wine spilled on you. Let me wipe it for you. The girl with long sea blue hair that was longer than her waist said to Bai Ye with apology. She also took out a few pieces of paper to help Bai Ye wipe his robe, and then handed Bai Ye a few more pieces of paper and asked Bai Ye to wipe his hands. After Bai Ye took the paper, he immediately realized that something was wrong. While Hubert was scolding the girl, Bai Ye unfolded the paper the girl handed over and saw that it was written in beautiful handwriting. There are drugs in the wine and meat. Don't eat them. The guys here are not good people. You should leave here quickly. After reading it, Bai Ye showed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth, and with a force, he shook the note into powder. At this time, Hubert also finished scolding the girl and said to Bai Ye with apology, I'm sorry, the people in our town are clumsy, and I accidentally touched you. As he said, he filled the wine glass in front of Bai Ye again. It's a pity that the glass just now was empty. You try it now. It tastes very good. Wee Wee, who had already walked to the side, hid in the corner and secretly observed Hubert and Bai Ye. She had just reminded the boy, hoping that the boy could see his reminder. This was the limit of what she could do. At this time, Bai Ye seemed not to have seen the note, picked up the wine glass filled by Hubert, put it to his mouth, and prepared to drink it. When Hubert and Wee Wee saw Bai Ye's actions, their hearts were already hanging in their throats. But at this critical moment, Bai Ye suddenly put down the wine glass and asked Hubert, why are you so nice to us? There is no drug in it, right? Hearing Bai Ye's question, Hubert broke out in a cold sweat and forced a smile. How is this possible? The residents of our town have always been warm and hospitable to every outsider. Bai Ye suddenly realized, so that's the case. Then I misunderstood you. I'm so sorry. Hubert waved his hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and said, these are all trivial matters. We are all good people here. This time, Bai Ye drank the wine in the glass directly in front of Hubert and Wee Wee. After drinking, Bai Ye smacked his lips and exclaimed, this wine tastes good. After Bai Ye drank the wine, Luxie and Bruno also raised their glasses and drank. Seeing Bai Ye drink the wine, Hubert instantly felt relieved, knowing that the 3 fat sheep in front of him could not escape. And Wee Wee looked at Bai Ye and others anxiously. She had just reminded the young man. But why did he still drink it? Wee Wee, forget it. Your behavior just now has made Hubert suspicious. We have tried our best. Ikelam walked to Wee Wee and persuaded her softly. Wee Wee sighed and said, let's see if there is any chance to save them later. After all, there are 3 lives. We can't give up so easily. Ikerum looked at Wuu's determined face and didn't persuade her anymore. Princess Wee has been so kind since she was a child, and she treats them, the servants, very well. It is because of this that these palace guards are willing to protect the royal family with their lives. Hubert, who knew that the overall situation was settled, smiled even more amiably, constantly pouring wine for Bai Ye and others and serving them barbecue. And Bai Ye and the other two also accepted everyone who came. I will eat as much as you put in. There was no other way. The three of them had gone through too much hardship along the way. Now that they had food and drink, they had to enjoy it. As for the drugs, mixed in the wine and barbecue, they didn't take them seriously at all. For Luxie, with his strong physique and the enhancement brought by the fruit ability, the drugs were directly decomposed after entering his body and had no effect at all. Bruno directly used the fruit ability to open an air door in his body and transferred the food he ate into his mouth to other places through the air door to satisfy his mouth craving. Not to mention Bai Ye. Bai Ye could eat such drugs as meals every day without any problems. While Hubert was anxiously waiting, Bai Ye and the other two ate from midnight until the sun rose again from the sea level. The chefs in the kitchen were dumbfounded. Am I cooking for people or for sea kings? More than a dozen of us cooks are dying of exhaustion, and you three can still eat. Hubert and the others were all sleepy. Just when he was half asleep, he saw his subordinates coming up to him with an embarrassed look and said, "Boss, the drugs and ingredients are all gone. There's something wrong with these three guys." Hearing this, Hubert immediately became alert and looked at the three people who had taken the drugs for half the night. They were all energetic and in better condition than him. How could Hubert not understand? He kicked the table over and said angrily, "You three are kidding me, right? Brothers, grab your weapons and start." The residents who had been waiting impatiently for a long time surrounded Bai Ye and the other two with weapons. The most excited people in the crowd were the dozen or so cooks. They had been cooking for a whole night and might have been really confused. They picked up the frying pans and came out. Bai Ye looked at Hubert fearlessly and smiled. "Finally, we are going to do it. I've been waiting for so long to eat." "What are you waiting for? Waiting to die?" Chapter 102 A Deal. Listening to Bai Ye's words, Hubert's heart flashed a little panic. But looking at the eager looks of more than 100 brothers around him, he seemed to have confidence again, and said viciously, "Hand over the valuables on you quickly. I can leave you a whole body." Bai Ye said lightly, "Go ahead, they have been cooking for us all night, and they are also very tired. Let them have a good rest." As soon as the voice fell, Luxie and Bruno turned into killing machines, clearing the surrounding enemies as quickly as possible. For a while, miserable screams continued, and red blood flowers bloomed in front of Bai Ye's eyes. Hearing the noise coming from the crowd, Vivi's delicate face showed an anxious look, and she stood on tiptoe, trying to look at Bai Ye in the middle of the crowd. "What can I do?" Hubert is about to take action. Vivi felt a strong sense of powerlessness in her heart, thinking about the constant civil strife in the kingdom of Alabasta under the manipulation of Crocodile. Thousands of citizens died in war or famine every day. As the eldest princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, she could only sit and watch such a thing happen. She was powerless to stop it. And now, 3 innocent victims were about to be killed in front of her, and she had no way to do anything. Vivi realized at this moment that she could not protect anyone at all. Even she herself needed Ikarum's protection. Ikarum looked at Vivi's sad look and felt very distressed. God was so unfair to Vivi, letting her, who was only 15 years old, suffer so much pain and bear so much pressure. Vivi squatted down and leaned against the wall, buried her head between her knees, and sobbed softly. No longer looking at the tragic scene in the tavern, Ikarum also squatted down to comfort Vivi. After all, the situation inside was obvious. The 3 people faced hundreds of people and had no power to fight back. But after listening for a while, Vivi and Ikarum realized that something was wrong. Aren't there 3 people? This scream has been heard hundreds of times. Can these 3 people scream like this? So the 2 of them secretly leaned over the window and looked inside. This sight frightened them both. The scene in the tavern was extremely bloody. There were corpses lying everywhere on the ground, and blood was flowing freely on the ground. All of these people died with a penetrating wound in their chests, as if they were pierced by a bullet. It can be seen that the two people who did it were extremely skilled in killing, and basically they were all killed with one blow. We wiped her red eyes from crying and stared inside with big eyes. The scene in the tavern remained unchanged. The black-clothed boy was sitting at the counter, leisurely tasting whiskey. It seemed that he had become accustomed to the killings happening around him. In less than a moment, except for Bai Ye and the other 3 people in the tavern, all the others were killed by Luxie and Bruno. We realized at this time that these 3 people did not need her help. After all, these 3 people were more brutal than Hubert. Thinking about her previous warning to the boy, we felt angry and funny. But Ikelam on the side was not in such a good mood as we. The 3 guys were ruthless and killed people without a trace. They were not good people at first glance. Moreover, the 2 guys who did it were very strong. Even Hubert's professional bounty hunters were easily killed by them. If they turned to attack me, I would not be able to protect Princess Vivi. Thinking of this, Ikelam pulled Vivi up and wanted to run away. The farther away from them the better. But before he took 2 steps, he was blocked by Luxie and Bruno. Ikelam protected Vivi tightly behind him and said nervously, "We wanted to save you just now. You are not going to attack us, right?" Vivi suddenly realized at this time that with the strength of the other party, she actually didn't need her help at all. And Ikelam and I witnessed the scene where they killed Hubert and others. If they attacked me, in order to prevent the news from leaking out. Thinking of this, Vivi's face gradually turned pale. At this time, Bai Ye's voice came from the tavern. "Forget it, there's no need to attack them." Luxie and Bruno were stunned. You know, these 2 people have seen their true faces. If the news gets out, wouldn't their disguise be in vain? However, the 2 did not ask the doubts in their hearts. Anyway, they just need to obey the orders of Lord Bai Ye. Vivi looked in the direction of the voice and saw Bai Ye looking at her with a smile on his face, saying, "If I remember correctly, you should be Princess Vivi of the Kingdom of Alabasta." Hearing this, Vivi and Ikelam felt cold in their hearts. The mysterious boy in front of them actually knew her true identity. Could it be that the 3 of them were coming for them? Vivi stood up and asked coldly, "How do you know my identity?" Bai Ye continued, "Not only do I know your identity, I also know what you want to do. For the sake of your reminder just now, maybe we can make a deal between us." Vivi frowned and asked doubtfully, "What deal? Tell me the specific whereabouts of Pluto, and I will help you deal with Crocodile." The reason why Bai Ye wanted to find Pluto was not to obtain Pluto. On the contrary, Bai Ye wanted to try whether Pluto's finished warship could also be recycled by the system. After all, even Pluto's design drawings can be worth 1,000 world source power. If Pluto's finished warship is really found, it should be worth tens of thousands of world source power under the premise of being able to be recycled. So whether it succeeds or not, Bai Ye wants to try. Although Bai Ye knows the general location of Pluto, it should be near the Alabasta Palace. But this target is too big, it is quite troublesome to find, and it is easy to attract the attention of other people. It is better to make a deal with Vivi on the condition of killing Crocodile. Anyway, Bai Ye came here with the intention of killing Crocodile. In this way, Pluto's finished warship is equivalent to getting it for free. It is a good deal. At this time, Vivi was caught in a dilemma. Although she wanted to agree to Bai Ye's deal very much, the meaning of their existence is to protect Pluto. If she agreed without authorization, it would be against the ancestral precepts. Seeing Vivi's tangled look, Bai Ye spoke again. "If solving Crocodile's problem is not enough, I can add another condition. Help you quell the civil strife in the Kingdom of Alabasta." Vivi looked at Bai Ye in shock. "Are you serious?" Bai Ye smiled confidently. "You have no better way than to believe me now, right?" Vivi finally made up her mind at this time and said decisively, "Okay, I promise you." Chapter 103, Separation of Life and Death. Bai Ye was not surprised at all by Vivi's promise, because every day of civil unrest was a painful torture for the residents of Alabasta. Thousands of people died every day because of Crocodile, and Pluto was just a dead thing. Using a dead thing in exchange for millions of people to survive. In exchange for the continuation of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Vivi still calculated this account clearly. However, Bai Ye looked at Vivi and asked curiously, "Are you so sure that I can solve Crocodile?" Vivi looked at Bai Ye with her smart eyes and said, "As you said, do I have a better choice now?" Bai Ye smiled. He admired this 15-year-old princess very much. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Vivi didn't know whether the decision she made today was right or wrong. But at this moment, she chose to believe Bai Ye. Believe in this man she had only met once. Under the leadership of Vivi, a group of people set off towards Albana, the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta. Along the way, Bai Ye witnessed the miserable living conditions of the residents in the kingdom of Basta. Because of the perennial drought, many farmers had no harvest and could only survive on the surplus food of previous years. But the surplus food would be eaten up one day. The slightly younger strong men either escaped from the kingdom of Alabasta and tried to survive. Some young people who were unwilling to leave their hometowns launched a rebellion under the promotion of Crocodile. They believed that, as long as the rule of the royal family was overthrown, the dry kingdom of Alabasta would be able to restore rainfall. The remaining ones were more elderly people and young children who were helpless and begged on the street with bowls. Although Bai Ye was not a saint, he felt a little sorry to see this situation. He distributed the excess food and fresh water stored in the system space to the elderly and children. At the same time, he took out the image telephone bug and recorded what happened in the kingdom of Alabasta. Vivi was very surprised to see that Bai Ye was willing to distribute food and water to the refugees. He couldn't help but be a little more curious about the mysterious Bai Ye. Along the way, he kept secretly observing Bai Ye. Unfortunately, after leaving Whiskey Peak, Bai Ye and the other two put on masks. Nothing can be seen through the dark masks. This made Vivi even more curious about Bai Ye. What are the identities of these three people? Why do they wear masks? Under Vivi's leadership, the group passed through the trail and soon arrived at Albana, the capital of Alabasta. When they were about to enter Albana, a black figure shot down from the sky. A huge falcon fell from the sky, with its wings spread out, as long as 5 meters. Two claws that were sharp enough to tear through steel plates grabbed Bai Ye and the other two fiercely. When Vivi looked up and saw the falcon falling from the sky, joy appeared on her face, and she waved to the sky and said, "Uncle Bell, I'm here." Bell, the user of the bird fruit falcon form ability, is the adjutant of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard, and also the strongest warrior of the Alabasta Kingdom. He is the person closest to Vivi besides Ikelam, and has always taken care of Vivi as his own sister. Because he is the user of the bird fruit, he has the ability to fly. He is usually responsible for reconnaissance and patrol work around the palace. When Bell was patrolling today, he happened to see Princess Vivi, who had left the palace for a year, coming back from outside. Before he had time to be happy, he noticed 3 mysterious people wearing black robes and masks following Vivi. He subconsciously thought that these 3 people were Crocodile's people. This time he came to Alba to use Princess Vivi to threaten King Cobra. That's why he launched a surprise attack to rescue Princess Vivi from the 3 mysterious people. When Vivi saw Bell actually attacking Bai Ye, she was shocked and shouted loudly, "Don't do it." Bell, who was diving down like a cannonball, was kicked in the abdomen by Luxie and flew off on the spot. Bell made a very painful bird cry. His ribs were broken and his chest was directly sunken. Bruno and Luxie have cooperated for many years and have a tacit understanding. At the moment, when Luxie made a move, Bruno opened the air door and appeared directly above Bell. He used the iron block, one of the 6 Navy styles. His body weight instantly increased by more than 10 times and pressed directly on Bell. Bell instantly felt as if his spine was broken and his wings could not exert force. The whole bird fell like a meteorite and smashed into the desert. Luxie reacted very quickly. When Bell was unable to fight back, he used the shaving to come to Bell's side. He put his 2 fingers together like a sword and stabbed at Bell's head. As long as he stabbed, Bell would definitely die. His heart was about to jump out of her chest. Her eyes were red, mist condensed in her eyes, and her face was full of worry. It's not that Luxie and Bruno didn't hear Wee shouting not to do it, but they didn't care. For the 2 of them, they would only obey Bai Ye's orders. Bell just launched an attack on them. As long as Bai Ye didn't speak, Bell could only be an enemy. To treat the enemy, they would naturally be merciless and get rid of it as soon as possible. When Lux's finger was 1 centimeter away from Bell's head, Bell could even clearly feel the tingling sensation from the skin on his head. Bai Ye said emotionlessly, "Stop." Luxie stopped without hesitation and stood behind Bai Ye with Bruno. We did not rush to Belle's side to check Belle's injuries. She did not loudly blame Bai Ye for attacking Belle. Instead, with red eyes, she bowed to Bai Ye and apologized. "I'm very sorry. Uncle Belle must have thought you were bad guys, so he attacked you. I apologize to you on his behalf. At the same time, thank you for not killing Uncle Belle. Thank you." After saying that, we hurried to Belle's side to check Belle's injuries. At this time, Belle was no longer able to maintain his beast form and turned into a human body. Because he fell heavily from a high altitude, his head was broken and bleeding, and many bones in his body were broken. In addition, Luxie kicked him with all his strength. His abdomen was sunken, and blood kept coming out of the corners of his mouth, and there were even some fragments of internal organs. It seems that he may not be able to hold on for much longer. "Uncle Belle, are you okay?" Seeing Belle's appearance, we could no longer pretend to be strong. Tears kept falling from her cheeks, and she kept muttering, "This is all my fault. It's all my fault." But Belle already knew that he was wrong, and the three mysterious people were not enemies. So, he used all his strength to say, "This is not your fault, Princess Wee. I'm glad you came back alive. The king missed you very much." Chapter 104 Cobra's Panic. After hearing Belle's words, Wee cried even more sadly, wiping the blood from Belle's mouth with her hands. She didn't care about the blood on her hands and clothes. And Ikelam also knelt beside Belle with a sad face. He didn't expect that he hadn't seen his good brother for a year, and when he saw him again, it would be a scene of life and death. But who can be blamed for this? If Belle hadn't taken the initiative, the three of them would not have launched a counterattack. And the other party had already shown mercy. Bai Ye looked at Wee with some curiosity at this time. He didn't expect that when Belle was seriously injured, Wee would take the initiative to apologize to him and thank him for showing mercy. This was really beyond Bai Ye's expectations. Just now, if Wee had complained about anything, Bai Ye would not care about it and just watched Belle seriously injured and died. But now, Bai Ye walked in front of Wee and took out the potion he had just exchanged from the system store from his arms. "Inject this into his body, and his life will be saved, and his injuries will gradually heal." Wee raised her head, and her red eyes looked at Bai Ye's dark mask and his emotionless eyes. In this situation, in order to save Belle's life, she still had to choose to trust Bai Ye. Wee held back her sobs, bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and took the potion from Bai Ye with a pitiful look, and said softly, "Thank you." Because Wee had no experience in this area, she asked Ikelam to inject it. Luxie, who was not far away, saw the familiar needle, the familiar emerald green potion, and the familiar injection method. He couldn't help but shudder. That was a painful memory he would never forget. At this time, Luxie looked at Belle with a little more sympathy. "Brother, after you get the injection, you will be able to experience what it means to be worse than death. What it means to say, if I can choose, I would rather die on the spot." Under Luxie's slightly pitiful gaze, Belle's body twitched slightly after the injection. Luxie thought, "It's coming, it's coming, the most painful time is coming." But what surprised Luxie was that Belle's body had no reaction at all after the twitching. The wounds on the surface of the body gradually recovered, and the complexion gradually became ruddy. In less than 5 minutes, Belle could even stand up and walk. Vivi and Ikelam, who saw Belle's recovery with their own eyes, were overjoyed and kept thanking Bai Ye. Lux's lips hidden under the mask kept moving, and if you listened closely, you could hear Lux's unbelievable voice. "Damn, how is this possible? He actually recovered without any pain? Then why was I so painful at the beginning?" Noticing Bai Ye's different attitude towards Vivi, Luxie seemed to understand something in his heart. Thinking of this, Luxie looked at Bai Ye with a little more resentment in his eyes. "Damn, Caliphate is disappointing. It turns out that Lord Bai Ye likes minors. How evil. It's a pity that Bai Ye doesn't know what's going on in Lux's mind now, otherwise he would have to cripple Luxie and then exchange hundreds of reagents for him and let him inject one a day. This ungrateful guy would be tortured to death. You know, he injected Luxie with a fast healing potion that costs 5 points of world source power, and Belle used a healing potion that costs 1 point of world source power. The function of the healing potion is only to restore the injury and save the life of the injured. It will take a long time to recover from the injury, and it can't remove all the hidden diseases in the body. So the pain that Luxie endured at the beginning was rewarded. Bell only understood the situation thoroughly after listening to Weiwu's story to Bai Ye and the other two. So he walked to Bai Ye despite his injury, bent down and apologized. "I'm so sorry, I misunderstood you." Bai Ye said lightly, "It's nothing, as long as we can fulfill the agreement." Vivi on the side said firmly, "Don't worry, I will naturally do what I promised." While the few people were talking, King Cobra of the Kingdom of Alabas and Gaka, the adjutant of the Alabastan Kingdom Guard, the two led a large number of palace guards to rush out of the city. Along the way, Cobra's expression was mixed with joy and anxiety, and he asked in a hurried tone, "Gaka, did you say Vivi is really back?" The tall man on the side nodded heavily and said, "I heard from the soldiers patrolling outside that Princess Vivi is really back. Belle, who is patrolling outside, has already rushed over. If we leave the city now, we should be able to meet her." Hearing this, Cobra's face showed a little more joy, and his steps were a little faster. Ever since Vivi secretly left the palace a year ago, saying that she was going to find evidence of Crocodile's crime and bring peace to the kingdom of Alabastan, Cobra lived in fear every day, fearing that Vivi would fall into Crocodile's hands and her life would be in danger. In his heart, he blamed himself for his incompetence, letting a girl who was only 14 years old bear such a heavy responsibility. Moreover, Vivi lived a life of luxury in the palace, like a little princess. He didn't know how much hardship she would have to endure outside this time. Just thinking about it made Cobra feel heartbroken. So when he heard that Vivi was back this time, he hurriedly took people out of the city to check. But just halfway, he saw a soldier running over in a hurry, anxiously saying, "My king, it's not good. Adjutant Bell was beaten." After hearing this, Gaka's expression changed drastically, and he picked up the soldier and asked angrily, "What did you say just now?" The soldier struggled desperately, but couldn't say a word. Cobra's face was as gloomy as water, and he seemed calm and said, "Gaka, put the soldier down first and let him talk slowly." Gaka let go of his hand and scratched his head in anger. The soldiers said in succession, "In addition to Captain Ikelam, there were 3 mysterious masked men who came back with Princess Vivi." "Mysterious men?" The soldier nodded, and then said, "Those 3 men should have held Princess Vivi hostage, and then Adjutant Bell attacked them, but was easily defeated by them." Jaka asked sternly, "What about Bell?" "This, maybe." Seeing the soldier hesitating and unable to speak, the two of them felt a chill in their hearts and knew that Bell should be in danger. And they probably guessed the identities of the 3 mysterious men. They should be Crocodile's people. In other words, Vivi was held hostage by Crocodile's people. Now Coppola realized that it might really be over. Perhaps he needs to make a difficult choice between his biological daughter and the kingdom. Chapter 105 Desert Dragon. Cobra and Gaga hurried to the outside of the city gate and indeed saw 3 mysterious men wearing masks and black robes. Looking to the side, Bell was covered in blood and was supported by Ikelam, looking extremely miserable. And Vivi, who had not been seen for a year, was also stained with a lot of scarlet blood. This made Cobra and Gaga clench their fists subconsciously, and the veins on the back of their hands bulged. Gaga was even more furious at this time, and instantly activated the ability of the fruit. Thick black short hair appeared on his head, his ears became pointed and long and stood upright behind his head, his nose protruded forward, and his limbs turned into black claws, like a human-shaped jackal. He kicked his legs hard on the ground, bursting out with all his strength, and rushing towards Bai Ye, who was closest to Vivi. "You dared to attack Princess Vivian Bell, it's unforgivable." Gaga drew a black long knife from his waist and chopped at Bai Ye with all his strength. "Damn, come again." Just as Luxie and Bruno were about to attack, they were stopped by Bai Ye. The two knew that Lord Bai Ye was irritated by the other party's repeated provocations and wanted to take action himself. "I just don't know how many people will die if Lord Bai Ye really takes action." Bai Ye looked coldly at Gaka, who jumped into the air, and a murderous intent suddenly burst out from his body. "Do you really think I have no temper and can take turns to attack me one by one? I must kill one of you today to teach you a lesson. If killing one is not enough, I don't mind slaughtering everyone in your alabaster palace." Bai Ye's murderous intent was so strong that Vivi, who was beside her, felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar and felt cold all over. Vivi suddenly realized that the youngest mysterious boy beside her was the leader of the three of them. Although the boy did not take action along the way, but judging from the strength shown by the other two, the boy's strength is definitely very strong. Otherwise, he would not have made a deal with himself and agreed to kill Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If the boy really took action, wouldn't Uncle Gakka be dead? And if he angered the other party, it would be possible for the rebels to reach the capital. The 3 people in front of him alone were enough to bring a catastrophic disaster to the kingdom of Alabasta. Thinking of this, Vivi decided not to let the situation continue to develop. Vivi suddenly opened her arms and stood in front of Bai Ye, closed her eyes and shouted loudly, "Uncle Gakka and the others are not bad people, but are here to help us." As Gakka's knife was about to hit Bai Ye also threw a punch very seriously. Seeing this, Cobra on the side was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot and shouted anxiously, "Vivi, get out of the way." Bell and Icolum wanted to rush forward to pull Vivi away. Luxie and Bruno were also shocked to look at Vivi standing in front of Bai Ye. This little girl wanted to die, but she didn't need to find such a way to die, right? If Lord Bai Ye really hit her, I'm afraid she would be turned into powder directly. In midair, Gakka saw Princess Vivi suddenly appear in front of him. He thought that, if he fell with this knife, he might cut Princess Vivi in half, before hurting the mysterious man. So, Gakka gritted his teeth and forcibly changed the direction of the knife, leaving a crack several meters long on the ground. Bai Ye, under the mask, looked at Vivi standing in front of him and frowned. If this punch was thrown normally, Vivi, Gakka, and even half of Albana could be razed to the ground. But thinking of the note that Vivi handed over in the tavern, Bai Ye couldn't bear it and threw a punch that passed by Vivi's ear and hit the left front, avoiding Albana. Seeing that Vivi was safe, everyone didn't have time to rejoice. There was only a loud bang, and the desert in the left front suddenly exploded into a deep pit of thousands of meters, as if it had been bombed by countless shells, splashing sand and dust all over the sky. The mighty punch was still powerful, and it carved a deep crack tens of thousands of meters long in the desert. Countless quicksands on both sides surged into the crack, but they could never fill it up, as if the crack led directly to hell and the abyss. The wind from the fist swept together with the yellow sand, like a long yellow dragon stretching for thousands of meters, flying in the air, covering the sky and the sun, and dyeing half of the sky yellow. Everyone looked at the impact caused by Bai Ye with a dull look. The power of this punch really exceeded their cognition. At this time, Gakka couldn't even hold the knife in his hand steadily. He looked at the several meter crack he had cut, and then looked at Bai Ye, who had created an abyss tens of thousands of meters long. The difference between the two is like that between an earthworm and a dragon. And he, an earthworm, actually dared to attack a real dragon. Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. Cobra looked at Wu Wei, then at Bai Ye, wondering how his daughter found such a strong man. He felt that the man in front of him was as strong as the top fighters of the Navy and the 3 admirals, or even stronger than them. Even Luxie and Bruno, who had been following Bai Ye these days, saw for the first time what kind of impact Bai Ye's real attack would have. Luxie only then felt how good Bai Ye was to him. If Lord Bai Ye had kicked him with a little more force, he would have died long ago. How could he be as lively as he is now? Vivi turned around and covered her slightly open mouth with her hands, her big eyes full of shock. She had seen Bai Ye's true face. He didn't look much older than her, but such a young man was so strong, even terrifyingly strong. Vivi couldn't help but secretly rejoice in her heart that she had made the right decision just now. Otherwise, the kingdom of Alabasta might really be destroyed in his hands. Looking at Vivi, Bai Ye said calmly, "This is the second time you have attacked me. I have a rule, once, twice, but not 3 times. If there is a 3rd time, I will make you and Crocodile disappear together." Upon hearing this, Vivi's face showed a panic, and she quickly patted her small chest to assure, "Don't worry, I'm here. I promise that no one in the Alabasta Palace will attack you again." Vivi hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Our family has protected Pluto for hundreds of years. Although I agreed to use Pluto to make a deal with you, I still need to discuss this matter with my father." because I was afraid that Bai Ye would think that he wanted to break the contract. So, Vivi quickly added, "Don't worry, I will definitely persuade my father. Our agreement is still valid, it just takes a little time." Just when Vivi was nervous, Bai Ye said, "I'll give you one night, and give me an answer tomorrow morning." Vivi glanced at Bai Ye in surprise. Unexpectedly, this guy is quite easy to talk to. Chapter 106 The fishing rod is broken. Yesterday, after seeing Bai Ye's terrifying strength, Cobra quickly arranged the three of them in the best room in the palace for them to rest. The next morning, Bai Ye just woke up from his sleep and heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, Wei Wei was standing at the door obediently. She was wearing an exquisite sky blue dress and waist-length sky blue hair, which set off her figure to the fullest. She looked more like a princess of a country. She looked pleasing to the eye. Unlike when they first met, she was wearing a refugee-like outfit. It was hard to imagine that she was a princess of a big country. When Wei Wei saw Bai Ye opening the door, a faint blush appeared on her delicate skin. Then, Wei Wei asked timidly, I came to ask you, do you want to have breakfast together? No, it's not a good thing for you to let more people see our appearance. Okay, then I'll ask them to send breakfast to your room. Wei Wei pretended to leave, but after a few steps, she turned around and asked playfully with her head tilted, "By the way, I still don't know your name. You can call me Yi." Yi. It doesn't sound like a real name. It's understandable. After all, they have to wear masks and robes when they go out, for fear that others will discover their true identities, so it's naturally impossible to tell him their real names. Wei Wei didn't care, but smiled brightly at Bai Ye. "Let's get to know each other again. Hello, my name is Nefertari Wei Wei. You can call me Wei Wei." Wei Wei saw that Bai Ye just nodded and didn't say anything, and she felt a little frustrated. So, she was about to turn around and leave, but before she left, she heard Bai Ye suddenly shout, "Wait a minute." Wei Wei turned around happily and asked, "Do you have anything else to tell me?" Bai Ye under the mask said lightly, "Didn't we agree yesterday that you would give me an answer this morning?" When she heard that Bai Ye was asking about this, Wei Wei's mood instantly dropped a little, but she still smiled and said, "If you hadn't said it, I would have almost forgotten it. I discussed this matter with my father last night, and he agreed." "That's great. Let's continue our agreement." After saying that, Bai Ye returned to the room and closed the door. Now the historical text that records the specific location of Pluto has been solved. There is still one person who can understand the historical text, the son of the devil, Nico Robin. When Wei Wei saw Bai Ye return to the room, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, and she left quietly. Sandy, in a luxurious casino. Crocodile had a slicked back hair, a black fur coat, a long scar on his face, an earring on his right ear, a golden hook on his left hand, and was smoking a cigar while listening to his subordinates' reports. "Are you saying that all the members of Whiskey Peak are dead?" "Not all of them are dead. The bodies of Mr. 8, Icalum, and Miss Wednesday, Vivi, are missing." Upon hearing this, Crocodile suddenly smashed the table in front of him into two pieces and asked with a gloomy face, "Do you know who did it?" "I don't know, but those members were all killed by one blow. The person who did it should be very powerful." A trace of doubt flashed in Crocodile's eyes. Who would come to trouble him at this time? And they took Vivi and Icalum away specifically. In fact, when Vivi just joined Baroque Studio, Crocodile already knew that she was the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. It was just out of the mentality of playing with the weak, wanting her to feel deeper despair. So he pretended not to know, so that she would think that he had successfully sneaked into the Baroque Studio. When Wei Wei thought she had enough information, he would take action to cut off her hope. But he didn't expect that he would break the fishing rod while fishing. Crocodile pondered for a moment. All Sunday, Nico Robin sent someone to investigate what happened at Whiskey Peak. A tall woman came over and said with a smile, "What's wrong? What happened again?" After Crocodile told what happened at Whiskey Peak, Robin smiled and said, "It seems that your plan will change unexpectedly again." Crocodile said viciously, "No one can change my plan. These are just small episodes in the implementation of the plan for me. They can't affect the overall situation at all." Then, Crocodile looked into Robin's dark green eyes and said seriously, although you can understand historical texts, I hope you know your own situation. There are not many places in the sea that can accommodate you now. You must not get involved in some unnecessary things. Otherwise, I don't mind handing you over to the world government in exchange for a bounty of 80 million baileys. Robin looked at Crocodile deeply, did not reply, and turned away directly. In fact, Robin did not want to work for Crocodile. It was only because when he was evading the pursuit of the Navy, he was caught by Crocodile, and he was impressed by his ability to understand historical texts. That's why he made himself the second in command of Baroque Works, the nominal vice president. The fact is just as Crocodile said, now he can only hide under Crocodile to avoid the pursuit of the Navy and the world government. Thinking back to what Crocodile just said, I really don't know who these guys are. Is their target also Pluto? In the Albana Palace, Cobra saw that Vivi was absent-minded while eating breakfast and asked with concern, "What's wrong, my dear daughter? Is breakfast not to your liking?" Vivi smiled and said, "No, I was just thinking about something and didn't have much appetite." Cobra sighed and said, "You have been away from the palace for too long. It is normal to be uncomfortable for a while. You just came back. I should care about you and take care of you. But as your father, I still want to say what I should say to you. Do you really want to tell them the location of the historical text with information about Pluto?" Vivi nodded and said seriously, "This is the only way to eliminate Crocodile and resolve the crisis of national destruction." Cobra hesitated, but Vivi got up and walked to Cobra's side, hugged her arms and said coquettishly, "Oh, father, don't worry. I think he should not be a bad person, and he will not use Pluto to do things that harm the world. He is not the same kind of person as Crocodile." Cobra glanced at his daughter unhappily and did not object anymore. Thinking about how his daughter had spent the entire night trying to persuade him to agree, Cobra suddenly had a question in his mind. Was this little girl trying to persuade him just for the sake of the kingdom? Chapter 107 Walking Hormones. As a member of the Baroque Commune Work Club, we naturally knew that Crocodile's lair was in the sand. They came to the capital, Albana, from the Whiskey Peak. It was only because they had to pass through Albana to reach the sand, and we also needed to discuss the matter of Hades with Cobra. After all these things were settled, Wee and Bai Ye prepared to set off to the sand to get rid of Crocodile. At noon, Bai Ye asked Wee, "When are we leaving?" Wee said with some worry, "If possible, I hope we can leave now. After all, every minute of delay will cause a lot of casualties. Just do as you say." Bai Ye had no objection to this. After all, it has been almost a month since leaving the Seven Water City. In addition to Crocodile, Bai Ye also wants to take advantage of this time to make some other plans. It is necessary to speed up. Hearing Bai Ye's answer, Wei smiled sweetly, looked at Belle beside him, and asked, "Uncle Belle, how are your injuries?" "Fortunately, they have basically recovered. As long as I don't attack, there will be no serious problem." After that, Belle said to Bai Ye with gratitude, "It's really thanks to your reagent that my injuries have healed so quickly." Bai Ye waved his hand and didn't care. Wei continued, "In that case, Uncle Belle, can you use your fruit ability to send us to the sand? This will be much faster than riding a camel, and it can save most of the time." Belle didn't agree immediately, but looked at Bruno with some palpitations. Bai Ye immediately understood Belle's meaning and said, "Yesterday's weight was because of the use of his ability. Now it is the weight of a normal person." Hearing Bai Ye's explanation, Belle breathed a sigh of relief and said affirmatively, "Okay, let's set off now." After that, Belle directly changed into the appearance of a falcon, 3 meters tall, with wings spread out, a full 5 meters long. "You guys come up." Ikelam wanted to go up, but Wee asked him to stay. Uncle Belle's injuries haven't fully healed yet. It would be too strenuous for him to bring too many people. It would also affect the speed. A few of us are enough. Wee smiled. Besides, I won't be in any trouble with them. Cobra stepped forward and said, "You must be careful." Then, he looked at Bai Ye again. "Mr. Ye, I'll leave my daughter to you." Bai Ye said lightly, "Don't worry, I always keep my word." Hearing Bai Ye's familiar words, Luxie and Bruno's expressions became strange. Goddamn, keep his word. Fortunately, they were covered by the mask and were not seen by Bai Ye. Otherwise, they would definitely be beaten. The 4 people stepped on Belle's back and could only barely land. There was not much space. Because we needed to identify the direction, she stood in front with Bai Ye. Luxie and Bruno stood behind honestly. As Belle flapped his wings vigorously, the wind blew up the yellow sand and his body flew directly into the air. Because of the swaying during Tikiaf, we lost her balance and leaned on Bai Ye. Feeling the body temperature of Bai Ye, we was immediately shy and her face turned red from her ears to her neck. She stood up quickly and did not dare to look at Bai Ye. But when flying, it is easy to be affected by air currents, so Belle needs to constantly adjust the flying posture. This was nothing for Bai Ye and the other 2. Their feet stood firmly on Belle's back, as if they had taken root. No matter how Belle flew, it would not affect them. But this was too difficult for Wee, who was very weak. Just like walking on a horizontal bar, in order to keep her balance, her body kept shaking from side to side. Looking again, the small city on the ground and the people who were not much bigger than ants. If they fell from here, they would probably be gone. Just when Wee's face turned pale, she heard Bai Ye say, "If you really can't stand steadily, you can hold my clothes." As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, Wee hugged Bai Ye's arm tightly like a dying person grabbing a life-saving straw, looking like she would not let go, even if she was beaten to death. Well, looking at Wee's appearance, I was really scared. Bai Ye felt a fragrance lingering on the tip of his nose and the soft touch on his arm, but he did not pull his arm back. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage, you are a bastard. This is what you want to hug. It has nothing to do with me. Luxie and Bruno, who were standing behind the 2 of them, silently gave Bai Ye a thumbs up. Lord Bai Ye, you are worthy of being Lord Bai Ye. Wherever you go, you flirt. How can this be a human being? This is completely a walking male hormone, okay? So with the admiration of the 2, we just held Bai Ye's arm and flew all the way. Even when she arrived at the destination, the sand, we didn't realize that she had to let go. When Belle released his fruit power and turned into a human, he found that Princess Vivi was holding Bai Ye's arm tightly. His expression instantly became dumbfounded. He pointed at Bai Ye's arm and stammered, could it be you? Vivi looked at Belle, who was so shocked that he couldn't even speak, and then she reacted and quickly let go. Vivi blushed and explained awkwardly, "Uncle Belle, don't think too much. I just couldn't stand steadily on your back and was afraid of falling. So I borrowed Ye's arm to keep stable." Listening to Vivi's explanation, Belle didn't believe it even more. "Good guy, I'm not blind. You said you couldn't stand steadily on my back, so you held his arm, but when you landed just now, you were still holding it, and your face was so red, even a fool could see that there was something wrong. Is the kingdom going to change?" Just as the few people landed, a few white arms suddenly emerged from a hidden place in the desert. The palms were open, and there was a dark green eye in the palms, staring at Bai Ye and the others. Bai Ye instantly felt the feeling of being watched. With the perception of his observation haki, Bai Ye quickly discovered the 5 arms hiding in secret places and the 5 eyes in the palms. Bai Ye looked at the eyes in the palms with a smile, and there was a hint of excitement under the mask. Unexpectedly, he met one of his targets, Nico Robin, as soon as he arrived. He must not let her go. If he wants to catch her again, it will be much more troublesome. While thinking, 5 tiny armed haki burst out from Bai Ye's body, directly smashing the eyes and arms into pieces. Robin, who was hiding not far from the city, felt a pain in his eyes and suddenly opened his eyes, with hot tears sliding down from the corners of his eyes. Robin's delicate face was full of disbelief, and he said, "He can actually find me. Who is he?" Chapter 108 Nightmare Comes True. "Master Bai Ye, just now?" Luxie asked in confusion. Although Luxie did not notice Robin's peeping, Bai Ye did not hide and attacked directly just now, which made Luxie feel it. Bai Ye chuckled and said, "We have been discovered by them. It is estimated that they will all come out soon." Vivi asked nervously, "Then why don't we hide first? They are very strong." "No, just wait for them here. If they all come out, I can save the energy to find them one by one." Vivi listened to Bai Ye's confident words, and her uneasy mood gradually eased a lot. It is also true that with Bai Ye's strength, there is no need to hide here and there. It is more convenient to push forward directly. Although Robin in the sand did not know why the man with a black mask came, she recognized Vivian Bell beside Bai Ye. One is the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, and the other is the adjutant of the guard. They are almost the top people in the kingdom. It is roughly guessed that these people should come to seek revenge on Crocodile. So he hurried to the casino to look for Crocodile. Seeing Robin pushing the door in hastily, Crocodile hesitated and said, "Have you found clues about that group so quickly? Look for. What the hell is there to look for? They have come directly to the door." Robin said in a panic, "No need to look for it. If I guess correctly, the murderer who killed the members of Whiskey Peak should be at the door of the Sandy Land now." "What?" Crocodile almost jumped up from his chair. "Good guy, dare to be so arrogant. Come directly to the door of my Shichibuke. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Although Crocodile is very angry now, as a tyrant, he has not lost his mind. Since the other party dares to take the initiative to come to the door, it means that the other party has made full preparations. Or the other party is quite confident in his own strength, so he will do so. In addition, the identity of the other party is uncertain and the intention is not clear. This made Crocodile, who originally wanted to take action directly, change his mind and said to Robin, "Gather all the members in the desert and notify all the carters outside to come back." Yes. Robin quickly called the telephone bug to contact the carters outside and notified the members of the desert to gather at the entrance of the casino. Just when the inside of the desert was in a mess, Bai Ye actually took out a huge Bai Ye tent from the system space and set it up outside the city. There were not only comfortable reclining chairs and soft bedding in the tent, but also various rare fruits in the desert. These were all stored in the system space by Bai Ye. After all, things placed in the space will not be affected by time, and there is no need to worry about food spoilage. Anyway, it's just boring now, and I don't know how long it will take Crocodile to gather people. Instead of waiting foolishly, it's better to live comfortably. We and others saw Bai Ye taking out so many things in one breath, as if he was performing magic. Bruno murmured, "Master Yi, is your fruit ability a space-related one?" Bai Ye said without disguising, "I guess so, but it's useless. It can only be used to hold things. You all sit down and eat, don't just stand there, setting up a tent at the doorstep of the enemy's house and eating fruit. Are you here to kill people, or for a spring outing?" Although Bell recognized that Bai Ye was very powerful, he was always a little worried. After all, Crocodile was not an easy character to deal with. "That, I'd better patrol outside to prevent Crocodile, the insidious villain." Bai Ye did not stop him. In fact, it would be more convenient for him to eat if Bell left. You know, Bell has never seen his true face. Luxie and Bruno on the side also felt that it was a bit outrageous to stay at the doorstep of the enemy's house. Apply to guard the door with Bell to prevent Crocodile from sneaking away. Facing the three people leaving, Bai Ye spat lightly. "TSK, you don't know how to enjoy life." Bai Ye and Wee were the only two people left in the tent, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Bai Ye picked up a fruit that looked like an apple and handed it to Wee. "I bought this in the Chabayoti archipelago. I don't know what it's called, but it tastes good. You can try it." "Thank you." When Wee took the fruit, her fingers accidentally touched Bai Ye's fingers, and her face flushed. For a moment, she even thought of the name of the child. Bai Ye had no idea that Wei, a young girl, had a lot of ideas. She took the fruit and ate it by herself. At this moment, Crocodile sat upright in his chair, holding a cigar, and kept asking, "When can they come back?" Fortunately, they didn't go far. Basically, they should be back tomorrow. Hearing that his men would be back tomorrow, Crocodile was relieved. All the other people in the sand gathered at the entrance of the casino. As long as they waited for their men to come back, they would all rush out and get rid of the guys at the door. Thinking of this, Crocodile continued to ask, "By the way, aren't those people at the door making any movement? Just let us gather our men." The person being questioned looked at Crocodile awkwardly and said, "They set up a tent at the door, as if holding a party inside." Holding a party? Crocodile was dumbfounded. What the hell was this routine? Not only did they not stop him from gathering his men, but they also attacked him when he was at his weakest. Instead, they set up a tent at the door and started a party. They just let him gather his men scattered everywhere back. Is there anything wrong with his brain? There are only two answers to this matter. Either the other party is a fool, or the other party did this on purpose, waiting for Crocodile to gather all his men back and then destroy them all at once. Although Crocodile believed that his strength should be invincible in the first half of the Grand Line, but the other party's actions really made him feel very uneasy. Crocodile fell into deep thought. Perhaps he should make some other preparations. The next day, Bai Ye suddenly woke up from his sleep, opened his eyes, and said with lingering fear, "I was scared to death. I actually dreamed that a woman wanted to rape me. This is too outrageous. There must be too many women who want my body recently, which makes a strong man like me sweat." Come to think of it, during this period of time, Tashigi, Aang, Khalifa, and Vivi were all around him. It's hard not to dream. When Bai Ye was sighing, a snow-white slender jade leg directly crossed over his lower abdomen, and the jade arms like lotus roots were around Bai Ye's neck. Bai Ye turned his head and saw Vivi was about to ride on him. He was shocked and said, "Damn." It turned out that this was not a dream. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Out in Full Force. When Bai Ye came out of the tent, after tidying up his clothes, he saw Belle being stopped by Luxie and Bruno not far from the door. It seemed that both sides were about to fight. Belle was furious at this moment. If his eyes could emit fire, he would probably vaporize Bai Ye on the spot. Bai Ye asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Belle saw Bai Ye coming out and shouted angrily, "Where is Princess Vivi? What did you do to Princess Vivi? Don't think that you can bully our princess just because you are strong. Even without you, we can still drive Crocodile out of the kingdom of Alabasta. If it weren't for the fact that his injuries had not healed and he couldn't take the initiative, Belle would have rushed into the tent long ago." Even though he knew that he was no match for Bai Ye and the other two, he would not watch Vivi being humiliated. Luxie and Bruno were guarding the door diligently. When Belle wanted to rush in, they intercepted him and refused to let him in. This made Belle, who was already worried about Wee Wee, think that Bai Ye must have given Wee Wee. That's why he was so angry. Bai Ye finally understood what was going on. "Good man, it was Wee Wee who almost raped me last night, and you still have the nerve to blame me? If I hadn't seen that Wee Wee was only 16 years old, I would have kept reciting the 24-character mantra in my heart. I forced myself to suppress the thought of executing Wee Wee on the spot. Otherwise, you would call me your son-in-law when you see me now." Listening to the noise outside, Wee Wee blushed so much that blood was about to drip out. Recalling the scene when she was awake and Bai Ye was riding on her, Wee Wee wished she could find a crack in the ground to get out. In order to avoid further escalation of the situation, Wee Wee could only walk out with a red face. When Belle saw Vivi coming out, he first breathed a sigh of relief and then asked nervously, "Vivi, last night?" Vivi lowered her head and said in a very small voice, "Uncle Belle, nothing happened last night." "Nothing happened? If nothing happened, why did these two guys stop me from going in?" Belle looked at Bai Ye and the other two suspiciously, but since Vivi said nothing happened, nothing should have happened. "President, almost all the people from Baroque Works are here." A tall, muscular man walked up to Crocodile and said. The person who spoke was the first thug of Baroque Studio, Mr. 1, Das Bonus, the user of the superhuman type Zanzan fruit ability. To be honest, this fruit ability is actually quite strong. If it is eaten by a swordsman with kendo qualifications, I'm afraid there will be another great swordsman on the sea. Unfortunately, Das Bonus is not very talented in kendo. The Zanzan fruit is wasted. Crocodile was wearing a cape, holding a cigar, and combing his hair back. He stood on the roof of the casino, looking like a Mayfair leader. From this position, looking out of the city, one could even vaguely see the tent set up by Bai Ye. Crocodile murmured, "This guy really doesn't take me seriously at all." Then, he turned around and asked, Can you confirm the identity of those guys? Luo Bing appeared from behind Crocodile and shook his head. The other party is wearing a black robe and a mask. They should be an organization. But on the sea, I haven't heard of an organization dressed like this before. Can't even confirm the identity of the other party? Crocodile became more and more uneasy. This was a feeling he had never had before. However, thinking back to the backup plan he had left, his impatience eased a little. Crocodile looked at the 344 members of the Baroque studio below. These were the strong men he had found from all over since he became a Shichibuke. Among them were fruit ability users. Although their bounties may not be very high, this does not prove that they are weak. Since they chose to join Crocodile, they have become members of the world government. Therefore, their bounty will not increase. These 344 people are almost all of Crocodile's assets. Crocodile looked at the people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "It's time to let them know that offending Baroque Studio will cost their lives." Listening to Crocodile's words, the 344 people roared loudly throughout the sand. Even Bai Ye, who was outside the city, could hear it clearly. Bai Ye smiled and said, "Oh, the other party has finally gathered people. I just don't know which ones are here to die. I hope everyone can come, so that I don't wait for a day in vain." The residents of the sand looked at Crocodile and set off outside the city with so many men, and they were extremely surprised. Who on earth is worthy of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, to gather all his men? Some brave and fearless people secretly followed the team, wanting to see what happened. The tightly closed city gate opened, and the Baroque studio headed by Crocodile appeared in front of Bai Ye and others. Wow, this time we are going to have another good harvest. Bai Ye looked at the faces that were blurred in his memory. Although he didn't recognize their identities, he was sure that they were all characters who had appeared in the anime. Bai Ye, under the mask, was grinning from ear to ear. This day's wait was really not in vain. Crocodile first looked at Vivian Bell and recognized their identities. "Miss Wednesday, you said you ran away from the Baroque studio. Wouldn't it be better to wait for death in the palace? Do you have to take the initiative to come to the door to seek death?" Crocodile said in a bad tone. Vivi stared at Crocodile with hatred and said coldly, "You should be the one who is going to die, right? I came here today to kill you. Revenge for the dead citizens." It must be said that Vivi was very courageous to say such words when facing Crocodile. If she hadn't held Bai Ye's arm tightly, her words would have been more powerful. Crocodile's eyes flashed with contempt, and he chuckled. "You still want to kill me? I'm standing here, and you can't kill me, even if I'll let you kill me for the rest of your life. If I hadn't wanted to tease you before and see how far you can go, I would have killed you when you joined Baroque Studio. Now, you are brazenly talking about killing me in front of me. You are so naive." Then, Crocodile looked at Bai Ye, who was held by Vivi, and said coldly, "Don't you know that people who meddle in other people's business usually die earlier at sea?" Chapter 110 White Knight of Change. Crocodile did not feel any threat from Bai Ye, as if he was just an ordinary person on the street, and there was nothing unusual about him. But this situation was the most terrifying for Crocodile. This only shows that the opponent is extremely powerful. Facing Crocodile's words full of murderous intent, Bai Ye said lightly, "Are you threatening me?" Crocodile's murderous intent did not diminish. "I'm just telling you the rules you should follow on the sea. Although I don't know what organization you are, it is absolutely a stupid decision for you to choose me as your enemy." Bai Ye originally wanted to kill Crocodile directly, but thinking back to the original plan, Bai Ye felt that he should do something else. "Oh, I'm quite curious, what qualifications do you, Crocodile, have to say such words?" A breeze blew by, rolling up some fine gravel, and appeared between the two sides. Bai Ye suddenly exerted force with his right foot, and kicked the gravel in the wind with great force. In an instant, the gravels kicked by Bai Ye were like cannonballs, flying densely towards Crocodile and others. Damn it. Crocodile's face suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he used the power of the fruit directly, elementalized, and his whole body turned into gravel. He appeared on the other side, condensed into a human body, with a solemn face. Crocodile was able to escape by relying on the power of the fruit, but his subordinates did not have such ability. Being pierced through the body by a grain of sand only brings a little pain, which can be endured. As long as it is not pierced through the vital parts, it will not be a big deal. But if thousands of gravels pierce the body will directly become a sieve. Moreover, the flying gravel is not only the ones kicked, but also some gravel that was carried by the strong wind of this kick. The power is relatively weaker, but the number is larger. When Crocodile dodged away, several Baroque carders behind him could not react in time. Before they could make a move, 3 of them were pierced by gravel and died. Their bodies were covered with small wounds and began to bleed continuously. Their death was extremely horrible. Dasbonis was only attacked by a small part of the weaker gravel, and his whole body turned into a hard iron blade. The gravel hit his body, making a crisp collision sound, and fell down without power, but failed to penetrate his body, only knocking him back a few steps. This attracted Bai Ye's attention. Bai Ye turned sideways to Luxie and said, "See, the guy who can turn his whole body into a steel knife will be handed over to you later." Luxie nodded, and then his eyes were always on Dasbonis. Bai Ye has been teaching Luxie how to use armament haki during this period of time. And with Lux's own qualifications and excellent physical foundation, he soon felt the existence of armament haki. Now it is basically just a matter of time before the armament haki breaks through the skin and covers the body. Perhaps now is the opportunity for a breakthrough. Crocodile looked at Bai Ye with a trace of fear in his eyes. Although he could easily deal with the 3 dead carders, he still had a long way to go to achieve the casualness of Bai Ye. This was the second time in Crocodile's life that he had the idea of being invincible. As for the first time, when he first entered the new world, he challenged Whitebird, the strongest man in the world. As a result, he was severely injured by Whitebird's full strength punch, and could only flee and leave the new world. At that time, he secretly swore that one day in the future, he would definitely return to the new world again and personally deal with Whitebird. For this reason, he joined the newly established 7 Warlords of the Sea of the World government and established the Baroque Studio. After learning about the existence of the ancient weapon Pluto in the Kingdom of Alabasta, he began to plan all this. But he didn't expect that this mysterious man who came from nowhere in front of him could bring him fear no less than that of Whitebird. He definitely has the strength to kill himself. No, I can't let all these years of hard work go to waste. At this time, a crazy idea popped up in Crocodile's mind, and he said somewhat submissively, "I'm a little curious, what benefits did the Kingdom of Alabasta give you? Can you find a strong man like you to deal with me?" "Sorry, this is the organization's secret, I can't tell you." Crocodile's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "No matter what benefits they give you, I'm willing to give you 3 times, as long as your organization does not interfere in this matter." As soon as these words came out, Vivian Bell's faces changed drastically. Who would have thought that Crocodile, who has always been strong, would now be submissive in front of Bai Ye? Vivi bit her lip slightly and thought, the agreement I made with you was in exchange for Pluto. But if Crocodile is also willing to take Pluto as a condition, as long as he does not interfere, it is estimated that within a year, Crocodile can also find the whereabouts of Pluto. But by that time, the Kingdom of Alabasta will become a hell on earth. Thinking of this, Vivi's little face turned pale, and she pulled Bai Ye's sleeve with some fear. Like a young animal about to be abandoned by its owner, it looked pitiful. Bai Ye continued, "If you are willing to tell me your plan, and are willing to pay 1 billion berries and 5 random devil fruits, our organization can consider withdrawing from this operation." Hearing Bai Ye's words, Vivi's face turned pale in an instant, and the whole person seemed to have lost strength, and couldn't even stand steadily. She never thought that Ye would actually break the agreement between them. Belle, who was standing aside, also had dull eyes and a dull face, and kept saying, "It's over, it's all over." As someone who has seen Bai Ye's strength, he naturally knew that only Bai Ye could get rid of Crocodile. If Bai Ye was persuaded by Crocodile and did not choose to take action, or even worse, if Bai Ye and Crocodile joined forces, then the Kingdom of Alabasta would not have even the slightest hope. Hearing Bai Ye's extremely exaggerated conditions, even Crocodile couldn't help but change color. 1 billion berries plus 5 random devil fruits. 5 devil fruits cost at least 500 million berries, and there is no market for them. Crocodile has used most of the Bailey he has saved over the years to develop Baroque Studios. He has less than 800 million baileys left, and most of the devil fruits he has obtained have been eaten by his subordinates. He can't satisfy the mysterious man's request at all. However, after thinking of Bai Ye's terrifying strength, Crocodile still agreed to Bai Ye's request. By then, as long as the Pluto is in hand, Whitebird and the guy in front of him will be nothing more than ants. Chapter 111 Killing Crocodile. Crocodile pondered for a moment and said, I can agree to your request, but I can't take these things out right now. Give me a month, and then you can come to Albana to get them. From the meaning of Crocodile's words, it can be heard that he is confident that he can completely take over the kingdom of Alabasta within a month. Bai Ye asked, you want me to withdraw without taking out anything now? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Crocodile did not intend to deceive the mysterious man, because before finding the Pluto, he did not have the capital to confront the mysterious man head on. However, what the mysterious man said made sense. It was indeed unrealistic to let the other party withdraw without taking out anything. Crocodile said without hesitation, I can pay you 800 million berries first, and you can come to get the rest when the time comes. Then, Dasbonus quickly returned to the casino to retrieve the 800 million berries and placed it in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye put it into the system space without even looking at it, and then continued, very good. Next, as long as you can tell us what you did in Alabasta, we will withdraw immediately and will not interfere in anything related to you. As Bai Ye's voice fell, Vivi was full of despair. 2 lines of tears ran down her face, her legs softened, and she could no longer stand. But just when Vivi was about to fall, Bai Ye reached out and supported her, preventing Vivi from falling. Just as Vivi was confused, she suddenly felt a note stuffed in her hand. Vivi turned sideways and secretly opened the note. There were only 3 words written on it. Believe me. After putting the note away, Vivi looked at Bai Ye with puzzled eyes. What on earth was going on? But Vivi recalled what Bai Ye did after meeting Bai Ye. At this moment, she chose to believe Bai Ye and snuggled up to Bai Ye and stopped talking. Just like when she made an agreement with Bai Ye, because this was her only choice. Crocodile didn't think too much when he saw this scene. After all, Vivi was indeed very beautiful, and she was also the princess of a great country. It was understandable that a strong man like the mysterious man would be attracted to her. At most, he would not kill her after seizing the kingdom of Alabasta. In order to make the mysterious man retreat, Crocodile directly told him what he had done in Alabasta. However, according to him, all he did was to become the king of Alabasta. He did not mention anything about Pluto. But this was enough for Bai Ye. When Crocodile finished his story and was about to ask Bai Ye to leave, he saw Bai Ye suddenly take out a video telephone bug from his sleeve. It seemed that all the words just now were recorded by the mysterious man. Crocodile was shocked and angry. What do you mean by this? He knew that, if this video was circulated, his identity as a Shichibuke would probably be directly deprived. But the mysterious man pointed the Den Mushi at him and said calmly, is this the so-called Shichibuke? The Navy can be called one of the 3 major forces together with the Shichibuke. It seems that the Navy is also extremely rotten. Today, the Night Organization will get rid of Crocodile and restore Alabasta to its original peace. After saying this, Bai Ye closed the Den Mushi and took it back into his arms. At this time, Crocodile could no longer understand that he was being fooled by the mysterious man. He immediately ordered, go. Although Bai Ye's previous move had intimidated many people due to Crocodile's years of majesty, this group of people still launched a death attack on Bai Ye and the other 2. Bai Ye handed Vivi to Bell. Take Vivi to the sky and try to stay away from here. Bell nodded heavily, immediately transformed into a falcon, and let Vivi sit on him. Wee looked at Bai Ye reluctantly. You must be careful. Bai Ye wiped away the remaining tears on Wee Woo's face and smiled. Don't worry, it's just Crocodile. It can't turn the world upside down. As soon as the voice fell, a huge fist made of gravel suddenly attacked behind Bai Ye. I'm also a Shichibuke after all. Are you looking down on me too much? Crocodile's roar sounded behind Bai Ye. Bai Ye didn't even turn his head back, opened one hand behind him, and the light red armament haki gushed out, forming an arc-shaped protective shield. After the sand fist hit the protective shield, it didn't shake it at all, and it broke apart directly. What a strong armament haki. Crocodile said in shock. After Bell drove Wee Wee away, Bai Ye turned back and said lightly, "You have to admit that you are trash, because you are indeed trash in front of me. You." Crocodile was about to speak, and he saw Bai Ye in the distance suddenly appeared in front of him. A huge fist was expanding in his eyes, so fast that Crocodile didn't even have time to react. A strong sense of crisis enveloped Crocodile's heart. It's over, I'm going to die. This was the remaining thought in Crocodile's mind. Bai Ye punched Crocodile's head directly, and countless gravel burst out. But after a few seconds, the gravel on the ground reorganized into the shape of a head and returned to Crocodile's body. "I'm not dead," Crocodile said in disbelief. "Of course you're not dead," Bai Ye said lightly, "because I didn't use armament haki just now." "What do you mean? Is this guy not going to kill me?" Before Crocodile could think more, the next moment, his body was exploded into yellow sand again. After blowing it up, Bai Ye stopped, and Crocodile continued to condense his body. When the body just condensed into shape, Bai Ye punched it again. Now, Crocodile finally understood what the mysterious man wanted to do. Although this guy didn't use the armament haki and couldn't cause any substantial damage to himself, for Crocodile, the pain he felt every time he was blown up was real. Resurrection again and again is equivalent to feeling death again and again. This is an infinite mental torture for Crocodile, and the pain it brings is even clearer. After being blown up so many times, Crocodile's body condensation speed has slowed down several times, and his consciousness has become trance. This time, while Bai Ye hasn't made a move yet, Crocodile said painfully, "How much hatred do we have between us that makes you torture me all the time?" Bai Ye said coldly, "That's because you don't know how many storms I have suffered along the way to kill you. You can still blame me for the suffering you suffered on the road to kill me." Just when Crocodile was confused, he was exploded into a ball of loose sand again. "Well, I'm convinced. Crocodile is also a ruthless person. He didn't use the power of the fruit directly and let Bai Ye kill him with one punch." Bai Ye looked at the blood mist in front of him and was stunned for a moment. "Hey, how did this guy die?" Chapter 112, Destruction, Baroque Studio. The battle between Bai Ye and Crocodile has always attracted the attention of everyone present, because as long as the battle between the two of them is decided, it will represent the victory or defeat of the entire battle. Of course, Luxie and Bruno naturally firmly believe that Bai Ye will win the battle. But when they saw that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was completely powerless in the hands of the mysterious man, and was arbitrarily ravaged, he was even forced to the point of suicide, and chose to give up using the power of the fruit, allowing the other party to kill him. This scene fell into the eyes of the members of the Baroque Works, which was like a bolt from the blue. Is there any need to fight anymore? Even the president is not a match for the other party, so what's the point of fighting? For a while, most of the peripheral members of the work club began to flee like birds and beasts, fearing that they would be spotted by the mysterious man if they ran too slowly. Bai Ye looked at those fleeing figures and laughed contemptuously. "Want to run? If I really let you run, wouldn't I have waited for nothing all day?" Bai Ye suddenly turned into a trail of after images. Every person who fled seemed to see Bai Ye appear in front of them at the same time. Before they could even scream in front of Bai Ye, they were pierced through the head by a domineering aura like cherry blossoms, and died on the spot. During this time, Bai Ye was pleasantly surprised to find that the finger gun plus the Ryu Sakura was surprisingly useful for dealing with these small fish. In front of Bai Ye's almost ghostly speed, the fleeing people fell down in groups like harvested wheat. In a few breaths, only Das Bonus, who was fighting with Luxie, and several other senior executives who were entangled with Bruno were left in the Baroque studio. "Hey, where's Robin?" Bai Ye looked around, and it seemed that Robin was not seen among the people who had just taken action. Robin had been hiding from place to place over the years to avoid the pursuit of the world government, and the skills of hiding and escaping were perfect. As soon as she saw that Crocodile was not a match for Bai Ye, she had already found a way to retreat. While Bai Ye was defeating Crocodile again and again, Robin returned to the casino in the sand through the secret passage outside the city that only she knew. When Robin walked out of the secret passage, she could no longer hear any sound from outside. This made Robin breathe a sigh of relief. That mysterious man was really too terrifying. Even Crocodile was forced by him to choose commit suicide. The battle between the two was basically a one-sided complete defeat. If she was targeted by the mysterious man, she would probably have only one way to die. However, she did not take action in the battle just now, so it should not attract the attention of the mysterious man. While the mysterious man was still dealing with other people in Baroque studio, she quickly left the sand. Robin quickly made up her mind. In fact, Robin did not have any ill feelings towards the mysterious man. If she really wanted to count, Robin might have to thank Bai Ye, because she joined Baroque studio under the coercion of Crocodile. Moreover, she knew that Crocodile's target was Pluto, but she didn't want such a terrifying ancient weapon as Pluto to fall into the hands of an ambitious person like Crocodile. Therefore, Bai Ye's move gave her a chance to escape from Crocodile's control. However, I'm afraid that she will have to flee in exile again in the future. Robin couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly, but soon put away her depressed mood. She returned to her room and packed up her daily items. But as soon as she walked out of the door of the casino, Robin froze in place, with unspeakable horror in her eyes. The mysterious man who easily solved Crocodile actually appeared at the door of the casino, as if he had known that you would appear here. Although she knew she was no match for him, Robin was unwilling to surrender. She crossed her hands in front of her and rebuked, "Six-wheeled flower anchor flower." This was the strongest strength she could exert at present. 6 flawless white arms grew strangely on Bai Ye's body. They grabbed Bai Ye's neck, arms, and feet, and bent them backwards to break his jaw. TSK. It seems that Robin is still a little conservative now, and will not directly attack men's vital parts. The 6 arms exerted force together, trying to break Bai Ye's limbs. Unfortunately, even until Robin's face turned red, the arms could not shake Bai Ye at all. Bai Ye said lightly, "Your strength is too weak. You are not even qualified to massage." After speaking, his body shook, and the 6 arms broke instantly. Seeing that Robin wanted to continue, "Don't waste your energy. I won't kill you now. If I really wanted to kill you, do you think you would still be standing here?" Hearing this, Robin put down his hands, smiled bitterly, and said self-deprecatingly, "Is this the sadness of the weak?" Bai Ye said bluntly, "Weak people like you at least have a certain value, which allows you to survive in the chaotic sea. And most weak people don't even have the right to survive." As soon as Robin heard this, she knew why the mysterious man didn't take action immediately after finding her. The reason was that she could understand the text of history. This was the reason why she was issued a bounty order by the world government and the spy organization was sent to track her down. Similarly, this was also the reason why she was able to survive until now. "Let's go. The battle over there should have ended by now." Bai Ye turned and walked out of the city, and Robin looked at Bai Ye's back, hesitated for a moment, and still quickly followed. Between life and death, she made the choice that ordinary people would make. When Bai Ye came out, he saw that Lux's hands were already covered with dark armament haki. With the 6 Kings charge, he directly broke the steel blade used by Dasbonus for defense. Dasbonus was knocked dozens of meters away and collapsed on the ground. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he died. After dealing with Dasbonus, Luxy did not rest, but rushed to Bruno to help Bruno deal with the remaining Cardas. With Lux's strength and the armament haki he had just comprehended, dealing with these Cardas was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. The two of them joined forces and quickly dealt with all of these Cardas. In other words, except for Robin, Barclow Studio and Crocodile were completely destroyed within a day. Robin looked at the corpses lying around with a solemn expression. Although she had no good feelings towards these people, they had all worked together in Barclow Studio for many years. Now she was the only one left alive, and she didn't know when the other party would feel that she had lost her value and get rid of her. Calculating it this way, I'm not much better than them. At most, I will just die later. Chapter 113. Rebels attack the city. Belle and Vivi, who had been hovering in the air, landed after seeing the battle below ended. However, the two now felt like they were dreaming. Crocodile, who had tortured the kingdom of Alabasta for several years, was so easily killed by Bai Ye with a few punches. Belle almost knelt down in front of Bai Ye when he saw Bai Ye. Belle said excitedly, "Thank you so much. You have saved hundreds of millions of citizens and are a great benefactor of the kingdom of Alabasta. At this time, Belle suddenly thought that if Princess Vivi was willing, it would not be a bad thing for such a strong man to become Princess Vivi's husband. From now on, who would dare to come to the kingdom of Alabasta to make trouble? Moreover, he was not blind along the way, and he could see that Princess Vivi did have a good impression of Ye. Vivi on the side was also very excited, and her heart was finally put down by more than half. However, it was not yet time to be truly relieved. Although the main culprit was killed, the hundreds of thousands of rebels who were bewitched by Crocodile did not know the news. Wee walked to Bai Ye's side and didn't say anything, but suddenly saw Robin following behind Bai Ye. As a former member of Baroque Works, Wee naturally recognized Robin's identity. She was the vice president of Baroque Works, Crocodile's right-hand man. Wee didn't expect Bai Ye to keep her. Seeing Robin's appearance was no less than her own, and the mature temperament emanating from the inside out, Wee suddenly became curious about the real reason why Bai Ye kept Robin. However, Wee was not a brainless woman. She didn't ask Bai Ye too much why he kept Robin. She just subconsciously hugged Bai Ye's arm, as if swearing sovereignty to Robin. Seeing this, Robin just smiled and didn't care. Not to mention that she really had nothing to do with Bai Ye. Bai Ye kept her only because she could understand the main text of history. Moreover, for Robin, Wee's behavior like a little girl made her feel very cute. At this moment, Robin seemed to remember something and suddenly reminded him. Last night, Crocodile seemed to have contacted Kosa and asked him to launch a general attack on Albana as soon as possible. If we speculate according to the time, Kosa should have led the rebels to besiege Albana. Hearing this, Vivi and Belle's faces changed suddenly. If this is really the case, then it doesn't matter whether Crocodile is killed or not. Bai Ye asked curiously, who is this Kosa? Why haven't I heard of this name? Vivi explained with a bitter face, Kosa is my childhood playmate, and now he is the leader of the rebels. The leader of the rebels? Bai Ye reacted instantly. I didn't expect Crocodile to play such a shady trick before he died. According to Crocodile's idea, even if he really died at the hands of the mysterious man brought by Vivi, by that time, the rebels would probably have successfully captured the capital, Albana. The high-level royalists headed by Cobra should have died under the swords of the rebels led by Kosa. By then, even if Vivi rushed to Albana with the truth, it would be too late to save the situation. Vivi could not stop the fight between the royalists and the rebels, because both sides would be bloodthirsty by then. Even if Kosa had realized that what he did was wrong, there was no way to get forgiveness from the other royalists after killing Cobra. Both sides would have to fight to the death. This completely divided the kingdom of Alabasta. It must be said that Crocodile lived up to his reputation as a hero. Even if he died, he would still cause so many problems. Bai Ye asked, is it too late to rush back now? Robin shook her head and said, the war should have started at this time. Even if we rush back, we don't know how many people have died in this war that should not have happened. Vivi said firmly, no, I have to rush over to stop this war. Belle also immediately changed into a Falcon form. He also didn't want this war to happen. Moreover, his family, brothers and the king he was loyal to were all in Albana. He didn't want to be the only one left and spend his life in regret like a deserter. Just as Vivi stepped on Belle's back, Bai Ye followed and whispered, isn't it part of our previous agreement to help you solve the rebellion? Although Vivi was very worried about Albana's situation at the moment, she couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart after hearing Bai Ye's words, and she snuggled up to Bai Ye intimately. Now, only Bai Ye could bring her an unprecedented sense of security. In order to get to Albana as soon as possible, Luxie and Bruno did not set out with Bai Ye. Instead, they followed Bai Ye's instructions and took Robin to Albana by land. Albana. There were more than 500,000 rebels outside the city wall, surrounding Albana tightly. Cobra looked at the dark rebels outside the city with an anxious face, as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Cobra never thought that on the second day after Vivi and Yi went to the desert, a large number of rebels decisively launched an attack on Albana. Some cities around were occupied by the rebels before they could even pass on information. At this time, Gakka walked to Cobra with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, King, why don't you evacuate first? Cobra said sternly. Evacuate? This is the capital of Alabasta. As the king, where else can I evacuate to? Gakka, tell me honestly what the situation is now? Gakka didn't want to say it, but looking at Cobra's firm expression, he could only sigh. There are nearly 550,000 rebels on the opposite side, and there are only more than 20,000 defenders in Albana. The ratio is close to 22.5:1. Even if the rebels have no weapons and armor, and we have weapons and city walls, in the face of this terrible difference in numbers, there is no way to defend Albana. But if we rely on these 20,000 well-equipped defenders, choose a place with weak defenses, it is still possible to protect Cobra and rush out. Therefore, Gakka persuaded Cobra to evacuate Albana first at the beginning. Cobra looked at Jagger's hesitant expression and shook his head. I'm the king of Alabasta. I will not run away and abandon Albana. But, Cobra looked towards the direction of the sand and said with emotion, even if I really die, as long as Vivi is still alive, the Alabasta kingdom can still continue. Chapter 114 Hidden Gun. A boy of only 17 or 18 years old came out from the rebels, riding a camel, holding a scimitar, and shouted at Cobra on the wall, Cobra, because you used dancing powder, there was no rain in the cities of the kingdom of Alabasta, except the capital Albana. The land was dry, and the farmers basically had no harvest in the past 2 years, and countless refugees died in the famine. Now you have fallen to the point where you are surrounded by our rebels, and it is all your own fault as a king. Seeing King Cobra being scolded by a boy who had just reached adulthood in front of more than 500,000 people, Gakka couldn't help it, and scolded the rebels. What do you know, you little kid? Because Crocodile used some tricks casually, you believe that it was King Cobra who did it. Use your brain, and think about it carefully. Before Crocodile came to the kingdom of Alabasta, has there been anything like this in the kingdom? Hearing Gakka's shouting, Kosha couldn't help but be stunned. Judging from his IQ and strategic vision alone, Kosha is definitely far superior to his peers. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the leader of more than 500,000 people at the age of 18 or 19, and under his command, he successfully trapped the king in the capital Albana. It's not that he hadn't thought about what Gaga said. It was after he was shot by a soldier in the king's guard. Kosha gradually gave up this idea, and looked at King Cobra with suspicion. Just when Kosha was doubtful, Cobra stood up and said, I know you became rebels, because you had no choice. It's all because of my incompetence as a king that the kingdom of Alabasta fell into civil strife. This is my responsibility, and I won't deny it. But there is one thing I must make clear. The initiator of all this is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. His goal is to seize the rule of the kingdom of Alabasta. If you don't believe it, you can wait a few days. Vivi has gone to deal with Crocodile. When Vivi comes back, she will naturally prove my words. After Cobra finished speaking, only a small part of the rebels were in turmoil. It can be seen that most of the rebels still don't believe what Cobra said. Everyone thought Cobra was just stalling for time. It was a pipe dream for Princess Vivi to solve Crocodile alone. It was not credible at all. Just when Cobra wanted to explain, a guard on the wall showed a strange smile on his face and suddenly raised his gun to point at Kosa under the city. Gakka caught the soldier's action from the corner of his eye and was immediately scared to death. He shouted, what do you want to do? Put down your gun. Unfortunately, when Gakka shouted, the soldier had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gun was not obvious in the environment of so many people, but it still attracted the attention of quite a few people. A yellow bullet shot directly at Kosa's head. The rebel general next to Kosa exclaimed, be careful. Kosa was in a trance because he heard Cobra mention Vivi to solve Crocodile. Seeing that the bullet was about to hit Kosa's head, the general next to Kosa flew over and threw Kosa to the ground in the crisis. Kosa finally reacted, hugged the general and asked repeatedly, KB, how are you? Are you okay? KB raised his head, showed an extremely painful smile, and said with difficulty, KB, don't forget our childhood dream. It turned out that the shot just now, although it failed to hit Kosa, hit KB's back. As soon as the voice fell, KB's head tilted to the side and died. KB. Kosa shouted heartbreakingly. KB and Kosa have been playmates since childhood, and during the period of establishing the rebel army and conquering the east and the west, KB gradually grew into Kosa's right-hand man. The two of them were as close as brothers, but he didn't expect that KB would die under the hidden gun of the king's army in order to save himself. At this time, Kosa was extremely angry, and there was only one thought in his mind: break through Albana and kill King Cobra to avenge his brother. Moreover, more than 500,000 rebels were also stimulated by the scene in front of them. For a time, the people were united in their hatred of the enemy and their morale was high. Kosa placed KB's body on the camel he was riding. With his hands stained with KB's blood, he drew the long sword from his waist and ordered loudly, "Brothers, follow me. Kill King Cobra. Avenge the innocent refugees who were affected by the disaster. Avenge the dead KB." The 550,000 troops shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The black mass of rebels launched an attack on Albana from all directions. Seeing this, Cobra knew that the situation was irreversible and could only arrange for the king's army to guard the city wall to prevent the rebels from attacking. At this time, Jaka hurried over, watched the rebels attacking the city, and punched the city wall angrily. Cobra asked hurriedly, "Have you found the soldier who fired the gun just now?" Gaka shook his head in frustration. After that guy fired the gun, he went back to the city and disappeared in the crowd. Cobra sighed and said, "I guess that soldier was also a means arranged by Crocodile. I didn't expect it to work at this time. Yes, if there was no such shot, we might really wait for Princess Vivi to come back with evidence of Crocodile's guilt and prove everything to the rebels. But, alas." Gaka also scratched his head in annoyance, with a helpless look on his face. Looking at the rebels getting closer and closer, Gaka persuaded, "King, you should go back to the palace first. We are here to guard it." Cobra drew the decorative long sword from his waist. "If the city is broken, what is the difference between staying on the city wall and returning to the palace? I will wait on the city wall until Vivi and Yi come back." Seeing Cobra's firm attitude, Gaka did not continue to persuade him. This is a secret determination to protect King Cobra. Even if they really can't resist, they must die before King Cobra. The tragic siege was about to start. The rebels without weapons could only hold farm tools such as iron hoes and shovels, and wore a few rags on their bodies as armor to attack the soldiers defending the city. Although the rebels' equipment was extremely simple, the number of rebels was too large. The king's army on the four walls could not hold on to the tide of people. More than a dozen people took iron hoes and swung at the soldiers. Even if the soldier was wearing armor, he couldn't stop it. After a scream, he was chopped into meat paste. The battle became more and more intense, and the king's army was beaten back. 3 of the 4 walls have been lost. At this moment, Bell's figure appeared not far from the horizon. Chapter 115. The war ends. Bell shouted anxiously, "Oh no, the battle over there has already started." We saw it and was anxious. They were late after all. As long as the battle between the two sides started, it meant that someone would sacrifice. And once someone sacrificed, it would not be so easy to calm down the battle. In other words, Crocodile's goal was achieved. At this time, we could only find the leader of the rebels, Kosa, and show them the evidence they collected. Then Kosa would come forward to stop the rebels' actions. This was the best way we could think of. "Bell, go find Kosa. Only he can end this battle." Bai Ye hugged Wee and didn't say anything. At this time, he chose to respect Wee's decision. If things were really irreversible, he would choose to take action. In the Falcon form, Bell's vision was greatly enhanced. Even at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, he could lock Kosa's position in the crowd. However, when Bell dived towards Kosa, the surrounding rebels also recognized Bell's identity. They thought Bell wanted to come first to kill their leader Kosa. The rebels used the crossbows they had snatched to shoot at Bell, and formed a thick human wall in front of Kosa. Although the crossbows shot by ordinary people were not a big threat to Bell, in order to avoid stray arrows from accidentally hurting Vivi, Bai Ye directly used the armed color domineering to completely cover Bell. These crossbows were intercepted half a foot in front of Bell, and fell down powerlessly, but also scratched many rebels. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Vivi shouted at Kosa, "Kosa, quickly order them to stop. This war is all Crocodile's conspiracy." We have now solved Crocodile, and we have evidence of his evil deeds. All this is enough to prove that my father is innocent. If this battle continues, the only people who will be hurt are the citizens of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Kosa turned around and saw Vivi standing next to Belle, and he was happy. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Bai Ye holding Vivi again, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. He and Vivi have been playmates since childhood, and they can be regarded as childhood sweethearts. It would be a lie to say that he doesn't like Vivi. It was only because the people of the country were living in dire straits that he chose to form a rebel army and take the lead in fighting against Vivi's father, King Cobra. But this did not affect his love for Vivi in his heart. But he did not expect. Seeing that Kosha did not speak, Vivi thought Kosha did not believe it. He took out the video Denmashi directly from Bai Ye's arms and presented the picture of Crocodile admitting that everything was his conspiracy in the air. Let all the rebels and the king's army present see it. In the picture, you can clearly hear how Crocodile used dancing powder to stir up the conflict between the people and the king. He also sent his men who had the ability of the imitation fruit to disguise themselves as the king's army and secretly attack Kosha. Let the rebels believe that all this was done by the king. Even Crocodile's purpose is the same as what Cobra said before. He wants to seize control of the kingdom of Alabasta. After the picture was played, the whole audience was silent. The rebels and the king's army who were fighting looked at each other. What was going on? It turns out that this battle can really be avoided. We are all used by Crocodile. Looking back, from the formation of the rebel army to the siege of the capital Albana, they have eliminated many troops close to the king along the way. Everyone's hands are more or less stained with the blood of the king's army. Many rebels realized the mistakes they made, put down their farm tools, covered their faces and cried. And many rebels also looked around with complicated expressions, not knowing what to do. The war of nearly 600,000 people stopped for a while. Cobra and Jacka looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but smile with relief. Just as they thought, Vivi did it. With Crocodile's evidence of guilt, she came back in time to end the war. Vivi said to Kosa sincerely, "Kosa, stop it. If the war continues, it will only hurt more people." Kosa's mind was in a mess at this time. Thinking back to when he first formed the rebel army, he didn't want to believe what his father said, that King Cobra would not do this. He also didn't believe what Vivi said to him. Resolutely, as Crocodile expected, he encouraged the disaster-stricken refugees, formed a rebel army, and continuously attacked the city. Even until the siege of the capital Alba, Kosha had already thought that he was about to sit on the throne of the king of the kingdom of Alabasta, marry Princess Vivi as the queen, then lead the kingdom of Alabasta to a new glory. But with that picture, all the dreams were shattered. The ideal that he insisted on forming a rebel army was actually because he was too stupid and deceived by Crocodile. Kosha looked at his hands, which were stained with the blood of countless innocent soldiers of the king's army. Looking at Vivi nestled in Bai Ye's arms, Kosha felt that his life was grey. He only heard Kosha muttering, "Stop. How can I stop? Caba's dead, died at the hands of the king's army. And many people in the king's army died at the hands of the rebels. You are asking me to stop now. What about us rebels who killed the king's army? Are they all sentenced to death?" Vivi was very sad when she heard the news of Cabe's death. Because Cabe was also her childhood playmate, the two had a very good relationship. Seeing Vivi crying and looking pitiful, Bai Ye subconsciously took her into his arms and gently stroked Vivi's back. And Vivi did not resist. She put her hands on Bai Ye's shoulders and kept sobbing. Seeing this, Kosa showed a very bitter smile. "Well, it turns out that I'm the clown after all." After a long time, Vivi's mood gradually recovered and said, "Kosa, you have to believe me. It seems that you have been deceived by Crocodile. Although there will be certain punishments, it will definitely not be as severe as the death penalty. There will be a chance." Hearing Vivi's words, some of the rebels around couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since it has been proved that they are wrong, there is no need to continue this war, and they naturally need to atone for the sins they committed before. This is fair. But there are also some rebels who can't swallow this breath. When they resisted the king's army, they were the most hardworking and killed the most. In their view, as long as they conquer the capital Albana and re-establish the regime of the Kingdom of Alabasta, they will be loyal subjects, and their status will directly change from peasants to nobles of the kingdom. Their descendants can enjoy the treatment of nobles. But now the situation is reversed. Not to mention nobles, even the status of peasants may not be maintained. They can only be reduced to the status of prisoners. In such a situation, even if they know that their behavior is wrong, they are still unwilling to give up and are willing to fight again. It's just that they still need a leader. And this leader is naturally Kosa. At this moment, everyone's eyes are on Kosa. We will be persuaded again. Kosa, stop it. Don't let innocent people shed more blood. Kosa shook his head and suddenly asked a question that was completely irrelevant to the current situation. Wee, have you ever liked me since childhood? Wee was stunned when she heard this. She looked up at Bai Ye beside her and said affirmatively, although we grew up together, I just regard you as my brother. Besides, I already have someone I like now. Bai Ye listened to the slightly bloody conversation between the two and suddenly felt like a villain. He stole the love of his childhood sweetheart and separated them. But the key to the problem is that I didn't do anything. I just came here to obtain the world's source power and promote the Yi organization. Who would have thought that a princess would be kidnapped? Is this an unexpected gain? While Bai Ye was thinking, Cao Shao asked indignantly, what's so good about him? He doesn't even dare to take off his mask. You can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. Hey, do you have to be so shallow when judging people? I wear a mask and you say I'm not a good person. If I walk on the street with a hood, will I be put in jail? We knew that he was unwilling to take off his mask, and he must have his own considerations. And after spending some time together, we didn't think he was a sinful person. On the contrary, she saw the kind side of Yi from every detail of life. After all, a man like Yi is kind-hearted, handsome, strong, young, and most importantly, mysterious. Which young girl who just fell in love wouldn't be confused when she met him? What's more, Yi solved Crocodile and helped Wee eliminate the haze that had been weighing on her heart for years. Wee began to have feelings for Yi. When Wee was about to explain to Kosa, Bai Ye suddenly spoke. Although I'm not a good person, I feel that I'm at least much better than you. Where were you when Vivi risked her life to sneak into the Baroque studio organized by Crocodile in order to save the Kingdom of Alabasta? Where were you when Vivi's life was threatened? Let me tell you, you were forming a rebel army, attacking cities, and wanted to overthrow the Cobra royal family. During this process, did you believe what Vivi said to you? Have you ever helped Vivi in this country in any way? After all, you're just a minion under Crocodile. Under Bai Ye's questioning, Kosha was speechless. After a long silence, Kosha smiled helplessly. Maybe you are right. I was wrong about all this. But I have no way out now. Wee said anxiously. Kosha, since we are wrong, let's keep making mistakes. As long as we can break through Albana, kill Cobra, and establish a new dynasty today, then no one will know that we are wrong. The people will only think that we overthrew Cobra's tyrannical rule and think that we are heroes of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Kosha said in a low voice. It was not known whether these words were said to the public or to convince himself. Bai Ye looked at Kosha. He didn't expect that this kid with thick eyebrows and big eyes was actually a traitor. Kosha, who had made a decision, raised his right fist and shouted loudly, continue to attack the city. We must break through Albana today. Kill. 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 Under the leadership of Kosha, the rebels who were unwilling to admit their guilt rushed and killed even harder. A more tragic battle than before broke out on the city wall in an instant. Even those rebels who felt they were wrong were forced by their companions to launch an attack on the king's army involuntarily. At this time, even if Bai Ye killed Kosa, it would only further inspire the morale of the rebels and have the opposite effect. Listening to the dense screams in her ears and looking at Kosa's increasingly indifferent expression, Wee was immediately anxious and wanted to rush into the crowd to stop the fight between the two sides. Are you crazy? Bai Ye grabbed Wee. At this time, it was obvious that the rebels and the king's army had already killed each other. If your highness the princess went to stop them, the king's army might still take it into consideration. But those rebels would not care so much. Wee looked at Bai Ye helplessly. For her, these were all her people, and she really didn't want to see her people killing each other. But, looking at Wu's pitiful appearance, Bai Ye said confidently, "Didn't I say that pacifying the rebels is also one of the conditions we agreed on? Leave these rebels to me." You. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Wu became more anxious. No, no, no. Recalling the huge impact of the punch that Bai Ye had thrown a few days ago. If Bai Ye were to deal with the rebels, it was estimated that few of the more than 500,000 rebels would survive. As long as Bai Ye had to deal with it, it would be better to let the two sides fight like this. Bai Ye guessed what Wu was thinking, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I promise to stop this war without hurting anyone." Wu asked in confusion, "Is this possible?" Bai Ye smiled, and said nothing more. He stretched his legs, and stepped into the void, as if there were invisible steps under his feet, allowing Bai Ye to walk step by step to the middle of the air, above everyone's head. It has been nearly a year since the last time the Emperor engine was used. I don't know what the consequences of using the Emperor engine will be with my current strength. With the sound of a slight heartbeat, the rebels fighting nearby couldn't help but feel inexplicable palpitations, as if a natural disaster was about to come, and their hearts began to become panic. As time passed, the sound of the heartbeat became louder and louder, and the speed became faster and faster. In less than a moment, the sound of heartbeats enveloped the entire battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the heartbeat sounded, they felt that their hearts were being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. This piercing pain constantly stimulated their sensitive nerves. All the rebels looked at the white knight in the sky, and their faces showed extremely scared expressions, as if they had seen the greatest horror in their lives for a moment. This was the fear that grew spontaneously from their hearts. In their eyes, the white knight in the sky was a god. He could decide their life or death with a single word. This was a fear that came from instinct. A fear that lower creatures had for higher creatures. It was not something that could be overcome by one's own will. Under the influence of this fear, more than 500,000 rebels all put down their weapons, their legs softened, and they knelt on the ground. With panic on their faces, they kept kowtowing and praying to the white knight in the sky. Even though the weapons of the king's soldiers were about to chop them, they could not change their actions of begging the white knight to let them go. Cobra, Jagger, Vivi, Bell, and Kosa all stared at the crazy scene in front of them with dull expressions. What kind of scene is it when more than 500,000 people kneel down to one person? Cobra has been the king of the kingdom of Alabasta for more than 30 years, but he has never seen such a crazy scene. Even Bai Ye was stunned for a long time, and it took him a while to react. He immediately said in secret that it seemed that there were not many more than 500,000 rebels. They were solved in just a few minutes. It was so easy. However, to be honest, there is still a big difference between the Emperor engine and the domineering Haki. One is more fearful, and the other is more domineering. This also made Bai Ye suddenly have other ideas in his mind. Even if Bai Ye removed the Emperor engine, the fear on the faces of the rebels did not change, and they completely lost their ability to resist. Bai Ye returned to Wu and chuckled. "Look, I told you I could deal with the rebels without hurting anyone." After hearing Bai Ye's voice, Wu came back to her senses, and hugged Bai Ye excitedly, saying happily, "You're awesome. You're so amazing." Feeling the wonderful touch brought by Wu's beautiful figure, and listening to Wu's ambiguous words, Bai Ye cried out that he couldn't bear it. Not far away, Kosa sat on the ground with his eyes dull, and kept muttering, "Is the 550,000 troops finished like this?" Thinking back to 5 minutes ago, he led 550,000 rebels, full of vigor and ambition. He was bound to capture the capital Albana, lead the kingdom of Alabasta to a better tomorrow. But just 5 minutes later, everything had changed. The 550,000 rebels were taken down without bloodshed. Even the goddess he liked was now lying in someone else's arms with a happy face. This feeling was so uncomfortable. Bell, the single dog, no, the single bad may not be able to stand the sweetness between Bai Ye and Vivi. He chose to stay away from them and take down Kosa directly. Under the order of Cobra, the king's army, led by Jagger, began to detain the rebels. At this time, the rebels had no fighting power, kneeling on the ground with a dull expression. let the king's army put them in shackles. A war involving hundreds of thousands of people ended. Vivi looked at the scene in front of her and felt like she was dreaming. From today on, the kingdom of Alabasta will usher in its new life. And all this is brought about by the man in front of her. Vivi looked at Bai Ye and gradually became obsessed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Historical Text. 3 days later, Luxie, Bruno and Robin finally arrived at the capital of Albana. During these 3 days, Bai Ye was repeatedly tempted by Vivi and suffered mentally. You said to eat Vivi, but she is not even 16 years old, let alone an adult. If he really eats her, Bai Ye will feel guilty. After all, he is also a 5 good youth who has received 9 years of compulsory education. But if you say you don't want to eat her, Vivi will take the initiative to drug Bai Ye and then go to his room in the middle of the night. Under such entanglement, Bai Ye has lost a lot of weight visibly, and Vivi also learned Bai Ye's true identity during these days. He is a rear admiral of the navy, and his love for Bai Ye has become stronger. But in order not to expose Bai Ye's identity, Vivi still calls Bai Ye, and Bai Ye usually wears a mask. After all, Vivi has seen him, so sooner or later she will know his true identity. Moreover, Bai Ye also believes that Vivi will not betray him. It is not a big problem to tell her. However, this is limited to Vivi alone. After Robin arrived, Bai Ye did not want to delay any longer. Let Vivi take them to find the historical text that records the information of Pluto. This historical text has been guarded by Vivi's family for generations. For this reason, their family did not hesitate to give up the opportunity to live in Mirajoa and become a celestial dragon. But it was precisely because of this historical text that Crocodile's prying eyes were attracted, causing the kingdom of Alabasta to fall into civil strife for many years. The 3 of them passed through the king's bedroom and opened the door to the secret room behind an ordinary wall. Through the dark and winding stairs, they came to a wide room. In the center of the room, there stood a giant rectangular stone that was 2 people tall and 1 person wide. It was recorded with dense and incomprehensible words. In the eyes of Vivi and Bai Ye, this thing was no different from a heavenly book. Like oracle bone inscriptions and hieroglyphs, 1 or 2 words can be guessed. But the historical text is really unrecognizable. But in the eyes of professionals like Robin, the text on the stone is clear at a glance. For Robin, being able to find all the historical texts and understand the historical information recorded on them is her biggest dream in this life. Unexpectedly, now I actually have the opportunity to see a historical text. Robin gently stroked the rough stone surface of the historical text with her hands, as if she could sense the desire of the content in it to be known by everyone. Bai Ye also looked at the historical text curiously and pressed it lightly with his fingers, but it did not cause any effect. You know, with Bai Ye's current strength, even if he exerted a little force, he could easily crush the iron block. And the hardness of this historical text is far beyond steel. After seeing Bai Ye's actions, Robin reminded him, the historical text is made of indestructible materials. It is said that only the Kazuki clan in Wano country has special means of forging, so that the text can be engraved on the stone tablet. After hearing Robin's reminder, Bai Ye thought about it carefully, as if there was indeed such a thing in the anime. So he subconsciously increased the strength of his hands and used all his strength. Crack. The sound of the stone tablet breaking was very obvious in the silent room and immediately attracted the attention of Robin and Wee Wee. Bai Ye picked up a thumb-sized stone from the stone tablet and said awkwardly, didn't they say it was indestructible? Why does it break when touched? At this time, Robin's eyes were about to spark. This is the original text of history. There are only 30 original texts in the entire ocean, and many scholars cannot find any of them in their entire lives. But she didn't expect that this guy in front of her would actually damage the original text of history in front of her. If it weren't for the remaining rationality in her mind, that Robin was vaguely reminded that this guy in front of her was a strong man who could kill Crocodile with 1 punch, she would probably have attacked Bai Ye directly. Bai Ye didn't care about Robin's anger. because from the anime, we can understand how much Robin values the original text of history. So Robin's reaction now is also normal. Let me see if I can put this back. When Bai Ye took the thumb-sized stone and put it into the gap, he suddenly heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Recyclable items found. Historical text. Intelligence historical text. Recycling price. 3000 world source power. Damn, how can this system recycle everything? At this time, Bai Ye is more convinced that the ancient weapon Pluto has a high recycling value. Bai Ye was surprised, and he used more strength in his hands, breaking off another fist-sized stone from it. At this time, Robin really couldn't hold back his anger, and we saw Bai Ye breaking off a piece, which looked fun, so she secretly tried it herself, and exerted force suddenly. His wee took a breath, arched her cute little nose, and said in pain, "It hurts so much. Why is this thing so hard?" Bai Ye looked at Robin, who was so angry that he was almost spontaneously combusting, and wee, who was shaking her hands constantly. His brain was working fast. How could he use a system to recycle the historical text in a way that was hidden from the two of them? Relying solely on force is a method that only reckless people would use. Bai Ye wants to outsmart them. Ahem. Bai Ye coughed lightly, as if nothing had happened. Do you think this piece of historical text is fake? Robin, who was in anger, was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect why Bai Ye would say that. We also stopped shaking her hands and asked in confusion, but this is the historical text that our family has guarded for generations. How could it be fake? Bai Ye explained. Look, Robin said that the real historical text cannot be damaged, but I easily broke off a piece of this one. What does this mean? His eyes lit up and she shouted, I know. Come on, tell me. He said admiringly, this shows that you are too strong. Bai Ye almost fainted when he heard Wee's answer. This was not the answer he wanted at all. Robin on the side asked suspiciously, you mean, this historical text is fake? That's why it is so easily damaged. That's right. Bai Ye looked at Robin, who had already understood, and continued, now there is only this explanation. If we want to know the authenticity of this historical text, we can only verify its authenticity in person according to what is recorded on it. And this requires your professional knowledge, Robin. Although Robin did not quite believe that the historical text in front of him was fake, what Bai Ye said was not unreasonable. If we can find the Pluto according to the record above, it proves that it is true. Otherwise, it is false. Chapter 117 Recovering Pluto, White Knight's Death. After Bai Ye's words, even Robin, a historian, was a little confused whether the historical text in front of him was true or false. However, the relevant information recorded on the stone tablet was indeed about Pluto. It recorded in detail the birth of Pluto, the terrifying power of Pluto, and the location of the only Pluto left on the sea. According to Robin's original intention, she was not very willing to tell Bai Ye this news, because she knew very well that, if such a powerful ancient weapon appeared in the sea, it would definitely set off a bloody storm that would sweep across the vast majority of the sea. At that time, it was unknown how many countries would be destroyed and how many happy families would be torn apart. Robin did not want to cause such consequences, even if she died at the hands of others. But now it was unknown whether the historical text in front of him was true or false. It was also unknown whether the information recorded on it was correct. If this piece of history was proven to be false, then Robin would not have to make plans to sacrifice herself. Although Robin could tell Bai Ye a wrong location, even if Pluto could not be found, she could use the excuse that the historical text was false. But as a historian, Robin also wanted to know whether the historical text was true or false. So after much hesitation, Robin told Bai Ye the real address. It is recorded that the location of Pluto should be under an oasis not far east of Albana. We frowned and thought, an oasis not far from the capital? But the area around the capital is all desert. Where is the oasis? We, who had lived in Albana since she was a child, naturally knew the environment around Albana very well. Bai Ye said, could it be that there was an oasis there many years ago, but the oasis gradually disappeared over the years? After hearing Bai Ye's reminder, Wee's mind instantly flashed a name that she had seen in a book before. You should be talking about the Desert Emerald, right? I've seen it in a book before. That place seemed to be an oasis 200 years ago, called the Desert Emerald. But in the past 200 years, because a large number of people went there to get water, the lake dried up, so it became a desert. Robin nodded and said, I seem to have seen this name before. It is very likely this place. With the help of Vivi and Robin to confirm, the location of the Desert Emerald was quickly locked. However, before leaving, Bai Ye suddenly said, why don't we take this historical text with us? Whether it is true or false, it has caused serious damage to the Kingdom of Alabasta. If it continues to remain here, it is difficult to guarantee that no one will hear this news and have thoughts about the Kingdom of Alabasta in the future. So for safety reasons, it is better not to leave this historical text here. Bai Ye kept looking at Vivi while speaking. After all, this is something that Vivi's family has guarded for 800 years. If you want to take it away, you must convince them. But what Bai Ye didn't expect was that before he could say the reason he made up in his mind, Wee took the initiative to say, Ye, what you said does make sense. If the historical text continues to stay here, it will still have a significant impact on the Kingdom of Alabasta. Judging from the current situation, the kingdom can no longer withstand any more turmoil. It is better to take it away. Bai Ye asked curiously, don't you need to discuss it with your father? It's okay, I think my father can understand me. After saying that, she winked at Bai Ye playfully, looking very cute. Bai Ye instantly understood Wee's intention. Most likely, Wee saw that he wanted this historical text, so she agreed so easily. At this moment, Bai Ye was full of emotion. He touched Wee's sky blue hair and whispered, thank you. Wee looked at Bai Ye with ill intentions and said, if you really want to thank me, why don't we? Let's talk about it later. Bai Ye said embarrassedly. Wee stomped the ground a little annoyed. Humph, are you a man? Bai Ye naturally couldn't give in when Wee asked him about the dignity of men. Bai Ye gritted his teeth and said, come on, tell me how long it will take for you to become an adult. When you become an adult, I will let you know what a real man is. Ah, that's a long time to wait. Seeing Wendy pouting and puffing up her cheeks, Bai Ye was very moved. He tried a little, how about 17? No, 15. 15 is too early. Then 16. Bai Ye thought, 16 is not impossible. After all, people in the pirate world develop early, and most women have children when they reach 16. By the way, how long will it take for you to be 16? Wendy blushed and smiled secretly. 3 months left. You must come to me when the time comes. Bai Ye realized that all this was calculated by Wendy. Before Bai Ye could speak, Robin's resentful voice came from the side. Hey, if you two want to show your affection, it's not appropriate in front of me, an outsider. Listening to the meaningful conversation between the two, even Robin felt a little shy. After hearing Robin's voice, Wee realized that there was a third person in the room. For a moment, like a frightened young animal, she subconsciously hid behind Bai Ye. At this time, Wee's face was as red as a tomato, and it was so red that water could be squeezed out. She was so ashamed in her heart. In order to plot against Bai Ye, she actually said those words in front of Robin. If this gets out, she, a princess, will be ashamed to see people. Seeing Wee's shy look, Bai Ye came to the rescue and said, let's go to the Desert Emerald first to see if we can find the trace of Hades. As he said that, Bai Ye used the system space to take away the historical text. The 1000 points of world source power are basically in hand. Next, it depends on how much world source power the Pluto can be exchanged for. Wee found the book about the Desert Emerald that she had read before, and according to the instructions above, the three of them came to a desert. Bai Ye looked around, except for sand. Sand? Here, only the outline of Albana can be vaguely seen, and there is nothing else. Wee, are you sure this is the Desert Emerald? Wee said uncertainly, I'm not sure about this either. What's recorded here is what happened 200 years ago. Forget it, since the book says this is the place, we'll know after a try. You guys stay away first, don't let it affect you. When Wee and Robin retreated far enough, Bai Ye took a deep breath. His palm was like a knife, and the cherry blossom shaped domineering aura flowed around his palm, which was very beautiful. Bai Ye used all his strength and swung it hard towards the desert in front of him, chopping the ground in front of him. I saw a long and thin crack suddenly appear where Bai Ye's palm landed, spreading towards the distance at a very fast speed. The ground began to tremble constantly, like an earthquake, and the cracks became larger and deeper. Bai Ye looked down along the crack, and there was no end in sight. All he could see was endless darkness, which gave people a sense of fear. Robin came over and asked nervously, "Can you see the Pluto?" "Nothing can be seen here." Bai Ye shook his head and said, "Maybe I should go down and take a look." "Go down and take a look." We looked down and couldn't see how high it was. If she jumped down, she didn't know how long it would take to land. "Yee, it's too dangerous to go down, isn't it?" We dissuaded. "Maybe we found the wrong place, and the Pluto may not be here. It may also be that the record in the historical text is wrong. There is no need to do such a dangerous thing. No, I must find the Pluto. It's okay, with my strength, nothing will happen." Bai Ye comforted. If Robin didn't deliberately report the wrong address, the Pluto would most likely be down here. If the Pluto can really be found, at least 10,000 world source power can be recovered. This is a huge gain for Bai Ye. With Bai Ye's strength, these dangers are not worth mentioning compared to 10,000 world source power. Moreover, he didn't think there would be any accidents. Robin looked at the crack, pondered for a long time and said, "I'll go down with you." For Robin, she also wanted to confirm whether the Pluto really existed below. This was related to the authenticity of the historical text, which made her very concerned. Hearing that Robin was willing to go down, we immediately said, "I'll go down with you too." Bai Ye smiled and said, "Stop joking, both of you don't go down. I can go down by myself. I can guarantee my own safety by myself, but if there are two of you, I'm afraid it won't be so easy." Bai Ye's words made sense. If there was really any danger below, the two of them would become a burden to Bai Ye if they followed Bai Ye. Seeing that the two of them didn't say anything, Bai Ye said, "Wait for me up there." After that, he jumped directly into the abyss. We watched Bai Ye's figure disappear in front of her eyes, frowned in worry, and her eyes were full of anxiety. When Bai Ye was falling freely, he felt the whistling wind in his ears and the sound of friction between sand grains. He felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. Coupled with the darkness in front of him, this irritability became more obvious. After falling for about a minute, Bai Ye had not landed yet. This abnormality attracted Bai Ye's attention. Bai Ye quickly used the moon step to stop himself in midair. Looking up, the crack that came in was too far away and was already too small to be seen. A strong fishy smell suddenly appeared in the air, and a hot wind blew from time to time, making the fishy smell spread and become more obvious. Smelling the smell, Bai Ye subconsciously frowned, then looked at the endless darkness under his feet, muttering, "What is this smell? Is there something rotting down there?" But Bai Ye also realized that this was not going to work, and he couldn't continue falling like this. Bai Ye prepared to find something that could illuminate in the system space and the store first. Check the environment around him. Soon, Bai Ye found the flashlight that he had put in the system space at some point. When Bai Ye turned on the flashlight, his heart almost stopped beating. In the dark abyss, the flashlight emitted a conspicuous light, shining not far in front of Bai Ye. Only two orange-yellow vertical pupils as big as copper bells were seen, reflecting Bai Ye's figure under the light. It might be that the light suddenly appeared in the dark environment, which made the vertical pupils feel very uncomfortable and blinked. Bai Ye slowly shone the flashlight around and only saw a snake head as big as a house, which was not far in front of him. The giant python also spit out a snake tongue that was more than 10 meters long and purple red. Every time it stretched out, it rolled up a hot wind with a fishy smell. Bai Ye then understood why he smelled the fishy smell and felt the hot wind before. Good guy. It turned out that the giant python in front of him was the reason. For some reason, when the giant python found Bai Ye, it did not choose to attack it the first time. The snake head swayed slightly, and the snake tongue kept approaching Bai Ye. Seeing that the giant python did not attack, Bai Ye did not even have any idea of escaping. Instead, he held a flashlight and shone it along the python's head, commenting from time to time, "Wow, this body is almost as thick as Jack in beast form." Bai Ye looked at the snake body that was wrapped around in circles in shock. A scale on it was as big as a wash basin. It is conceivable how many years this snake has lived to grow so big. Just as Bai Ye was observing, he suddenly found that the flashlight was emitting a dim light. Snake scales have a reflective effect. Bai Ye hurriedly got close to take a closer look, and only then did he find that it was not the snake scales that could reflect the light. It was a cylindrical steel product similar to a cannon pipe. Because the cannon body was too long, a small section of it could emerge under the entanglement of the snake body, which was discovered by Bai Ye. As Bai Ye looked down, he found more and more steel products similar to cannon barrels. Bai Ye could even see the fences on the ship to prevent items from falling, and the masts where sails could be hung. Bai Ye thought to himself, why does the thing wrapped by the giant python look more and more like a ship? Wait, a ship? Bai Ye's eyes widened instantly as he looked at the object in front of him. Could this be Pluto? Bai Ye spent a long time observing it thoroughly from top to bottom. He was more certain that the ship-like thing in front of him was Pluto. Now Bai Ye finally understood why he could create such a deep crack in the ground with his full palm. Because Pluto was standing upright underground, the crack created by his palm was just above Pluto. That's why such a deep crack was created, and it was so easy to find Pluto. Similarly, this was also because Robin did not deliberately translate the wrong information for him. The Pluto in front of him was more than 5,000 meters long, almost as big as an ordinary small island. Driving such a thing on the sea, you can build a small kingdom of your own and accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. Moreover, after being buried underground for many years, the surface of Pluto is still as smooth as new, without any rust. It is conceivable that Pluto is indeed the highest artistic crystallization created by combining all the shipbuilders at that time. However, Bai Ye did not forget the purpose of finding Pluto this time. He tried to put his hand on Pluto and felt a coldness coming from the joint. As expected, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Recyclable items found. Pluto. Only 1. Damaged. Recycling price. 12,000 world source power. Shit. Bai Ye almost shouted out in excitement. This trip to the kingdom of Alabasta was not in vain. Excluding those plot changes that have not been settled, the Pluto in front of him and the historical text lying in the system space alone are worth 15,000 world source power. And he also got the princess. Bai Ye wished that this kind of thing would happen more often. Bai Ye thought a little greedily, even in a damaged state, it is worth 12,000 world source power. If it is in a complete state, it must be at least 20,000 world source power. It is obvious that the damage to the Pluto was mostly caused by the giant python entangled for many years. However, it is precisely because of this giant python that the Pluto has not been discovered for so many years. Bai Ye is not a greedy person. The 12,000 world source power alone is worth his trip. Great harvest. Great harvest. Bai Ye's face showed a happy expression, and he silently said in his heart, confirming the recovery. The Pluto, which is as big as an island, disappeared in front of Bai Ye in an instant. And the historical text in the system space was also recovered. 15,000 world source power arrived. Just when Bai Ye was about to open the system panel to appreciate how much world source power he had, a huge sound like a landslide came from above his head. Bai Ye looked up and saw that after the Pluto was recovered, there was a large empty space where Pluto had been. The gravel above began to fall down and continued to sink into the space until the empty space was filled. Damn. If I don't run now, I'll probably be buried in it. On the ground, Wee Wee, who was constantly wandering around the crack because she was worried about Bai Ye, suddenly felt the ground begin to tremble wildly. The gravel under her feet began to sink down along the crack, gradually forming an unfathomable circular pit. Wee Wee didn't pay attention and fell into the gravel. She wanted to stand up, but there was no place to support her hands and feet. Her feet seemed to be pulled by a ruthless big hand, trying to pull her into the deep pit. Wee Wee couldn't help but feel a little desperate, and the figure of Bai Ye gradually appeared in her eyes. But Bai Ye was in the crack at this time, and the situation he encountered must be worse than hers. At this critical moment, two arms suddenly stretched out from the ground in front of Wee Wee, grabbing Wee Wee's hands with force to prevent her from falling into the deep pit. Vivi looked up and found that it was Robin who saved her with the power of the fruit. However, looking at Robin's struggling expression, you can tell that Robin is under a lot of pressure now. After all, this is also a human effort to fight against the power of nature. After about 3 minutes, Robin's face turned pale and her whole body was sweating. The thin clothes she was wearing stuck to her skin because of the sweat, showing Robin's beautiful figure. She was almost unable to hold on. Just when Robin was exhausted and about to give up, the deep pit seemed to be finally filled up, and the desert returned to calm. Only the pit under Vivi proved what had just happened. Seeing that Vivi was safe, Robin could no longer hold on. Her body softened, and she collapsed to the ground, her breasts shaking with her violent breathing. Vivi, who was saved, did not thank Robin at the first time. Wee kept digging the gravel under her body with her hands, her face full of disbelief, and she kept muttering, "He is so strong. He should be okay, right? He can definitely get out by himself, absolutely." As she spoke, 2 lines of tears slid down Wee-Woo's sand-stained cheeks and fell into the sand. Vivi's delicate fingers had been dug, and bright red blood was flowing out, but she didn't stop digging even so. After a long time, Vivi knelt on the ground, holding her head with her hands and sobbing. Robin, who was not far away, looked at Vivi's sad appearance and felt very sad. Although Bai Ye's strength was indeed very strong, in such a natural disaster, no matter how strong he was, he might not be able to avoid the fate of death. To be honest, Robin didn't hate Bai Ye. Robin also felt a little regretful about Bai Ye's death. But just when Vivi was sad, she suddenly felt that the ground began to shake violently again. She thought that the ground had started a second round of collapse. Robin's face turned pale. At this moment, she had no strength in her body. She couldn't even stand up, let alone escape from this place. However, what Robin didn't expect was that Vivi would come over and carry him on her back and walk towards a safe place. Robin remembered that when he was the vice president of Baroque Works, although he didn't personally attack the citizens of the Kingdom of Alabasta, he also played a role in secretly fueling the flames. Even if Wee didn't save me at this moment, there would be nothing to say, but she still chose to save me. At this moment, Robin's closed heart began to be touched a little. It was as if a ray of light suddenly shot in from a place that had never seen the sun. The two walked for hundreds of meters before they finally stopped feeling the shaking of the ground. Robin looked at Wee-Woo's tearful face and persuaded her softly, "Don't think too much for now. He is so strong that he will definitely be fine." Wee-Woo nodded decisively. "I believe he will be fine. But I must see him, then I will feel relieved. I will go back to ask my father to send out the army to dig up this place. Even if he is really dead, I will find his body." Hearing the firmness in Wee-Woo's tone, Robin sighed and didn't persuade her anymore. Maybe this is the feeling of young people. Just as the two were about to turn around and leave, they suddenly heard a shocking roar from behind. Chapter 118 Telekinesis, Looking for Newcomers. Boom. There was an explosion out of nowhere. Along with the violent shaking of the ground, a huge black shadow broke through the ground and soared into the sky, bringing up gravel all over the sky. Wee-Woo and Robin looked at the huge figure that suddenly appeared behind them in shock, and their vigilance was raised to the extreme. Because it was a huge python nearly a kilometer long, and its body comparable to a city wall alone was enough to make ordinary people feel deeply afraid. Looking at the giant python rushing out from the ground, Wee-Woo thought, could it be that the ground collapse caused by the battle between the giant python and Yi-Jun? But before Wee-Woo could think for long, she heard Robin's panicked reminder, "Go. The giant python is eyeing us." Wee-Woo looked up and saw that the giant python's eyes, which were larger than those of a human, were staring at herself and Robin. Her ability was simply not enough to deal with the giant python, and Robin consumed too much physical strength to save herself and could not continue to use the fruit ability. Now the two of them can be said to be like lambs, to be slaughtered in front of the giant python, with no power to fight back. At this time, the giant python's huge body swam on the desert, moving towards Wee-Woo and Robin at a very fast speed. Listening to the rustling sound of the giant python's scales rubbing against the gravel, it was getting closer and closer. Despair rose in the hearts of the two. There was no way they could run away from the giant python. At the moment, when the giant python was approaching, we thought with a dead heart, is this also considered to be dying with Bai Ye? In fact, as early as when we knew that Bai Ye might die underground, she had already had the intention to die in her heart. It was just that before she saw Bai Ye's body, she was unwilling to believe it. Now after seeing the giant python, she has gradually confirmed this fact. So facing the impending death, we became calm instead. And Robin could only sigh helplessly in the face of the current situation. However, it was a blessing in disguise that she could see a piece of historical text before she died. But just when the two closed their eyes and waited for death, they suddenly heard a familiar voice in their ears. "Hey, you two are not afraid at all when facing such a big python? Is this Bai Ye's voice?" The two opened their eyes and found that the giant python was just a few meters in front of them. The two eyes, which were larger than those of a human, blinked and looked at them, as if they were looking at a rare animal. Bai Ye suddenly appeared on the top of the giant python. Although he looked a little embarrassed, the mask on his face disappeared, and there was a lot of dust on his clothes, but it was obvious that Bai Ye was not injured at all. Bai Ye jumped down from the head of the giant python, and landed in front of Ye. Wei was so surprised that she threw herself directly into Bai Ye's arms. Maybe Wei was too surprised that she forgot that she was still carrying Robin on her back. Bai Ye's eyes widened, and he watched Robin approach him with a panicked look on his face. Robin wanted to dodge, but now she was weak all over and couldn't use any strength at all, and even moving was a luxury. So, at the moment, when Wei hugged Bai Ye tightly and put her face against Bai Ye's chest, Robin and Bai Ye also put their faces together and fell into a daze. If Bai Ye hadn't turned his head subconsciously, the two of them would have been able to kiss each other. Moreover, Bai Ye could even clearly feel the warmth coming from Robin's smooth cheeks. Even a mature woman like Robin who had experienced a lot of dangers blushed at this embarrassing situation. At this moment, the three of them formed a beautiful picture. We hugged Bai Ye and sobbed, "Wow, I was scared to death. I thought you." Faced with Wei's deep affection, Bai Ye said that he was very moved. However, now Wei was pressed against his chest, and Robin was face to face with him. It looked so weird. Bai Ye said embarrassedly, then, "Wei, can you let go?" "No, I don't want to. I want to hold you like this," Wei said firmly, hugging Bai Ye tighter with both hands. Looking at that look, she wished she could melt Bai Ye into her body and never separate. But, this is really not good. Listening to Bai Ye's words, Wei raised her head and said with some dissatisfaction, "How can this be?" But just halfway through her words, Wei's voice stopped, and she said in a trembling voice, "You guys are." Bai Ye explained, "It's because you hugged me too tightly that you are in this state now." Wei realized that she had carried Robin on her back. No wonder Bai Ye wanted to push her away just now, so this is the case. Thinking of this, Wei quickly put Robin down and kept apologizing. Bai Ye put his hands in his pockets and looked indifferent. Anyway, he was not at a disadvantage. It was Robin who spoke first, breaking the awkwardness. "By the way, did you see Pluto down there?" Wei pointed to the giant python behind Bai Ye and asked repeatedly. "Yes, and what about this big snake?" Facing the two people's questions, Bai Ye had already prepared himself in his heart and explained, "I saw Pluto, but it's a pity that it has been entangled by Ziohei for many years, and the weapons and facilities on it have been damaged and cannot be used at all, and its size is too large. There is no way to get it out." Hearing Bai Ye's answer, Robin thought to himself, since there is really Pluto down there, it means that this historical text is true. However, Robin did not mention anything about the historical text. After all, Robin is only interested in the information recorded in the historical text, not the historical text itself. Wei's focus is on Ziohei mentioned by Bai Ye. Wei looked at the giant python that was a kilometer long and looked at Bai Ye in shock. "You call this Ziohei? How big does it need to be that heavy?" Bai Ye patted Ziohei's head and continued, "When I found the Pluto, Ziohei was just entangled with the Pluto, and he didn't attack me actively. I felt that this thing was quite spiritual, so I didn't attack it. Later, for some reason, the ground began to shake violently, and the sand and gravel sank in. Ziohei drilled into the ground like crazy, and then I rushed out from underground on Ziohei's head. After hearing Bai Ye's explanation, the two did not doubt anything. After all, the Pluto was severely damaged and could not be used, and it was heavy in the ground. Even if a lot of manpower and material resources were spent to dig it out, it would only be a piece of scrap metal. It would not have any effect. When Bai Ye knew what Wei Wei did when she thought she was trapped in the ground, he felt very distressed. He exchanged the healing medicine from the system store and healed the wound on Wei Wei's hand. When the three returned to Albana, Ziohei did not follow Bai Ye and the others, and soon he drilled into the sand again. Walking on the road, Bai Ye looked at Robin, who had been silent all the way, and suddenly asked, "You should know my identity, right?" Because when Bai Ye came out of the ground with Ziohei, the mask on his face accidentally fell off, revealing his true face. And the two were so close before, even to the point of face to face. Bai Ye saw a flash of difference in Robin's eyes, and guessed that Robin must have recognized him. Wei Wei heard this, and her heart skipped a beat. Bai Ye's identity should not be known to others. Even after knowing it, she still called him Ye. And Robin actually knew Bai Ye's true identity. Bai Ye would not attack Robin on the road. If Bai Ye wanted to attack Robin before, Wei Wei would not stop him at all. After all, Robin was the vice president of Baroque Works, and Wei Wei still hated him. It was only because Robin was useful to Bai Ye that she did not express this hatred. But Robin's act of sacrificing himself to save her before made Wei Wei instantly change her view of Robin. So, Wei Wei did not want Robin to die in Bai Ye's hands. Faced with Bai Ye's question, Robin did not choose to play dumb, and smiled bitterly. "Yes, I did recognize you, Major General Bai Ye. When Robin worked under Crocodile, she often came into contact with various intelligence. One of them was about Major General Bai Ye defeating Jack, one of the big signs of the Beast Pirates. There was a frontal photo of Bai Ye on it. So when she saw Bai Ye lose his mask, Robin instantly recognized Bai Ye's true identity. What she couldn't understand was that Bai Ye was able to become a major general of the Navy headquarters at such a young age. And he also had the strength to defeat Jack. No matter what, it can be guessed that Bai Ye's career in the Navy must be bright. But such a person formed a mysterious organization Knight. He also personally killed Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. If this matter is exposed, Bai Ye will definitely be suspected by the world government. The road to promotion in the future may be interrupted. It is even possible that a bounty order will be issued by the world government. But he still did it. Therefore, Bai Ye killed her to prevent the news from leaking out. Robin could understand that. Although Wei Wei wanted to ask Bai Ye to let Robin go, she also knew how serious the impact would be if Bai Ye's true identity was leaked. Wei Wei still knew the importance of Bai Ye and Robin. But she didn't want to see Robin die in Bai Ye's hands. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Wei Wei's mind. "Bai Ye, why don't you let Robin join your Knight organization?" It just so happens that she can understand the historical texts, which can be regarded as a rare talent in the ocean. Your organization must also need such people, right? Let Robin join the Knight. Bai Ye did not have this idea before, but he just felt that it didn't make much sense. However, now it seems that, since the system can recycle the historical texts, in addition to the devil fruits, Bai Ye will also collect historical texts in the future. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to have one more person in the organization who can read the historical texts. And Bai Ye has no ill feelings towards Robin. Wei Wei's words are not impossible to consider. Bai Ye said, "What Wei Wei said makes sense, and you have saved Wei Wei's life. I sincerely invite you to join the Knight organization now." Robin had prepared to be eliminated, but she didn't expect that Bai Ye would actually invite her to join the Knight organization. Wei Wei also persuaded her, "Sister Robin, just agree. Compared with the Baroque Works, the Knight organization is definitely more formal." Hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but roll his eyes. "What do you mean by more formal? If someone told me that this organization is formal, I would not agree to go. I just like informal things." Robin didn't think about it for too long. After all, this was about her life and death. She didn't know if Bai Ye would suddenly change his mind. However, before joining, Robin had another question to ask Bai Ye. In fact, I have always been curious about your intention to form the Knight Organization as a Rear Admiral of the Navy. Of course, if it is inconvenient, you can choose not to answer. Bai Ye smiled. What's inconvenient about this? I have talked about this issue with everyone who joined the Knight Organization. The goal of our Knight Organization is world peace. World peace. Robin was stunned. Vivi was also stunned. These 4 words sounded as great as they sounded, and as ridiculous as they sounded. Robin asked, "Are you serious? Will you understand after you join the Knight Organization? In that case, I will join the Knight Organization and see how to achieve world peace." After resolving the affairs of the Kingdom of Alabasta, Bai Ye needs to return to the Seven Waters. At this moment, most of his vacation has passed, and he can't stay any longer. Although Vivi was very reluctant to leave Bai Ye, she would not stop Bai Ye's steps. It was just that before Bai Ye left, she kept reminding Bai Ye to come to her when she was 16 years old. For Cobra, they just thought Vivi wanted Ye to celebrate her 16th birthday. But only Bai Ye, Vivi and Robin knew the deep meaning. Bai Ye and the other 4 took the ship to the Seven Waters, gradually moving away from the Kingdom of Alabasta. At this time, Bai Ye also received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot. Alabasta incident, crocodile's death, etc. A total of 15,000 world power points were obtained. This trip to the Kingdom of Alabasta was really profitable. Bai Ye opened the system. Host, Bai Ye. Template, One Punch Man. Saitama, fusion degree. 30%, world power. 48,000, fusion degree 30% minus 31%, the world power acquired. 2,100, special skills, Emperor Engine, Armament Haki LV8, special skill, Ryu Sakura, Observation Haki LV8, Swordsmanship LV9, plus, Infinite Recovery, passive, Testicleless Ninja Sonic. 1,000 points, already summoned. Bai Ye followed the old rules and directly increased the fusion degree by 10%. 25,500 world power points were spent, leaving 22,500 world power points. In addition to doubling his own strength, the increased fusion degree this time also brought Bai Ye unexpected surprises when extracting special abilities. Extraction completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of Dragon level monster, Garaigan Sharp, Telekinesis, Telekinesis Flowing Stone Wave. Although it is also the telekinesis that Bai Ye dreams of, it is not from the S-level hero Tornado, but from Garaigan Sharp. Bai Ye still remembers some information about Garaigan Sharp. As one of the 3 top fighters of the universe Dark Matter Pirates, and claiming to be the #1 telekinesis master in the universe, the telekinesis he showed in the animation is strong enough to affect gravity, but no matter how fancy he is, in front of Saitama, he is just a punch away. According to the system's explanation, although Garaigan Sharp and Tornado are both telekinetic masters, their sideways directions are different. Tornado's telekinesis is more powerful, but she is not good at manipulating objects, and the speed of objects manipulated by telekinesis is not fast. But Garaigan Sharp is different. Although his telekinesis is not as good as Tornado's, he can eliminate the friction between the air and the stone, making the stone fly at sublight speed. Think about Kizaru's famous saying, speed is power. You can imagine how powerful the stone controlled by Garaigan Sharp is. Bai Ye also had a terrifying idea. If Tornado and Garaigan Sharp's telekinesis were combined, wouldn't the scene be as beautiful as a painting? However, this idea is doomed to be impossible now. After all, Bai Ye's current world source power is not enough to support him to increase the fusion degree by 10 points. Even if it is increased, the ability drawn may not be Tornado's telekinesis. Garaigan Sharp's telekinesis alone is enough for Bai Ye to use. Open the special skills column. Special skill, telekinesis, full, is very conspicuous. It can be seen that the title of the universe's first telekinesis master is not too much. Although Bai Ye can now increase the two-color domineering to the full level, he did not do so. After all, throughout the history of the sea, there are only 1 or 2 people who can raise the double color domineering to the full level. If Bai Ye, a boy who is not even 19 years old, can do it, it is better to stay in the battle and secretly raise the domineering level. This can not only play a role in concealing others, but also trick the enemy. After Bai Ye closed the system panel, he used the telekinesis he had just obtained with great interest. However, after manipulating several objects, Bai Ye found that it seemed that only when manipulating objects similar to the size of stones could the telekinesis be brought to the extreme. Manipulating other objects seemed to be a little bit worse. So, Bai Ye ordered hundreds of iron balls that were comparable to half the size of a fist in the town he passed by. In the next few days, Robin and others found that Bai Ye would play with 2 iron balls in his hands every day. Luxie boldly analyzed that Lord Bai Ye was exercising his finger strength in this way, which could increase the power of the finger gun. Bruno believed it, and exclaimed loudly that Lord Bai Ye was so strong. He also made use of the short time on the road, which is really what we are pursuing. So, the two of them also began to pretend to play with the 2 iron balls. However, their seemingly hard-working actions were like 2 idiots in Bai Ye's eyes. You thought I was playing with the iron balls with my fingers, but in fact, Bai Ye used telekinesis to move the 2 iron balls quickly in the narrow range of my hands without touching each other. In this way, he improved his telekinesis proficiency. But you two can only use a hammer to play with the iron balls, and at most you can make the iron balls more round. In fact, Bai Ye didn't want to use iron balls, but wanted to use sea stone as a stone. In this way, whether in terms of hardness, or in dealing with devil fruit ability users, it can be greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, there is basically no sea stone in the towns in the first half of the Grand Line. Even if there is only a pitiful small piece, which is only enough to make 2 pieces. Therefore, Bai Ye can only give up, and prepare to secretly purchase some sea stone on the black market, after returning to the Sabaody archipelago to make it. After several days of sailing, the supplies on the ship were basically consumed. We need to find a nearby island to purchase supplies. Bai Ye didn't care about this at first, because it was the most normal thing during the voyage. But when he heard Robin say that the island to be purchased was called Gare Island, Bai Ye suddenly became excited. Well, it seems that the Knight organization is going to add new members. Moreover, he is going to harvest the world source power again. Bai Ye subconsciously looked at the thick clouds in the sky and murmured, this guy's character is too bad. He needs to be beaten up, so that he can enter the night. On Sky Island, Enel, who was sitting in the shrine, felt a sense of malice for no reason. Is there anyone who dares to think about this god? Enel said with a little anger, and lightning flashed around him. With the thunder and lightning exploding over Sky Island, it was like a punishment from heaven, frightening tens of thousands of residents on Angel Island. They thought that another fearless guy had provoked God. Enel, through the heart net, sensed the thoughts of everyone on the island, but did not notice anything wrong. However, the sudden malice just now was so obvious that Enel was a little palpitating when he recalled it. If it was not someone from Sky Island, could it be someone from King Hay? Thinking of this, Enel ordered, pass the order down. Let the 4 priests strictly check the strangers who appear on the island, especially the foreigners from King Hay. Once found, they will be dealt with directly on the spot. As Enel issued the order, Sky Island instantly became a state of martial law. For a time, the residents of Angel Island were in danger, fearing that they would provoke the guards of God at this time. Bai Ye, who caused all this, was explaining to Luxie and the other 2 what to do after leaving. I'm going to find a companion for you up there, and bring someone to the organization. So, after you replenish the supplies on the island, if I haven't come back yet, wait for me for a while. After all, this new companion is not weak, and has a bad temper. I don't know how long it will take to succumb. I hope that by then I can only bring back a corpse, otherwise it will be a waste of time. Listening to Bai Ye's calm words, Luxie and the other 2 had different feelings in their hearts. People like Luxie and Bruno have been beaten by Bai Ye, so they can accept these words. Robin, who just joined the organization, is obviously not used to the way Bai Ye speaks. Aren't you going to find a new companion? Why do you have to fight? You have to beat them until they surrender. If they don't surrender, you can only bring back a corpse. Is this really looking for a companion? Moreover, can this be said by a decent person? Recalling that Bai Ye told her before, the goal of the Knight organization is world peace. Robin now feels that she has understood these 4 words. As long as all the troublemakers in the world are killed, the world will naturally be peaceful. If Bai Ye knew what Robin was thinking, she would have to give her a thumbs up. You are worthy of it. You actually understood what I meant within just a few days of joining the organization. When the organization grows stronger, I will definitely make you the deputy leader. Just as Bai Ye was about to leave, Luxie asked, Lord Bai Ye, you just said that you were going up there to find a companion. Bruno thought, is this companion a bird? Do we need to look for it in the sky? Obviously Bruno thought of the Morgans he had seen before. Bai Ye looked helpless. He was speechless to these two illiterates. Robin was moved and said, Bai Ye, when you say above, do you mean the Sky Island? Yes, it is the Sky Island. It seems that having more intellectuals in the organization can indeed be a lot more convenient. Bai Ye turned around and scolded Luxie and Bruno. Look, you have all joined Yi not long ago. Can't you two read more books and work hard to improve your strength? Instead of being like idiots here, turning to iron balls in your hands. Will this help your strength? As he said that, Bai Ye took the iron balls back from the two and crushed them into powder. Although the two wanted to say, we only learned it because we saw you do it. But reason kept reminding the two that if they dared to say one more word, their fate would probably become the same as the iron balls. After scolding the two, Bai Ye stood up and flew towards the sky. It was just different from the past. Before, he used the moon step, which required his legs to keep kicking in the air to provide reverse power. Now he doesn't need to move at all. He just needs to wrap his whole body with telekinesis to achieve flight. Moreover, the speed was not inferior to that of using the moon step, and even exceeded it. Luxie soon discovered the change in Bai Ye's flying method, and was greatly shocked. Could it be that Lord Bai Ye's strength has improved significantly during this period of time? Hahaha, it's so cool. Bai Ye exerted telekinesis to the extreme, and the whole person turned into a stream of light, and rushed above the clouds. The old Amazon woman is the supervisor of the Sky Island Heaven Gate, responsible for collecting the entrance fee from King He people to the Sky Island. It's just that during this period of time, the situation has changed. For some reason, God suddenly issued a decree that anyone who came from King He must notify the four priests. So her position in charge of collecting fees at the Heaven Gate has become important. It is necessary to keep an eye on anyone coming from King He at all times. But when the Amazon woman was concentrating, a gust of wind suddenly swept past, so fast that it even left a clear trace in the sea of clouds. Hey, why is it suddenly windy? The Amazon woman looked at the blown clouds in surprise. Coming to Sky Island, Bai Ye naturally knew Enel's ability. Combining the ability of the Thunder Fruit with the observation haki, he could cover the entire Sky Island. In this way, he could monitor people's words. Bai Ye had been prepared for this, and also released the observation haki around his body to interfere with Enel's heart network. In this way, Enel naturally had no way to sense Bai Ye's whereabouts. Sky Island is located at an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, and the air is very thin. If ordinary people come here, they will probably enter a state of hypoxia, causing weakness in their limbs and greatly reduced strength. But for Bai Ye, he did not feel any discomfort. After all, Saitama can fight in space without air, and Bai Ye is now almost half of Saitama, and the experience of being in a place with thin oxygen is exactly the same as being in King He. Bai Ye relied on the vague memories in his mind to judge that the right should be Angel Island, where the residents of Sky Island live. On the left, it should be Enel's Palace of God. Bai Ye did not waste any time and rushed directly in the confirmed direction. At this time, Enel was still wondering why there had been no progress in the search and arrest in the past few days, and the uneasiness in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. However, Enel thought about it and realized that he was a god, and his strength was invincible. Even if someone really wanted to cause trouble, he could electrocute them into a ball of charcoal. Why should he worry? After thinking this through, Enel felt in a good mood instantly, and it seemed that he could eat 2 more bowls of lunch. Just when Enel was about to ask the kitchen to make more lunch at noon, the tightly closed door of the palace suddenly disappeared in front of him. A mysterious man in a black robe and a mask appeared at the door, and he kept saying, "What a loser, using gold to repair the door and make furniture. He doesn't know how to save at all." You know, in order to save hundreds of millions of baileys in ship repair costs, Bai Ye did not hesitate to subdue CP9 and kidnap the brothers Iceberg and Frankie, scaring them enough. This achieved the purpose of saving money. Now seeing that Enel had used gold worth more than 1 billion berries to build furniture, how could he resist? Everything that had anything to do with gold was stored in the system space. When he returned to the Sabaody archipelago, the gold would definitely be able to be exchanged for a large amount of berries. Enel was shocked when he saw the mysterious man who suddenly appeared in front of him. This man came to his palace, but the mind network did not react at all. Since Enel had developed the mind network, this was the first time in all these years that he found that the mind network would fail. But before Enel could take a closer look at the mysterious man in front of him, he saw that the golden furniture that he had arranged for his men to carefully build disappeared one by one. In the blink of an eye, except for the chair that Enel had just sat on, everything else in the Palace of God was taken away by the mysterious man. Who the hell are you? How dare you trespass into this Palace of God? How could Enel tolerate this? Enel swung the golden long stick in his hand, and a dark purple lightning flashed, like a thunder dragon bearing its fangs and claws, making a harsh thundering sound, and flew towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye didn't care about Enel's attack at all. He waved his right hand casually, as if he was shooing away flies. The seemingly powerful thunder dragon instantly disappeared in the air. Enel frowned. The guy in front of him was very powerful. Just as Enel was about to ask the mysterious man about his purpose, he suddenly heard the mysterious man say, "I didn't expect the whole palace to be made of gold. It seems that we have to take it all away. Damn it, the old nest is about to be destroyed by me. What's the point of asking this? I have no choice but to fight." Chapter 119, Conquering Enel and being promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Enel was irritated by Bai Ye's behavior of treating him as nothing. He didn't even think of giving the other party a breath to ask questions. There was only one thought in his mind, to instantly electrocute the other party into charcoal. Enel shouted in a low voice, 60 million volt thunder dragon. The golden long stick in his hand hit the drums on his shoulders heavily, and the thunder and lightning that seemed to be endless appeared from the drums. The thunder and lightning generated in the two places merged together to form a thunder dragon of hundreds of meters circling in the palace. The appearance of the thunder dragon instantly filled half of the palace, rendering the palace as bright as day, making it impossible to look directly. The thunder dragon with terrifying power rushed towards Bai Ye with its fangs and claws, and the thunder and lightning that exploded from its body fell on the ground, directly blowing a hole in the ground. The huge heat generated by the extremely strong thunder and lightning instantly turned the gold on the ground into liquid. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel curious when seeing this scene. How on earth could Luffy defeat Enel, the user of the thunder fruit, without being able to use haki? You said that rubber does not conduct electricity. This is common sense, and everyone can understand it. However, the heat generated by high intensity lightning is unbearable for rubber. However, this is not reflected in the original anime. After thinking about it, Bai Ye could only attribute it to the protagonist's halo. As Bai Ye's mind moved, two black lights suddenly flashed on his body. The two black lights kept shuttling through the body of the thunder dragon, and almost in the blink of an eye, the thunder dragon was torn to pieces. These two black lights are the only two stones made of sea stone on Bai Ye's body. The reason why the iron ball was not used is that as the user of the thunder fruit ability, the lightning released by Enel will produce a strong magnetic force, which affects the iron ball. And Bai Ye was too lazy to cover the iron ball with armed color domineering, so he directly used the black ball made of sea stone. Enel was surprised to see the thunder dragon being torn to pieces and the two black balls hovering in front of him. He did not expect that he would be so easily cracked by the opponent after performing his strongest move. However, although Enel was amazed at the mysterious man's strength, he did not have any fear of him in his heart, because he knew that ordinary attacks like this could not hit him at all. So he was invincible. How could he be afraid? Enel raised his neck and said proudly, "Since you can break this god's thunder dragon, it proves that you are not weak. This god can make you the head of my priests. Just obey my orders. If you don't know how to respect me, your fate will be to be electrocuted into a ball of charcoal by this god." Bai Ye was stunned when he heard Enel's arrogant words. Good guy, this is taking away my lines. I came to Sky Island to find you to be my subordinate, not to be your subordinate. The current Enel is far from the Enel that Luffy met a year later. The strength is much weaker. Bai Ye felt that he had an obligation to let Enel recognize himself and understand his current situation. Bai Ye sneered, then I will give you two choices. Either become my subordinate or be killed by me. You can choose one. As soon as the voice fell, the two black balls turned into two black streams of light and attacked Enel. Facing the attack, Enel did not dodge or evade, but stood there and chose to take it hard. Bai Ye was shocked by Enel's behavior. Good man, does this guy deserve a beating? He didn't even dodge. In order to avoid killing Enel at once, the black ball controlled by Bai Ye did not go to his vitals. But Bai Ye didn't know that Enel was not hiding, but that he had no time to hide. The speed of the black ball was close to sublight speed, and ordinary people's consciousness could not keep up. Moreover, since meeting Bai Ye, Enel's proud heart network has completely lost its function. There is no way to sense Bai Ye's attack. And with Enel's combat experience equivalent to nothing in so many years on Sky Island, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation, and he has no idea what to do. So he can only stand there stupidly and let Bai Ye attack. However, Enel was not too worried about this because he knew that his body was different from that of ordinary people, and he didn't need to be afraid of such ordinary attacks. But when the black ball touched Enel's body, Enel's expression instantly became panic. Two black balls instantly passed through both sides of Enel's shoulders, bringing out scarlet blood and a few pieces of pale broken bones. They also pierced through the three drums behind him that cooperated with the ability. Enel opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood and couldn't believe it. How could this happen? Bai Ye under the mask looked at Enel's silly appearance and couldn't help but sigh. Do you really want to recruit such a thing into the organization? However, even if Enel didn't agree, killing him would be considered a change in the plot, and a lot of world source power could be obtained. Moreover, gold can be seen everywhere in the Palace of God, which can be exchanged for a large amount of Bailey, which can be used to purchase devil fruits. In addition, there seems to be a historical text on Sky Island that can be exchanged for world source power. In this way, this trip to Sky Island is not a loss. Bai Ye stood still and said calmly, how is it? Have you thought it through? Will you become my subordinate or die? The two black balls hovered in front of Enel again. Enel said indignantly, how can this god be someone else's subordinate? He released a large amount of lightning from his hands and wanted to attack Bai Ye. Unfortunately, the moment the lightning in his hands just lit up, the two black balls instantly pierced his palms. In addition to the pain, Enel also clearly felt the weakness all over his body. This is the effect of ceased on devil fruit users. Enel gritted his teeth and tried to launch lightning again, but the fruit ability seemed to have failed. It couldn't be used at all. After losing the fruit ability, Enel was just an ordinary person. Bai Ye continued, I ask again, surrender or die. This was the first time that Enel felt the danger of death so clearly after obtaining the fruit ability. With Enel's arrogant personality, he naturally didn't want to surrender. But he also understood that the only outcome of not surrendering was death. In the face of death, Enel became wavering. He had to make his own choice between the arrogance he had cultivated for many years and the threat of death. Just when Bai Ye was getting impatient and the two black balls in front of Enel were ready to move, Enel suddenly asked, what good will it be for me to choose to surrender to you? Oh, he was so arrogant as soon as he opened his mouth. Looking at Enel's stubborn look, Bai Ye instantly understood Enel's thoughts. This guy didn't want to die, but because of his arrogant nature, he was unwilling to say that he chose to surrender. That's why he compromised and asked what the benefits of surrender would be. Bai Ye didn't expose Enel's little thoughts and said with a smile, submitting to me will naturally have many benefits. First, you can save your life. Second, I can make you stronger. Finally, I won't stop you from challenging me after you become stronger. On the contrary, I really hope that day will come. Bai Ye naturally has his own way to deal with arrogant people. After that, without giving Enel any more time to think, he threw him the black robe that represented his identity. Since you have chosen to join the Night Organization, I will leave this palace for you. but you still need to take me to a place. Under Enel's leadership, Bai Ye found the historical text. Found recyclable items. Historical text. Recycling price. 1000 world source power. Shouldn't it be 3000 world source power? After comparison, Bai Ye found the difference. The historical text in the Kingdom of Alabasta is an intelligence text, so the value is slightly higher, 3000 world source power. And the historical text in front of him only records some trivial information, so the value is not that high. It is 1000 world source power. But Bai Ye did not dislike it. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. And this is not small. He opened his hand and put the historical text into the system space. Bai Ye did not choose to recycle it at the first time. Instead, he planned to return to King He to show Robin and then recycle it. It won't take much time, and you can also gain Robin's loyalty, so why not do it? Congratulations to the host for changing the plot Luffy vs. Enelu, priest trial, etc., and obtaining a total of 5000 world source points, although it is only 1/3 of the time gained in Alabasta. But Bai Ye did not feel dissatisfied. After all, he didn't kill anyone on Sky Island, but just subdued Enelu, and the change to the plot was not particularly big. And it only took half a day. For things like this, Bai Ye wished he could do it more often. And in Bai Ye's imagination, Sky Island might become the base of the Night Organization. Because Sky Island is hidden enough, and very few people know about the existence of Sky Island, it is very suitable to be a secret base. After everything was done, Bai Ye prepared to leave Sky Island. However, he did not take Enelu with him, but let Enelu continue to stay on Sky Island and maintain his rule over Sky Island. Other members of Ye may come to Sky Island in a while, and they will teach you how to use Haki. Haki? This was the first time Enel heard this name. Bai Ye explained, it's what you call the heart net. In King He, it is generally called observation Haki, which can sense the enemy's attack. Enel was surprised. Is the heart net very popular in King He? Well, the heart net is not popular because it is a combination of observation Haki and thunder fruit. Then do you know how to use the heart net? Bai Ye shook his head. Seeing Bai Ye shaking his head, Enel showed a proud smile. It seems that, although Bai Ye is strong, he is still not as good as himself in some aspects. Bai Ye saw Enel's proud look and didn't say much. Let the child have more self-confidence. Although Bai Ye didn't know what skills would be triggered by raising the observation Haki to the maximum level. But as long as it is triggered, its effect must be no less than the heart net. As long as he wants, he can improve it in an instant. For him, this is just a matter of thought. Bai Ye continued, the thunder fruit you took belongs to the nature devil fruit, and ordinary attacks will not have any effect on you. But the two terrifying black balls appeared in Enel's mind, and until now, his shoulders and palms still felt a dull pain. Bai Ye knew what Enel wanted to ask, but the nature devil fruit is not completely unsolvable. There are two most common ways to attack you. The first is the domineering I mentioned. You only need to practice the domineering to the point of breaking through the skin, and you can cause harm to the nature devil. The second is the method I use, because the devil fruit ability user cannot touch the sea, and the sea stone is the most essence of the sea. Once it touches the ability user, it will make him weak all over. So, when you go to King He in the future, you will meet many people who can hurt you. If you still hold on to the idea that you are an invincible god, sooner or later you will be beaten to death. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Enel did not feel afraid, but instead a long-lost passion rose. In the years of controlling Sky Island, being invincible was too lonely for him. But now, whether it was Bai Ye who easily defeated him, or the many strong men in King He who could hurt him mentioned by Bai Ye, it was a challenge for him. Of course, if they were arranged according to difficulty, Bai Ye would naturally be placed at the end, as the big boss of the clearance. The members of the Night Organization who come up will be easily identified wearing this outfit. Bai Ye pointed at his clothes and said, their strength may not be as good as yours, but they are indeed beyond your reach in other aspects. So, when they come up, if you dare to attack them, I will kill you directly. Bai Ye did not say this for no reason. After all, with Enel's current strength, it is estimated that only Luxie can compete with him. Others are much weaker than Enel. If I don't make it clear with Enel first, If he really kills Robin and others, wouldn't it be even more doomed? It's better to say the ugly words in advance to avoid such a thing from happening. Facing Bai Ye's threat, Enel didn't take it seriously and smiled. Don't worry, I have no interest in weak people. Bai Ye nodded and said, that's good. I hope you can be strong enough when we meet next time. I will defeat you one day, Enel said as he looked at Bai Ye's departing figure. Although he joined the Knight organization under Bai Ye's coercion today, this is not a bad thing for Enel himself. At least, he saw a way to make himself stronger. After returning to the bottom, Bai Ye quickly found Luxie and the other two. They had already replenished their supplies and set off directly to the Seven Water City. Robin asked Bai Ye curiously, did the recruitment of members go smoothly this time? Bai Ye smiled. It was quite smooth. Just piercing his shoulders and hands made him willing to join the organization. It was much better than I expected. Everyone was silent. Bai Ye was indeed right. He had expected to come back with a corpse. In comparison, it was indeed much better. At this point, Bai Ye took out the historical text from the system space and placed it in front of Robin. Let me make it clear first. I can lend you this historical text. You'd better write down the information on it. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you will be able to see it again in the future. From Bai Ye's words, Robin could hear that Bai Ye seemed to need the historical text very much and had the means to destroy it. It seemed that the historical text that recorded the information of Pluto had probably been used by Bai Ye. However, Robin was not as angry as she imagined, but bowed to Bai Ye with gratitude. Because she knew that, if it were not for Bai Ye, but with her own strength, she would probably never see a piece of historical text in her life. Moreover, after Bai Ye found the historical text, he did not use it immediately. Instead, he brought the historical text back and asked her to write it down first. Therefore, Robin was more grateful for Bai Ye's behavior. As long as the history recorded on it could be spread, the importance of the historical text would not be that great. Bai Ye looked at Robin in surprise and did not say anything else. The way back was much easier than the way here, and they soon arrived near the Seven Water City. However, before returning to the Seven Water Capitals, Bai Ye contacted Morgos again through the newsbird to meet on Gan Island. After all, the information about Crocodile in Hand needs to be spread through Morgos. In fact, when Bai Ye and others left the Kingdom of Alabasta, the news of the death of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, spread across the sea at a very fast speed. This is undoubtedly the most eye-catching news in recent times. However, there are no eyewitnesses to find out who did this. So everyone on the sea is speculating who killed Crocodile. Especially the world government, which has sent many spy organizations to investigate this matter. After all, the person who died was a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, an official organization recognized by the world government. Crocodile's sudden death is undoubtedly a slap in the face of the world government. This is a serious provocation to the majesty of the world government. So the world government immediately issued an order to find the murderer in the shortest time and catch the murderer. For this reason, even the Navy was dispatched. It is said that Vice Admiral Mole of the Navy headquarters went to the Kingdom of Alabasta to investigate the situation. When Morganus heard the news, his first reaction was that Knight had succeeded. But he did not expect Knight to be so fast. Now no one in the whole sea knows who the murderer is. But he knows. This feeling fascinated Morganus. If he had not been thinking about the more important information about Crocodile in Knight's hands, he would have wanted to spread the news that Knight was the murderer right now. There was no way. As the president of the news agency, he called collecting information more important than life. And spreading information is as important as collecting information. Naturally, it can be imagined how difficult it was for him to bear this news until now. Morganus is now anxiously waiting for the information brought back by the newsbird every day. Until this day, the newsbird flew back with the information of the 3 words Gare Island. At this moment, the excitement in Morganus' eyes almost condensed into substance. Without any hesitation, he hurried to Gare Island with some of his men. Gare Island. When Morganus saw Bai Ye, he wanted to hold Bai Ye in his arms and kiss him a few times. For him, he liked people who made trouble on the sea the most. What made him like it even more was that this kind of person who made trouble actually only provided the information to him. He was the only one who spread it. If he was not afraid that Bai Ye would disagree, he wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Bai Ye and call him dad. Bai Ye looked at Morganus with some disgust, took out the image Den Mushi from his arms and threw it to Morganus. I hope to see the above information published in a newspaper tomorrow morning. Morganus turned on the image Den Mushi and just took a quick look at the recorded video. This sight almost made Morganus excited to death. Big news. This is really big news. Who would have thought that the Shichibukai recognized by the government would actually do such a thing in the member country of Alabasta? Especially now that the world government does not know the murderer. It is ready to find the murderer and make him pay the price for killing Crocodile. Once this news spreads, it will be equivalent to slapping the world government in the face. Such a thing will definitely cause panic among all member countries about the Shichibukai. It is conceivable that the world government will bear huge pressure from public opinion. But what does this have to do with me, Morgans? I'm just a happy news bird that delivers news. But for Bai Ye's request, Morgan said with some difficulty, it is indeed difficult to see this news tomorrow morning. Bai Ye snorted, if you can't do it, I will find someone else to cooperate. Morgan said anxiously, no, this request is not even met by us, and it will be even more difficult for other forces to achieve. But I have an idea. Simply using text to publish this information is not credible enough. It is better to copy this image tens of thousands of times and sell it with newspapers. The impact will definitely be much greater than that of a simple newspaper. But it takes more time to do this, about 3 days. Don't worry, once the copying is completed, I will sell it all over the sea. Morgans was afraid that the big customer Yi would run away, so he quickly put forward his ideas. After hearing Morgans' idea, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being a journalist. The idea is indeed far-reaching enough. Okay, I'll do it as you say. Seeing Bai Ye nod, Morgan smiled even more. After the transaction was completed, Morgans left in a hurry, looking like he was ready to do a big job. Bai Ye returned to the Seven Waters alone. He asked Robin to follow Luxie and others to hide. When Bai Ye came to the first dock, he saw Bingshan and Frankie arguing about the construction of the ship. The topic of the two people's dispute was whether they needed to build more weapons on Bai Ye's ship. For Frankie, a weapons expert, he wanted to build all kinds of cannons from the beginning to the end of the ship. Bingshan thought that with Bai Ye's strength, the weapons built on the ship would have little effect and would take up a lot of space. The two were extremely focused when arguing and did not care about Bai Ye's arrival at all. After listening to the argument between the two, Bai Ye suddenly said, I think what Bingshan said makes sense. There is really no need to build so many cannons on the ship. It is better to find a way to make it more comfortable with these spaces. After hearing Bai Ye's voice, the two noticed Bai Ye. But when Frankie saw that Bai Ye supported brother Bingshan's idea, his expression dimmed for a while. Bai Ye continued, of course, the ship still needs a powerful main gun, as long as Frankie, a weapons expert, takes care of it. Frankie's face showed joy, and he shouted, leave it to me. Iceberg looked at Frankie's childlike appearance and smiled. At this time, Bai Ye suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, can the energy of the main gun be set to electricity or something like that? The energy source of Luff is 1000 miles sunny is Fat House Happy Water. Every shot requires several buckets of Fat House Happy Water. It makes Bai Ye feel very sad. And Bai Ye's favorite drink is Fat House Happy Water. This thing needs to be drunk to get real happiness. In addition, the newly captured Enelu happens to be the ability user of the Thunder Fruit. It can completely serve as a power bank. That's why he suddenly made this request. Frankie thought about the feasibility of the plan for a while and said hesitantly, it is indeed possible to set it to electricity, but are you sure you don't need coke? Coke is a very good energy source. Bai Ye said firmly, no coke, electricity will do. Okay. Faced with Bai Ye's insistence, Frankie naturally would not dissuade him. After all, the owner of this ship is Bai Ye. At this time, Quick, who learned that Bai Ye had returned to the first dock, found Bai Ye with a serious face. Major General Bai Ye, Marshals and GUO called you. Marshals and GUO? I'm on vacation. Why are you looking for me? This old guy doesn't want me to work overtime again. Hearing Bai Ye's casual words, Bingshan and Frankie both broke out in a cold sweat. Good guy. This guy in front of him doesn't even take Navy marshals and GUO seriously. And Quick is obviously used to what Bai Ye says. I heard that there is something important that needs to be notified to you. Bai Ye waved his hand impatiently. If you don't answer, just say that I'm still training outside and haven't come back. Training outside is just Bai Ye's excuse for leaving the Seven Water City. Well, this guy's really tough. Iceberg and Frankie were completely convinced. Quick said with a painful face, but after I learned that you were back, I notified marshals and GUO. If I say it again, you haven't come back yet, marshals and GUO will kill me. Bai Ye said indifferently, then I'll kill you. What does it have to do with me? Quick, a strong man over 2 meters tall, sat directly on the ground, crying with snot and tears. Major General Bai Ye, we were classmates in the training camp. After I came out, I worked under you. It has been almost a year now. You can't do this. Quick was heartbroken at this time, with tears streaming down his face. He looked so miserable that even Iceberg and Frankie on the side were moved by Quick's appearance. Imagine a strong man over 2 meters tall crying like a child in front of you. Different emotions will arise in everyone's heart. Lord Bai Ye, please answer the call from Marshal Sengoku. Yes, Lord Bai Ye, please forgive Quick. You see, it's not easy for him. Iceberg and Frankie persuaded. More and more sailors gathered around. If this continued, Quick would lose face for the Navy. Bai Ye said helplessly, okay, give me the phone. I'll call Marshal Sengoku now. Hearing Bai Ye's agreement, Quick quickly got up from the ground, took out the Den Mushi from his arms, and handed it to Bai Ye. There was no sadness and pain in his face before. After Bai Ye took the Den Mushi, he left the first dock and returned to the warship to make a call. Iceberg and Frankie gave Quick a thumbs up and praised him. Brother, your acting is amazing. Iceberg thought to himself, you are so thick-skinned. Quick patted the dirt off his body and said indifferently, there is nothing I can do. Major General Bai Ye is soft-hearted. In order to continue to stay in the Navy, I can only resort to this last resort. Bai Ye had already called GUO. Hey, marshals and GUO, why are you looking for me again when you are on vacation? Are you going to assign me another task? Facing Bai Ye's complaints, GUO felt accustomed to it and pretended not to hear it. I came to you this time to tell you 2 things. The first thing is that Jack was kidnapped by the Beast's pirates on the way to Impel Down. Kidnapped? Sengoku said in a heavy tone. Yes, this time it was Kaido, the 100 Beasts, who took action himself, and the remaining 2 big names were also there. Admiral Kizaru couldn't resist so many people alone, so he could only watch Jack being kidnapped by Kaido. In addition, the 2 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters who were in charge of escorting him, one died and one was injured. Hearing this, Bai Ye took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that Jack would break out in such a serious matter. The vice admirals of the Navy headquarters are the mainstays of the Navy, and there have been few casualties in recent years. Unexpectedly, this time he was defeated by the Beast's pirates, resulting in a tragic result of 1 death and 1 injury. It is estimated that the Navy will focus on taking care of the Beast's pirates during this period. While Bai Ye was thinking, GUO paused and continued, the second news is good news for you. Good news? Yes, your proposal to be promoted to Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters has been approved. After your vacation is over, you can come to the headquarters to receive the medal. This is indeed good news, but there is no joy in GUO's mouth. It is easy to imagine that it was because of the death and injury of the Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters that Bai Ye was able to be promoted so smoothly. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations of you. After all, I have to bear a lot of pressure to let such a young person like you become a Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. Uncles and GUO, don't worry, I will definitely try my best to catch Kaido. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. You should stay out of trouble. Chapter 120 Midnight, Arrogant White Knight. When Bai Ye returned to the Seven Waters, the construction of the ship was almost finished. Moreover, Luxie, one of the 5 foremen who had recovered from his injuries, also participated in the construction. Luxie's role was brought to the extreme. The progress was even faster. Before Bai Ye had stayed in the Seven Waters for a few days, Bingshan and Frankie excitedly found Bai Ye. Bingshan said with a happy face. Major General Bai Ye, the ship you requested has been built, and now you can go for inspection. Frankie patted his chest and said, I promise that, when you see the ship, you will be shocked by its perfection. Hearing that the ship was completed, Bai Ye instantly became interested and followed the two to the first dock. As soon as he came in, he saw a brand new ship docked at the pier. Bingshan introduced, this ship makes full use of the treasure tree atom. It is 177 meters long and 87 meters high. Compared with the standard naval warships, it is only bigger, not smaller. It is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is partly a canteen, the other part is a leisure and entertainment place, and the remaining rooms can be used as storage rooms or detention rooms. Bingshan considered Bai Ye's identity as a navy, and it was inevitable to catch pirates during the voyage, so the existence of the detention room was very necessary. The second floor is a soldier's lounge, with a total of 217 rooms, each of which is spacious enough. As for the third floor, it is your single lounge, and an open-air swimming pool is built next to it. If the weather is bad, you can press a button to close a swimming pool. As he said, Bingshan pressed a button in Bai Ye's room and saw semicircular iron covers extending from both sides of the swimming pool, combined together to seal the top of the swimming pool. Bai Ye looked at the swimming pool in front of him. His eyes were about to light up. Damn, this is really what I want. In the future, sailing can be regarded as a long-distance trip. Bai Ye suddenly began to think about the possibility of having a pool party on the boat. At that time, only beauties in bikinis can enter. Wouldn't that be awesome? Thinking about it, Bai Ye's mind gradually emerged with Dashaji and Ain wearing bikinis, playing in the pool, while he was lying under a parasol, drinking Fat House happy water, and watching the beauties bathing. Just thinking about it made Bai Ye feel excited. Very good, I'm very satisfied with the boat you built. Bai Ye patted Iceberg on the shoulder and praised. Iceberg was also very happy to get Bai Ye's affirmation. After all, no matter how satisfied they, the shipbuilders, are with their work, the ultimate goal is to satisfy the owner of the boat. Frankie was also happy and said, since you are also satisfied, then it's settled. But now it needs a name. Each ship will have its own unique name. This needs to be chosen by the owner of the ship himself. The name of the ship? Bai Ye thought about it for a while and came up with an idea. He said, since it is my ship, why not call it Polar Day? Polar Day. Bingshan and Frankie were puzzled. This name seemed to be quite ordinary and there was nothing special about it. However, this was Bai Ye's own choice, so they would not say anything. Bai Ye looked at Polar Day and suddenly felt a lot of emotion. He chose this name for a reason. Polar Day, also known as Eternal Day or Midnight Sun, refers to the phenomenon that the sun is above the horizon within a day. It means that it is always bright. This is exactly in line with the identity of Bai Ye's navy, and they all belong to the side of justice and light. Moreover, it is related to the first word of Bai Ye, Bai. Just like the origin of the night organization, they are all taken from the name. But one is in the open and the other is in the dark. Bai Ye's ambition can be sensed from the name of this ship. Wherever Polar Day goes, there must be light shining. It's just that others can't think from Bai Ye's perspective, so naturally they can't think so much. Just as Bai Ye was admiring the midnight sun, another warship came in from the outside of the first dock. It looked like a warship belonging to the world government. Luxie and Kaku, who were working in the first dock, looked at each other secretly, and both had a bad feeling in their hearts. Perhaps this ship was sent by the world government to investigate the CP9 incident. Because for spies like them who perform undercover missions and other identities, only their superiors know the specific identities they are hiding. That is, Spandam knows their specific identities. But now Spandam has died in their hands. So they are not afraid of being recognized by the people sent by the world government at the first time. However, in order to prevent such a thing from happening, the world government left a part of their life card in the world government before they carried out their mission. This means that, as long as they cannot find them, based on the life card, and confirm that they have betrayed, then no matter where they flee to, they will be hunted down by the world government endlessly. This is also the point that Luxie and his friends were most worried about before. Now it seems that the scene they are worried about is about to become a reality, and the situation has become serious. It may be that the world government's warships are used to being arrogant on the road, and anyone who sees their ships will give way. When they entered the first dock, they found that the Polar Day was in the best position. Whether it was for ship inspection and maintenance or landing, it was much better than other positions. So without even thinking about it, they drove the ship directly to the direction of the Polar Day. A man stood up at the bow and asked loudly, "Whose ship is this? Drive it away quickly, otherwise, I will sink this ship now." As he said that, all the cannons installed on the ship were aimed at the Polar Day. Looking at the panic expressions of the surrounding boatmen, the person who spoke seemed to have gained great satisfaction, and continued to be arrogant. "No one is talking, right? Then I'll count down to 3. 1. Fire." As the voice fell, more than 30 cannons fired at the Polar Day together. The sound of gunfire resounded throughout the first dock, and more than 30 black shells drew a beautiful arc in the sky and accurately fell on the hull of the Polar Day. Theodore seemed to have seen the newly built ship being blown into pieces. This was one of his evil hobbies. He liked to destroy things that seemed perfect. Whether it was a newly built ship, a priceless work of art, or a beautiful girl, they were all within his range of destruction. But before Theodore could get too excited, a dazzling slash suddenly broke out in front of him. The slash was like a waning moon, and just looking at it made his eyes sting, and he couldn't help but feel tears. More than 30 black shells were swept by the slash, and exploded directly in the air, just like fireworks. The slash passed through the thick smoke produced by the explosion, and swept towards the world government warship where Theodore was. "My lord, someone attacked our ship," Theodore shouted in panic. A white figure flashed out from the cabin, wearing a white suit and a black crying face mask. It was 03 from the CP0 that Bai Ye had met before. Looking at the slash coming at him, a trace of panic flashed in 03's eyes. This is definitely a powerful slash that only a great swordsman can make. 03's mind instantly popped up the name of Hawkeye Mihawk. After all, in the current ocean, when people mention great swordsmen, 99% of them will think of world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk. Suddenly, another figure popped up in 03's mind. Thinking of that extremely cruel guy, 03 trembled and said, "It shouldn't be this guy, right?" Before 03 could think of more, the terrifying slash was already in front of him. Although 03 still had time to dodge, as long as he dodged, the warship would definitely be destroyed, and few people on the ship would survive. The armament hacky covered his arms, and crossed them in front of his chest. He wanted to take this move head on, but the moment he touched the slash, 03's face under the mask changed drastically. The power of the slash was a little wrong. 03 flew backwards like a piece of cotton in the wind. His armament haki was broken, and 2 clear bloody marks were cut on his arms. Mottled blood was sprinkled in the air. No, if this continues, everyone on the warship will die. This time, the world government transferred all the CP8 closest to the 7 water city to 03 to facilitate his investigation of Spandam's disappearance. If nothing is found out, and CP8 is wiped out, then his credit for saving the Mapel Cecil Palace some time ago will be in vain. Thinking of this, 03 risked his life, and started to use the self-harm fruit ability directly. He took the initiative to remove the armament haki, and his clothes and skin were instantly cut by the sharp sword intent. The blood immediately dyed the white suit red. At the same time, countless hard iron chains emerged from the wounds on 03's body, like a flexible long snake, tightly binding the slash. The slash and the chains made a harsh friction sound, making everyone around look in pain. The slash broke one chain after another, but every time a chain was broken, several chains would fill it up. 03, regardless of his injuries, exerted the power of the fruit to the extreme. In the end, the slash was annihilated in the endless steel chain cage. Seeing this, 03 breathed a sigh of relief, and finally blocked it. With such a strong slash, it seems that the opponent should be Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Although Mihawk is strong, 03 is not too afraid of him. After all, if Hawkeye wants to maintain his status as a 7 warlord of the sea, he cannot be at odds with the world government. At that time, 03 will take the initiative to explain that this is a misunderstanding, and Hawkeye can be almost sent away. Theodore, who was hiding at the back, rushed to the front immediately after seeing the slash disappear and came to Ling-san's side and flattered, as expected of you, Master Ling-san, you can even take such a strong slash. With your strength, even if you go to the Navy headquarters, you will be more than enough to be a Navy admiral. Although Ling-san has enough knowledge of his own strength, flattery will never wear thin. No one would not like to hear his subordinates flattering him, especially when his subordinates flatter the right place. Ling-san injured the pain and said disdainfully, this is nothing to me. Back then, one of the 3 signatures of the Beast's pirates, Jack the Drought, was also defeated by me. If it weren't for the fact that our spy organization doesn't have much merit in catching pirates, and the Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters was also present, I wouldn't have given this credit to my fellow Navy. Theodore quickly agreed, so that's how it is. I was wondering how small Admiral of the Navy headquarters could defeat Jack the Drought. Before Ling-san could continue to pretend, a familiar and teasing voice suddenly came from the other side. Hey, I was wondering who was so bold to take the initiative to attack my ship. It turned out to be Master Ling-san. Hearing this voice, Ling-san's heart trembled wildly. Could it be so unlucky? I was just pretending to be cool, and I happened to be bumped into by the reloaner. When Ling-san saw Bai Ye appearing with Feng Ming, his heart stopped suddenly, and his brain was in chaos at this moment. Ling-san prayed frantically in his heart. This guy didn't hear it. This guy didn't hear it. This guy didn't hear it. But in the next second, his prayer was meaningless. Bai Ye said in a gloomy tone, I would like to thank Master Ling-san for giving me the credit for defeating Jack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been notified so soon that I would be promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. At this time, Ling-san's tone was as sad as if his mother had died. Then I congratulate Vice Admiral Bai Ye in advance. Theodore on the side had not yet heard the deeper meaning between the two people's words, pointing at Bai Ye, and said angrily, so you are the Rear Admiral who took the credit for Master Ling-san. When Ling-san heard Theodore speak, he knew something bad was going to happen. Theodore said angrily, if it weren't for Master 03, would you have become a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters so quickly? Besides, you just wanted to sink Master 03's warship. You are such an ungrateful person. If you really want to sink the world government's ship, can you, a small Rear Admiral, take on this responsibility? In Theodore's words, he completely eliminated the fact that he ordered to fire at Bai Ye's ship first. He put all the blame on Bai Ye. Bai Ye glanced at Theodore calmly, turned to 03 and asked, is this your subordinate? Although 03 didn't have much contact with Bai Ye, they had worked together for a while. From Bai Ye's words, he seemed to hear the murderous intent hidden in it. Other Navy officers might be afraid of their spy organization, but the gentleman in front of him was definitely not afraid. After all, he has strong strength, and he has a martial uncle, the chief instructor of the former Admiral of the Navy. His background is definitely not something that ordinary people can shake. Even if he does something out of line, at most he can only be verbally punished, and there will not be too much punishment. So, he quickly denied, this is Theodore, the leader of CP8. We are just here to investigate the 7 Water City. He is not my subordinate. Now, Ling-san was afraid that Bai Ye would associate him with Theodore. If they really started fighting, and he was killed, wouldn't he be wronged? But Theodore didn't understand the meaning of Ling-san's words. He thought Ling-san said this to let Bai Ye know the dignity of his identity, so he said that he was not his subordinate. As a master in the officialdom, Theodore naturally knew that it was time for him to return the favor. Theodore bowed to Ling-san and smiled. Master Ling-san, it's too polite to say that. Even if there is no order for this joint investigation, I, Theodore, am still willing to obey Master Ling-san's orders. Bai Ye turned the Feng Ming in his hand, making a crisp sound of sword, and smiled. Oh, so it seems that he is still your subordinate? The sound of the sword rang, and Ling-san trembled in his heart. Now Ling-san looked at Theodore in front of him with a smile on his face, and he wanted to strangle him to death. You caused this trouble yourself, and you have to bring it upon me? You really want me to die, don't you? Bai Ye looked at Ling-san, who looked like a bloody man, and said calmly, an arm or a leg, do you do it, or do I do it? And Theodore asked foolishly, isn't an arm and a leg too cheap for him? Well, until now he still thought that the rear admiral in front of him was talking about his own fate. Linkson now understands how bad this pig teammate is. If it weren't for the mission, Linkson would have wanted to just throw Theodore to Bai Ye for disposal. After a moment of silence, Linkson hesitated and said, his father is a senior official in the government. Bai Ye replied, so, I only want an arm or a leg, not his life. Hearing this, Theodore realized belatedly that the person the two were talking about was actually himself. Is this what it means, to sit up in shock from a dying illness, and the clown is actually me? Hearing that the two were negotiating about an arm or a leg of his own, Theodore felt weak all over, and no longer had the arrogant attitude just now. It seemed that even the Lord Linkson whom he looked up to couldn't protect himself in front of the rear admiral. Theodore looked at Linkson pitifully, but he saw that Linkson didn't even look at him. He had to focus his attention on Bai Ye, but he didn't choose to beg for mercy. Instead, he used his father's identity to threaten Bai Ye. Theodore gritted his teeth and said, my father works for the Celestial Dragons. If you attack me, once my father tells the Celestial Dragons about this, you will not have a good ending. Bai Ye said lightly, is it so glorious to be a dog beside the Celestial Dragons? I'm quite curious about what kind of ending I will have. Moreover, I have changed my mind now. I found that your mouth is not just smelly. On top of the original foundation, you have to add another tongue. After that, Bai Ye showed a bloodthirsty smile on his face, staring at Theodore and said, I will also count down to 3. 1. Before Bai Ye could finish a word, a knife slipped out of Linksan's hand and instantly cut across Theodore's left arm. Moreover, he pinched Theodore's mouth with his left hand and inserted the knife into his mouth, and the half-inch long tongue fell directly. Theodore's mouth was full of blood, and he didn't even have time to scream. He fainted on the spot. The knife in Linksan's hand was still dripping with blood, and the expression under the mask could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Major General Bai Ye, is this okay now? But everyone knew that this executive from the world government was in a bad mood. Bai Ye looked at Linkson with a smile and said coldly, go away. Linkson said nothing, picked up the unconscious Theodore and left. Luxie, Kaku, Iceberg and Frankie, who were watching the whole process, really saw the arrogance of Bai Ye. A few days ago, he did not take the Navy Marshal Sengoku seriously. Now he has become even tougher when facing the spy organization under the Celestial Dragons. With a tough attitude, the other party has to attack his own people. Bai Ye looked at the people standing on the polar day, looking at the direction where Linkson and others left, his eyes full of thoughts. Today, he offended Linkson badly. Even if Linkson is still concerned about his strength, it is not difficult for him to find a reasonable way to deal with Bai Ye with his identity. In the future, it may cause some unexpected effects on Bai Ye, but Bai Ye didn't like to keep known enemies around and wait for them to trip him up. Moreover, that foul-mouthed Theodore also disgusted Bai Ye. Cutting off an arm and tongue alone was not enough to teach him a profound lesson. Bai Ye thought that maybe he could prepare to take action. That night, Bai Ye came to Lux's residence. Master Bai Ye. Luxie was not surprised by Bai Ye's sudden visit. Bai Ye went straight to the point and said, 03 holds your life cards, right? Luxie nodded and said, this is one of the necessary procedures for us to join the spy organization, so that we can be better controlled. In this case, it will be much easier to implement the plan. So, the two agreed on the next plan, and Bai Ye left Lux's house. The next day, Bai Ye said goodbye to Iceberg and Frankie, and took some naval soldiers on the polar day, to prepare to return to the Navy headquarters. Quick, Tashigi and Ain returned on the naval warship they came from. Bai Ye's reason was also quite reasonable, saying that Quick's personal strength could not support the journey back to the Navy headquarters, so Ain and Tashigi were arranged to go there. You should know that during the time when Bai Ye was not in the Seven Waters, Ain and Tashigi had captured many pirates in the Seven Waters. The names of the two beautiful Navy swordsmen spread throughout the area near the Seven Waters. This made the two of them full of confidence. When they learned that Quick was not strong enough, they volunteered to go there. They said that they would guarantee that they could return to the Navy headquarters safely. After being despised by Bai Ye and the two beauties, Quick was extremely depressed. He almost squatted in the corner and drew circles. Just as the Polar Day and the Navy warships set off from the first dock, the curtains were lifted in front of the window of a tall building not far away, revealing two eyes. One was full of gloom, and the other was full of hatred. The former was 03, and the latter was Theodore. Because Theodore's left arm was not damaged, it was sutured last night. It only takes a period of rest to restore most of its functions. But the tongue cannot be sutured, so he can only be a mute for the rest of his life. Unless you can encounter a devil fruit with special abilities, it is possible to connect the broken tongue. Theodore wrote on the paper angrily, "I want revenge." But Lingson shook his head and said, "Now we still have to focus on finding CP9. As for Bai Ye, there will definitely be a chance to make this guy suffer in the future. Let him understand that the master of this world is the Celestial Dragons, and the Navy is just a dog under the Celestial Dragons, and its status is not as good as ours." This time, Bai Ye slapped him hard in front of many people, making him lose face. If not, he would have been ruthless to attack Theodore. Otherwise, Bai Ye might have directly attacked the two of them. This made Lingsan, who thought he was in a high position, feel a strong sense of crisis. If such a person became a senior member of the Navy, will the Navy still be the Navy of the world government in the future? Just thinking about it, you know how terrible this matter is. After this matter is completed, Lingson decided to investigate Bai Ye. From his deeds in the East China Sea, as long as there is a loophole in Bai Ye, Lingson will use it to attack Bai Ye. At that time, even if Bai Ye kills him, it will bring him a lot of trouble. After all, his identity is different from that of Theodore, who is a relative. However, Lingson is not focusing too much on Bai Ye now. Instead, he took out 7 torn life cards from his arms. They are Luxi, Kaku, Califa, Bruno, Gabra, Lion Widori, and Atona Xiao. Lingson looked at the life cards on the table and murmured, "Now Spandam, the leader of CP9, has disappeared, and these 7 people have lost contact. It is impossible to determine whether the 7 of them have betrayed. If they can be found through the life cards, it can be proved that they should not have much to do with Spandam's disappearance. As long as they are investigated and confirmed to have nothing to do with them, they can continue to carry out any lurking, but they need to change their leaders. But if they can't find them, they can directly notify the world government to issue a bounty warrant for the 7 of them." By observing the movement of the life cards, Lingson can be sure that the 7 people did not discard the life cards. It seems that they should not betray the world government. This discovery made Lingsan's worries less. Maybe we can ask them if they know about Spandam's disappearance. Maybe we can find some clues from them. The same as CP9, CP8 under Theodore is also a 7-member configuration. According to 03's idea, each member of CP8 should hold a life card to find the 7 members of CP9. Gather them together to ask about the matter. However, the life cards of the 7 members of CP9 suddenly pointed to the same direction at the same time, and the attraction between the life cards became weaker and weaker. The occurrence of this situation can only prove one thing. That is, the 7 members of CP9 moved towards the same direction at the same time, and were getting farther and farther away from 03 and his group. This made 03 feel more and more uneasy. This CP9 might not be as reassuring as he thought before. However, since they did not discard the life cards, 03, who was in charge at this time, had to follow the only clue of the life card anyway, because this was a mandatory task issued by the world government. 03 had no choice. Chapter 121 Killing Lingsan. The night organization becomes famous. Bai Ye stood on the deck, watching the sky gradually darken, and the sunset was about to fall into the sea level. In a voice that only he could hear, he said, "It should be about time now. Luxi and the others should have brought Lingsan to Zito Island, right?" After Bai Ye knew that Luxi and the other 7 had a life card that could lure Lingsan out, he naturally would not miss this excellent method. Relying on the attraction between the life cards to Lingsan and others to the pre-arranged Zito Island, then he would take action to get rid of them and eliminate future troubles. Of course, relying on Luxi and others alone is not enough. After all, Lingsan's strength is close to the top level among the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, and he also has the entire CP8 organization. It is not so easy to deal with. So this time Bai Ye is ready to take action himself and personally send Ling San, an old acquaintance, away to avoid unexpected accidents. Because of this, Bai Ye will send Quick, Tashaji, and Ain away to reduce the risk of being exposed. When the night gradually enveloped the starry sky, dispelling the last ray of light, the night fell. Bai Ye put on a black robe with a crescent moon and a dark mask, like a king in the night sky. He flashed past the top of the midnight sun without attracting anyone's attention. At this time, Ling San had already brought his men to Zito Island. According to the guidance of the lifeguard, Luxie and the other 7 should be on this island and never move again. Looking at the lifeguard in his hand that was about to fly out, Ling San's uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Knowing that this might be a trap, he still came without hesitation. In Ling San's opinion, the worst result is that all members of CP9 betray the world government. And with their strength, they want to fight against themselves, plus the entire CP8, which is undoubtedly a pipe dream. But after coming here, due to the feeling between life and death for many years, Ling San felt that he was surrounded by a strong sense of crisis at this time. If he was not careful, he would end up dead. Ling San cautiously told his men beside him, "Be careful, CP9 may have betrayed." Just as everyone was carefully investigating, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Ling San. At this time, the lifeguard in Ling San's hand broke out into an unprecedented tremor, as if to say that the guy in black in front of him was the member of CP9 they were looking for. And not only was the lifeguard representing Luxie in Ling San's hand trembling, but also the lifeguards representing several other people in the hands of others. Ling San's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. The lifeguards of 7 people were all on this guy. It seemed that this was indeed a trap. Ling San asked, "Did you kill all the people in CP9? Or are you a member of CP9? Are you Rob Luxie? Awesome. Worthy of being CP0. You guessed my identity in one go." Luxie took off the pigeon mask he was wearing, smiled and took out 7 lifeguards from his arms, and said, "Are you looking for this thing?" Ling San looked at Rob Luxie who was smiling in front of him, and his expression became extremely serious. Luxie was the strongest genius in CP9 in 800 years, and Ling San naturally knew it. And Ling San also knew that Luxie had been selected as one of the candidates for CP0 long before. As long as someone in CP0 dies, or is seriously injured, and there is a shortage of personnel, they will start to select from the reserve personnel. Once such a person chooses to betray the world government, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction with the world government and shake the status of the spy organization. No, this guy must be eliminated here. After making up his mind, Ling San continued, "What about the other people in CP9? You don't think that you can fight all of us alone, right? Let them come out. It won't work if you continue to hide in the dark. After all these tricks you know, are taught to you by me." Luxie grinned. This time, he was the only one who came to CP9. Of course, this is not because the others are unwilling to come. It's just because Luxie really doesn't want them to be in danger or get hurt. You know, Bai Ye will not come on the way to lure them, and everything will be left to CP9 to deal with. If an accident happens, it will almost be a certain death. Therefore, he will hold the lifeguards of 7 people alone and Ling San and others here. In addition to being the leader of CP9, he is more like a patriarch, taking good care of everyone in it. He takes all the dangers on himself. Therefore, he must continue to strengthen himself until he can take all the risks. And fighting with the strong is undoubtedly the fastest way to become strong. Just when Ling San signaled CP8 to take down Luxie directly, Bai Ye arrived. 7 black iron balls seemed to merge with the night. Under Bai Ye's telekinesis, the friction between the iron balls and the air was eliminated. They moved in the air at sublight speed, just like fish swimming in water, without making any sound. Before the 7 people of CP8 could make a move, their heads were directly smashed by the iron balls. Red and white objects splashed everywhere, and many even splashed on Ling San and Theodore's faces. Because everything happened too fast and too suddenly, even Luxie was shocked by the tragic scene in front of him. He originally wanted to delay for a while and wait for Bai Ye to arrive. But he didn't expect that Bai Ye would arrive so soon, and his methods were so cruel. After a face-to-face encounter, no, they didn't even meet. The entire CP8 was wiped out. Only the leader Theodore, who had a blank look on his face, was left, trembling as he watched everything that happened in front of him. At this moment, Lingson wanted to turn around and leave. The strong man who could kill CP8 in seconds could definitely kill him. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely die. But as soon as Lingson turned around, he saw a mysterious man wearing a black crescent moon robe and a black mask behind him. This was the same outfit as Luxie, which clearly revealed that the two were members of the same organization. Thinking of this, Lingson was stunned. When did such a powerful mysterious organization appear on the sea? Even their spy organization had never heard of it. Under the black mask, a slightly hoarse voice came out, "Master Lingsan, where are you going?" At this moment, Lingsan began to regret his irrational behavior yesterday. If there had not been a conflict with Bai Ye yesterday, or if he had not been so indifferent to Bai Ye after the conflict, maybe Bai Ye would not leave the Seven Waters City the next day. In this way, he could invite Bai Ye to go with him when he felt that the other party had set a trap for him. With Bai Ye's strength, he would definitely not lose to the mysterious guy in front of him. He would not end up in such a life-threatening situation. God has mercy on him. If he knew that the Bai Ye he had been thinking about was the mysterious man who was about to kill him, I wonder if he would be ashamed to commit suicide on the spot. Lingson forced himself to calm down. Do you know what the consequences of killing me will be? Consequences? What consequences can there be? At most, it will send more dogs like you to bite me. Bai Ye said disdainfully, when the time comes, I will kill as many as you come. What can you do? As soon as the voice fell, Lingsan's clothes on the back exploded instantly, and 8 chains spread out from the back like 8 flexible long snakes swimming in the air. The next moment, under Lingsan's control, the 8 chains were all aimed at Bai Ye and attacked Bai Ye together. The ends of the 8 chains gathered together, like a bud about to bloom. Bai Ye's mind moved, and 8 iron balls also appeared behind him. Just as Bai Ye was about to kill Lingson directly, Luxie appeared in front of Bai Ye in the form of half man and half leopard. My lord, leave Lingson to me. I want to try. Bai Ye was not angry about Lux's request for a fight, but admired him more. With Lux's qualifications, if he had not neglected his training in the Seven Water City for these years, he would definitely not be weaker than Lingsan, and he might even be able to reach the threshold of the general. Although some time was wasted, it is not too late to react now. During the time Luxie followed Bai Ye, he cultivated the two-color domineering, eliminated his own hidden injuries, and improved his physical fitness. It is much stronger than before. Therefore, he needs a battle that can bring him real pressure and completely transform the accumulation of this period into his own combat power. Lingsan, who is also a spy organization, is undoubtedly his best choice. Bai Ye smiled and said, since you want to deal with Lingsan, I will go find Theodore to play with you. The moment Bai Ye's figure disappeared, 8 chains attacked at the same time, like a shark smelling blood. Lux's expression was solemn, his arms suddenly turned black, his muscles swelled, and he forcibly clamped the 8 chains in his arms. Break it for me. With Lux's voice, the 8 tightly clamped chains were directly clamped off. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luxie did not give Lingson any time to use his fruit ability again, and directly stepped forward to fight Lingson in close combat. Luxie knew very well that Lingsan's fruit ability was suitable for long-range combat and was not very helpful for close combat, and his strong point was close combat. So if he wanted to win this battle, he had to use his strengths to the extreme. Lux's use of the Navy 6 styles was perfect, combining his own fruit ability with the Navy 6 styles. He developed a set of attack methods that were exclusive to him. For a time, he caught Lingson off guard. Bai Ye found Theodore, who was waiting for an opportunity to escape. Theodore looked at Bai Ye, who appeared in front of him, without saying a word. Of course, he couldn't say anything either, and he knelt down in front of Bai Ye. He made a humming sound in his mouth and kept kowtowing to beg Bai Ye to let him go. Seeing Theodore's appearance, Bai Ye said playfully, I cannot kill you, so I will give you a chance to live. Hearing that the mysterious man in front of him was willing to let him go, Theodore was so grateful that he almost broke his forehead. The mysterious man continued, I will stand here and you start to run away now. Let's make an appointment. If you can escape within the specified time, I will let you go. How about it? Isn't this fair? Theodore nodded repeatedly. At this time, who cares about fairness or not, as long as there is a chance to live. Then you can prepare to escape now. Just as Theodore turned around and took a step, he suddenly heard a very familiar voice from behind. I will count down to 3 now. Hearing this familiar voice and these familiar words, and thinking about what happened yesterday, Theodore acted instantly. The mysterious man in front of him was the Rear Admiral Bai Ye from yesterday. Thinking of how he had just kowtowed to Bai Ye and begged for mercy, Theodore felt ashamed. Theodore had guessed that Bai Ye would directly shout 1, and knew that he would definitely die at Bai Ye's hands. No, I must spread this news. Theodore subconsciously wanted to shout to Ling San, but he could only make a whimpering sound when he opened his mouth. Just when he was extremely anxious, Bai Ye's countdown, which was like the god of death and about to be harvested, sounded behind him. 1. An iron ball instantly pierced his heart. In addition to a through wound on Theodore's chest, it seemed that one could still see the incomplete heart still beating. Theodore's mouth kept bleeding, and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining consciousness reminded him all the time to spread this big secret. He dipped his trembling fingers in his own blood and tremblingly wrote the 2 words Bai Ye on the ground. After writing the word night, Theodore smiled an extremely ugly smile. This was the best he could do. Someone would find these 2 words and target Rear Admiral Bai Ye. In this way, he might be able to avenge himself. But at this moment, a big foot suddenly fell into Theodore's sight and stepped on the words he wrote. Do you really think I didn't see you writing? Bai Ye teased. There was no movement for such a long time. That's because I was waiting for you to finish writing, and then I will destroy it in front of you, destroying your only hope of revenge against me. In this way, even if you die, you can die with your eyes wide open. Hearing this, Theodore's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with endless indignation. In a moment of excitement, he died directly. Seeing Theodore's eyes still wide open after his death, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh. This is the end of having no strength and bad mouth. It's really miserable. After that, Bai Ye destroyed the Bai and the 2 words Bai Ye written by Theodore. He left the word night written in blood alone. Bai Ye originally wanted to wait until he killed Ling San before writing the word night himself. Now there is a blood word left by Theodore. It is a good thing for Bai Ye. On the other side, the battle between Luxi and Ling San is also coming to an end. In terms of strength, Luxi is not Ling San's opponent now. But because Bai Ye is present, Ling San needs to divide some of his energy to prevent Bai Ye from suddenly attacking him. There is no way to concentrate on fighting with Luxi, and close combat is the fastest way to decide life and death. One careless move will be in danger of death. In addition, there is a gap between the 2 in their proficiency in close combat. So at the cost of Lux's serious injury, he seized the opportunity and hit Ling San's chest with the 6 style secret technique, the biggest wheel 6 King's Spear. The powerful impact directly shattered Ling San's heart. Won the battle. At this time, Luxi was propped up on his knees, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling, his body covered with wounds, blood flowing freely. He felt lucky to be alive until now. TSK, it's really miserable. Bai Ye sighed as he looked at Luxi's miserable appearance. Facing Bai Ye's cheesing, Luxi didn't even have the strength to speak. Bai Ye exchanged the quick healing potion and the treatment potion from the system store, threw them to Luxi, and told him, hurry up and contact Bruno and the others to pick you up, and then you can go to Gare Island with Robin. Robin should know how to get to Sky Island. When you get to Sky Island, you can find Enelu. After recovering for a while, Luxi was finally able to speak, and asked with difficulty, is Enelu the companion that the adults conquered last time they went to Sky Island? Well, that guy is a natural fruit ability user. He is not weak, and he has a bad temper. When you go up, you must wear a black crescent moon robe, because I told Enelu that he would only recognize the robe at that time. Luxi asked in confusion, will that guy attack us again? It's hard to say. I feel that guy's brain is not normal, and he often twitches. Maybe he will really attack you. Bai Ye believes that people with strong strength must be very strong, at least above his strength. This made Luxi a little more worried. Master Bai Ye, what if that guy really attacks us? Bai Ye answered subconsciously, don't worry, I will avenge you. Luxi was speechless. Could the person described by Master Bai Ye really be considered a companion? Okay, I have told you what I should tell you. I'm leaving now. When you arrive at Sky Island, remember to contact me. After saying that, Bai Ye disappeared from in front of Luxie like a breeze. Luxie saw the 2 potions handed over by Bai Ye in his hand. He knew both of them. One was a potion with extremely fast effect, but it made him feel so painful. The other was a potion with slow effect and no side effects. Luxie hesitated for just a second, then picked up the potion that made him feel so painful and injected it into himself. As Master Bai Ye said, there was no telling what dangers he would encounter along the way from the 7 water capital to Gare Island. Moreover, that companion was so dangerous. If he really ignored Master Bai Ye and chose to attack them, it would also be a great threat. As the strongest among the group, he naturally had to ensure that he had the peak strength to protect everyone. Whether it was the dangers encountered on the road or the companion who would attack them, they were all things he needed to guard against. Therefore, he did not have so much time to recover slowly, and he had to recover his combat power as soon as possible to ensure everyone's safety. At this time, Bai Ye was hovering in the air, quietly watching Luxie struggling in pain below, accompanied by Luxie's roar like a beast from time to time. Bai Ye then completely recognized Luxie in his heart. After the effect of the potion ended, and Luxie's injuries were completely healed, Bai Ye really left Zito Island. And Luxie raised his head and looked at the empty air, revealing an inexplicable smile. This boss, sometimes he is quite unreliable, but sometimes he is quite reliable. It's really hard to figure out. Recently, what has caused countless people in the sea to talk about is not that Kaido, the beast, attacked the transport ship escorting Jack, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury to the admiral of the Navy headquarters. It was not that the Navy focused on the beast's pirates and sent Admiral Akainu to fight Kaido for 3 days and 3 nights until the island where the 2 fought could no longer withstand the crazy destruction. It was an organization that had never been heard of before, the Night Organization. With the efforts of Morgans, the newspapers that recorded the Alabaster incident in detail and the video of Crocodile's confession spread like a virus on the sea. Especially at the end of the video, the mysterious man wearing a black mask and calling himself Knight asked the soul-searching question. What is the meaning of the 7 warlords of the sea? Did the Navy agree to let pirates maintain justice on the sea? It caused a lot of waves, and countless member countries demanded the abolition of the 7 warlords of the sea. They were afraid that they would be the next Alabaster Kingdom. This made the 5 elders deal with the affairs of the member states constantly. The Navy was also questioned by everyone. Everyone was discussing whether the Navy could no longer maintain justice on the sea. There were many such voices even in the Navy headquarters. This made Sengoku very anxious. However, they did not care about these discussions. The top leaders of the world government and the Navy only focused on 2 issues. What does the Night Organization want to do? Who is this mysterious person who calls himself Knight? After all, there are many strong men who can kill Crocodile on the sea, but they are definitely not many. If such a strong man is allowed to keep doing things in secret, I'm afraid that the world government will have to deal with the negative impact brought by Knight. And with the occurrence of another incident, the world government completely wanted to kill Knight. 03 and all the members of CP8 who were sent to investigate the disappearance of CP9 Chief Spandam some time ago. They all lost contact overnight. After sending people to investigate, they found that their bodies were all on a small island not far from the 7 water capitals. Among them, the most eye-catching is a death message left by Theodore, the leader of CP8, before his death, which is the word Night written in blood. It proves that this incident was also done by the Night Organization. In addition, all members of CP9 are missing, and 03 died under the Marine 6 style. This undoubtedly makes the world government begin to guess whether CP9 has joined the Night Organization. The betrayal of the spy organization is undoubtedly the most vigilant thing for the world government. Because they know too much information. Once some information is spread, it will be a heavy blow to the world government. After all, many dirty jobs are carried out by spy organizations under the orders of the world government, and finally blamed on pirates. If these things are spread, it is estimated that many member countries will choose to withdraw. So the world government quickly issued a wanted order for all members of CP9. and ordered other spy organizations scattered around the world to search for information about CP9 all over the world. In the windmill village on the East China Sea, Red Hair held the latest newspaper, looked at the night organization written in the largest font, and fell into deep thought. In the entire ocean, who was the first to come into contact with the information of the night organization? It was undoubtedly him, Red Hair. And at that time, he also got an important information from the man who called himself Harry. That is, the captain of the Whitebird Pirates. The second team, Fire Fist Ace, is the biological son of the captain before Red Hair, Pirate King Roger. Red Hair went to Ace to confirm this matter. Knowing that the night organization did not deceive him, Red Hair did not interfere too much with the fact that Ace recognized Whitebird as his godfather. Just like when Captain Roger was seriously ill and wanted to surrender to the Navy, he dismissed them all and asked them not to interfere too much in his own affairs. Everyone has his own reasons for doing things. There is no need to impose your own ideas on others. Of course, Luffy is an exception for Red Hair. The red-haired man put the newspaper in front of Luffy and said, "Look, Luffy, the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the Navy have done such evil. You can imagine how dirty and chaotic the Navy is, so you must not join the Navy. Isn't it good to be a pirate who pursues his dreams freely?" Luffy, who had been bewitched by the red-haired man for many years, did not doubt that there was anything wrong in the red-haired man's words. Luffy waved his hand, patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry, Shanks, I won't be a Navy. No matter how many times my grandfather beats me, I will be a pirate. In a few months, when I turn 18, I will go out to sea immediately and become a free pirate, to pursue the One Piece, to pursue my dream. I want to be the Pirate King." Hearing Luffy's lofty ambitions, the red-haired man grinned from ear to ear and said happily, "A real man should be like this. I believe you will definitely become the Pirate King in the future. Cheers. Cheers." Luffy drank the wine in one gulp, and even when he was drunk, he still shouted that he wanted to find the One Piece and become the Pirate King. Looking at Luffy's appearance, the red-haired man showed a contemptuous smile. "Garp, a stubborn old man, still wants to fight me?" Just when the whole sea was in turmoil, Bai Ye arrived at the Sabaody archipelago on the midnight. A private ship like Bai Ye flying a navy flag is rare on the sea. People gathered around the docks to see who would come down from the ship. But when they saw Bai Ye coming down in a rear admiral uniform, they all fled in panic. They didn't even dare to look back, for fear of being spotted by Bai Ye. Before Bai Ye arrived at the naval branch base, the news that the butcher had returned spread throughout the Sabaody archipelago. For a moment, everyone was in danger, and the streets were empty. They were afraid that the butcher had just returned and wanted to catch a few disobedient people to kill the chickens and make an example of the monkeys. They didn't want to be the chickens waiting to be slaughtered. When Bai Ye arrived at the naval branch base, Quick and his men hadn't arrived yet. After a brief chat with Smoker, nothing happened on the Sabaody archipelago after he left. Everyone was doing things honestly according to the rules. Those who should pay, and there was no need to urge them. In the nearly 3 months since Bai Ye left, he received a huge fortune of nearly 700 million baileys. This was what was left after handing over part of it to marshals and GUO. It is conceivable how much money the entire Sabaody archipelago has. But at the same time, those who have reaped such great benefits must pay a certain price. During the days when the rules were implemented in the Sabaody archipelago, I don't know how many high-ranking officials of the world government and nobles of the member countries expressed their dissatisfaction with Bai Ye, the highest commander of the navy stationed in the Sabaody archipelago. Although Sengoku blocked most of the people for Bai Ye, there are still many people who are jealous of Bai Ye. There are even many people who are willing to pay 300 million baileys and offer a bounty for Bai Ye's head on the black market. Bai Ye has heard about these, but he didn't care. If they are dissatisfied, let them be dissatisfied. If you don't accept it, bite me. After talking with Smoker, Bai Ye went to the headquarters of the Navy. He didn't forget what Marshal Sengoku said on the phone, that he was promoted to Vice Admiral of the headquarters of the Navy. As long as he is officially awarded, he can obtain the world source power again. This is a top priority for Bai Ye. Only when Bai Ye arrived at the Navy headquarters, he suddenly found that there were several times more ships parked at the dock than before. Moreover, the atmosphere in the Navy headquarters was much more serious than before. It seemed that something important had happened. With doubts, Bai Ye came to the door of Marshall's NGUO's office, but found that Marshall's NGUO was not there. When he was about to leave, he found Marshall's NGUO's guard and asked, "Is Marshall's NGUO not here?" The guard explained, "Today, Marshall's NGUO convened a high-level meeting of the Navy temporarily and called back most of the high-level generals of the Navy, as if to discuss how to deal with the sudden emergence of the Night Organization." The guard obviously knew that Bai Ye was favored by Marshall's NGUO, so he explained so much to Bai Ye. If an ordinary rear admiral came, he would at most reply that Marshall's NGUO was in a meeting. He would not make any explanation at all. Listening to the guard's words, Bai Ye murmured, "No wonder there are so many ships parked at the dock." It turns out that a high-level meeting was held. Moreover, it was a meeting to deal with me. It really makes people curious about what was discussed in it. It would be nice if I could attend the meeting and listen in. What a pity. Bai Ye thanked the guard and was about to leave when he heard the guard say, "Hey, Major General Bai Ye, aren't you going to be promoted to Vice Admiral soon? This meeting is for those with the rank of Vice Admiral and above. People like you who have been confirmed to be promoted to Vice Admiral should also be able to attend, right?" Hearing the guard's words, Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and he became eager to try. There was no way. He was really curious about how the Navy would discuss how to deal with him. Moreover, this feeling of attending a meeting and discussing with others how to deal with him was really wonderful. It felt like breaking into the other party's top management. Seeing that Bai Ye also wanted to attend the meeting, the guard took the initiative to say, "Major General Bai Ye, how about I ask Marshal Sengoku first? You wait for me at the door, and I'll call you in if it's okay." "Okay, thank you so much." Bai Ye followed the guard to the door of the meeting room. Less than a minute after the guard went in, he came out with a smile and said, "Marshal Sengoku agreed. Major General Bai Ye, oh, no, Vice Admiral Bai Ye, you can go in." Looking at the guard's leaving figure, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh that there are still many good people in this world. Bai Ye slightly tidied up his military uniform and pushed the door open directly, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the room. Bai Ye looked around and was shocked. Wow, what a guy. Navy Marshal Sengoku, Navy Hero Garp, Navy Staff Churu, 3 Navy Admirals, 2 Admiral candidates, and more than a dozen Navy Vice Admirals, all present. It's not an exaggeration to say that this Linoop alone can fight against 3 Imperial groups at the same time. If Bai Ye is added, all pirates can be swept away directly. Zanji Yuo pointed at Bai Ye and took the initiative to introduce him. "Rear Admiral Bai Ye, the promotion to Vice Admiral has been confirmed. That's why he will be invited to attend this high-level meeting." Bai Ye smiled and nodded to everyone as a greeting to his colleagues. No one expressed dissatisfaction with Bai Ye's participation in the meeting. After all, they all knew that Jack the Drought was defeated by the 18-year-old boy in front of them. With such a dazzling record, they naturally wouldn't say much. Aokiji, who was most familiar with Bai Ye, stood up and took the initiative to let Bai Ye come to his side. Akainu saw that Bai Ye's expression did not change, and he still had a poker face. Kizaru looked at Bai Ye with a strange look, as if he was inexplicably unwilling. There were not many seats present, and from the 2 Navy Admiral candidates onwards, the Navy Vice Admirals basically stood to attend the meeting. Bai Ye stood next to Aokiji, and suddenly a familiar lyric emerged in his mind, which was very suitable for the current scene. At 18 that year, I stood like a minion. I swear that you must see me sitting down in the next meeting. Sengoku said loudly, "Just now, we talked about the sudden appearance of the Night Organization that killed Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. According to reliable intelligence from the world government, the Night Organization subsequently killed 03 of CP0 and all members of CP8. It is basically certain that CP9, which has lost contact, has joined the Night Organization. It can be said that the emergence of the Night Organization has caused great turmoil in the stability of the sea. Other high-ranking naval officers have not been in contact with the spy organization and do not care about this news. But Aokiji, like Byakuya, has carried out missions with 03. Now, after suddenly learning that 03 actually died in the night organization, he can't help but feel very surprised. Facing Aokage's surprised eyes, Bai Ye, the real murderer, has to pretend to know the news, otherwise it will easily arouse suspicion from others. Sanji Yuo continued, according to the order of the 5 elders, the night organization must be eradicated as soon as possible. Now we need to set a bounty for their organization and discuss a feasible capture plan to try to eliminate the night organization in a short time. Listening to Sanji Yuo's words, Bai Ye wanted to die and shouted directly on the spot, "I'm the founder of the night organization. If you get rid of me now, the night organization will be eradicated." Then, he fought against the Navy headquarters alone and shocked the sea. Unfortunately, Bai Ye could only think about such an exciting plot in his mind. Bai Ye would not reveal his identity until the world's source power was finished. Chapter 122, Sengoku's Speculation, Doflamingo's Request. As soon as Sanji Yuo finished speaking, the conference room fell into silence. It is not an easy task to deal with this newly emerged night organization. We are in the light, and the other party is in the dark. Whether the other party will be discovered depends entirely on whether they take action. If they don't take action, there is no way to track their whereabouts. This is completely led by the enemy. There is no clue at all. Staff Officer Chiru said, if we want to deal with this night organization, we must understand what their organization wants to do. Only after we determine the enemy's intentions can we seize the opportunity to take action. Aokiji said, from now on, they have made 2 attacks. The first time they killed Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the second time they killed a spy organization affiliated with the Celestial Dragons. It is difficult to deduce their true purpose from this. Garp, who was sitting next to him, picked his nose and said carelessly, what other purpose could it be? I think it is to maintain peace on the sea. Anyway, Crocodile and the spy organization are not good things, so it's just right to kill them. Sengoku looked at Garp's dead pig-like appearance with a headache and couldn't help reminding him, Vice Admiral Garp, we are in a high-level meeting now. Please pay attention to your words and deeds. Besides, whether it is killing Crocodile or the spy organization, it violates the laws of the world government. This is not true justice. TSK Garp took out a dozen donuts from his arms and ate them in big mouthfuls, not paying attention to what Sengoku said at all. In Garp's opinion, even if the night organization is no longer a thing, it is still better than Crocodile and the spy organization. If it weren't for his identity, he would have wanted to take action after learning about the crimes Crocodile committed in the kingdom of Alabasta. At this time, Bai Ye looked at Garp in a daze. Damn, is the target of the night organization so easy to guess? Garp, the old guy actually said it right. However, Bai Ye looked at Garp in surprise and was not afraid that others would find out his abnormality. Because the expressions of most of the vice admirals present were similar to Bai Ye, and some were even more exaggerated than Bai Ye, Sengoku was extremely regretful at this time. If he had known earlier, he would not have allowed this old guy to attend the meeting. He didn't say anything useful, but said a lot of useless things. Not only did it delay the progress of the meeting, but it was also easy to cause a bad influence. At this time, Sengoku set his sights on Bai Ye, who had just entered. If Bai Ye hadn't been on the road and couldn't get back in time for the meeting, Sengoku would definitely let Bai Ye attend the meeting. So, when the guard mentioned that Bai Ye was at the door, Sanji Yuo did not hesitate to let Bai Ye in. Because in Sanji Yuo's heart, he still felt that Bai Ye had something of his own and might be able to bring him unexpected surprises. So, Sanji Yuo took the initiative to ask Bai Ye, what do you think about the real purpose of the night organization? Bai Ye said in surprise, my opinion? Didn't Vice Admiral Garp say my real purpose? However, seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Bai Ye cleared his throat and pretended to be thoughtful and said, in fact, I don't know much about the night organization. I only saw a few words about it in the newspaper. However, I found that the actions of the night organization seemed to be aimed at the world government and did not affect our navy. Therefore, our navy might as well focus more on the problems that we really need to solve. Bai Ye's words immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the distinction between the world government and the navy. It makes people curious about what Bai Ye will say next. Sanji Yuo asked curiously, "You just said that our navy will focus on the real problems that need to be solved. What does that mean?" Bai Ye said loudly, "It's very simple. The main responsibility of the navy is to maintain peace in the sea and fight against pirates. But now, pirates like Crocodile who have committed many evil deeds can actually be recognized by the world government. Let these pirates have the legal right to plunder, and they only need to hand over part of it. When facing the plunder of the 7 warlords, our navy actually has no right to deal with it. The existence of the 7 warlords is undoubtedly a serious blow to the prestige of our navy. If this goes on, there is no need for our navy to exist. Let those big pirates become legal pirates directly, and the sea will be peaceful, right?" Sanji Yuo seemed to understand the meaning of Bai Ye's words, but he still needed to confirm it. "You said this too?" Bai Ye said firmly, "I propose to abolish the 7 warlords system." As soon as this was said, everyone in the conference room looked at Bai Ye with shocked eyes, as if to say, "How dare this young man? A young man who is still a rear admiral of the navy dared to say such a thing." Sengoku also looked unbelievable. He asked Byakuya to tell him how to solve the problem of the night organization, but what Byakuya said was completely irrelevant to the main topic. Instead, it made the meeting deviate further from the main topic. Garp, who was eating donuts, ate all the donuts in one bite, stood up and said, "I agree with Byakuya's idea. The 7 warlords system has not only brought no results, but has become a protective shield for those pirates, making the navy's reputation on the sea worse and worse. The 7 warlords system must be abolished." Admiral Akainu was a person who hated all pirates. The 7 warlords system was undoubtedly on his bottom line. Therefore, when he heard about the abolition of the 7 warlords system, he clearly expressed his support, and also proposed to arrest the remaining 6 pirates. Aokiji was also unwilling to establish the 7 warlords system, and he had a good relationship with Byakuya, so he had no reason to oppose it. The last admiral, Kizaru, said nothing, looking like he didn't care about anything. However, this was also in line with his usual style. If you want him to be more positive, you probably have to tell him that his salary has increased. The other vice admirals of the navy expressed their full support for abolishing the Shichibukai system. You know, they usually get too much humiliation from the Shichibukai when dealing with pirates. Before, they couldn't burst out for the sake of the overall situation. Now, Bai Ye took the lead in speaking out, and the Navy hero Garp, Admiral Akainu and Aokiji all expressed clear opposition. How could they still hold back? Of course, this is not that Bai Ye has achieved a level of unanimous response in the Navy headquarters. Rather, what he said is exactly what everyone wants, and no navy will allow the existence of the Shichibukai. Well, after Bai Ye opened his mouth, the tone of the entire meeting changed. It was no longer a discussion on how to deal with the night organization, but a petition meeting to abolish the Shichibukai system and fight against the Shichibukai. Bai Ye still had a righteous look on his face, but he was already very happy in his heart. The scene in front of him was exactly what he expected, and those words were also said at this time. "Still want to hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with me? Don't dream I have to ruin this meeting." Sengoku looked at the messy meeting room in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. It can be seen that the entire navy is very dissatisfied with the 7 warlords of the sea and has been resentful for a long time. In fact, even Sengoku himself is also dissatisfied with this system. But this is a mandatory requirement of the world government. Although their navy expressed their dissatisfaction at the time, the world government did not care about their opinions at all. Whatever happens, Sengoku has no choice. Now, Bai Ye's old story has been brought up again, rekindling the dissatisfaction of the senior navy officers. If they continue to suppress it like last time, it is estimated that the senior navy officers will be divided, and in more serious cases, there may be defections. Especially the guy who proposed this proposal. Sengoku set his sights on Bai Ye. Seeing that this meeting was basically impossible to hold, Sengoku had no choice but to announce the dissolution of the meeting. Let these guys go out to discuss how to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system. Talking in front of him also made him upset. But when everyone left, Sanji Yuo kept Bai Ye. It was obvious that Sanji Yuo wanted to discuss with Bai Ye about abolishing the Shichibukai system. After all, this matter involved too much. After everyone left, Sanji Yuo asked Bai Ye to sit in front of him, looked into Bai Ye's eyes and asked, "Tell me honestly, do you have anything to do with the night organization?" Bai Ye was shocked, but he did not show any clues on his face. Instead, he frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "No relationship. You suspect me?" Sanji Yuo sighed and said earnestly, "I also hope that it has nothing to do with you, but your behavior today is too abnormal. You know that the main content of this meeting is to discuss how to deal with the night organization, but you took the initiative to mention the abolition of the 7 warlord system, which will cause a strong response from everyone. Moreover, the 2 actions of the night organization occurred during your vacation, and I have never heard of it before. The most important thing is that in the intelligence I have learned, someone can prove that the day before the night organization attacked and killed Ling San, you happened to have a conflict with Ling San in the first dock of the 7 water city. As a result, Ling San died the next day. Do you think I should suspect you? In fact, these things are not closely related, mainly because Sanji Yuo has been paying attention to Bai Ye's movements. So after these events happened, and then combined with Bai Ye's abnormal behavior in the meeting, this conclusion came naturally. That's why he asked others to leave the meeting room and talk to Bai Ye alone. If it wasn't the case, it would be the best. In case he wanted Bai Ye to stop in time, these things would be treated as if they had never happened, and he didn't know about it. Bai Ye listened to Sanji Yuo's tone and estimated that Sanji Yuo probably already regarded himself as a member of the night organization. There was no way, as Sanji Yuo said, it was indeed easy to make people suspicious. But this was not an unsolvable situation for Bai Ye. Bai Ye smiled and said, "Marshal Sanji Yuo, but these are just your speculations. There is no direct evidence to point to me as a member of the night organization." Sanji Yuo sighed, "It is precisely because there is no direct evidence that you can sit and talk to me about these topics. Otherwise, we can only meet again in Push City. But in fact, these events that seem to point the finger at me are just coincidences." "Oh, what do you mean?" Sanji Yuo suddenly became interested and wanted to hear how Bai Ye would defend himself. In fact, he was unwilling to believe this. If he really wanted to deal with Bai Ye, he could directly tell the world government about this, and let the world government send a special spy organization to investigate Bai Ye, and they would always find out something. He would not tell this matter directly in front of Bai Ye, and let Bai Ye confess. So he also hoped that he could convince himself. Bai Ye said calmly, "First of all, I want to explain why I propose to abolish the 7 warlord system at the meeting. It's not just because I saw the crimes committed by Crocodile in the Kingdom of Alabasta. I want to get rid of Doflamingo and kill that guy." Hearing Bai Ye mention Doflamingo, Sengoku understood. After all, the last time Bai Ye had a conflict with Doflamingo, it was he who rescued Doflamingo. In this way, it is reasonable for Bai Ye to want to abolish the 7 warlord system. And I told you that I would go to the 7 water capital long before. I wanted to build a ship. How could I know that 03 would also go to the 7 water capital at that time? This can only be regarded as a coincidence. He died the next day. It was his bad luck. What does it have to do with me? At that time, I had already sailed to the headquarters of the Navy. Otherwise I would not have come back so soon. As for the conflict, it is easier to explain. Just because you, Marshal Sanji Yuo, suspected me today, and you were killed the next day, can you be sure that I did it? There is no such reason. Everything must be based on evidence. Without evidence, it's all nonsense. Sanji Yuo listened to Bai Ye's practical examples, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I just suspected you, so you cursed me to death. Do you understand what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? However, what Bai Ye said did make sense, which reduced Sanji Yuo's suspicion of Bai Ye a lot. Okay, you have a point. I hope this matter has nothing to do with you. Bai Ye pretended to be wronged. Of course it has nothing to do with me. And Marshal Sengoku, you actually doubted me. This really hurts me. It hurts my sincere heart that fights for the Navy. Marshal Sengoku, you must compensate me. Sengoku said, didn't I promote you to Vice Admiral of the Navy? Bai Ye said indignantly, that's because my previous contributions have nothing to do with this compensation, and cannot be confused. Really? Well, I unilaterally cancel your promotion to Vice Admiral of the Navy. Then as compensation, I will promote you to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. You should be satisfied now. Damn it, Bai Ye was shocked. How can a person be so shameless? If Sengoku takes this to face the world government, it is estimated that the 7 warlords of the sea system will not be implemented. Seeing Bai Ye, Zanjiuo said indifferently, why are you not satisfied with the compensation? Bai Ye gritted his teeth and said, satisfied, I'm really satisfied, thank you Marshal Zanjiuo. Bai Ye took the uniform and medal of the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters and left the meeting room angrily. After Zanjiuo saw Bai Ye slam the door and leave, he looked at Bai Ye's back and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Obviously, Bai Ye's words did not completely dispel his suspicion of Bai Ye, but then a faint smile appeared on his face again. Who cares? Regardless of whether Bai Ye is a member of the Knight Organization, what Bai Ye said before makes sense. The goal of the Knight Organization did not affect the Navy, and it has little to do with him as a Navy Marshal. If the world government asks, he will say that he has no way. The world government can't do anything to him. After leaving the meeting room, Bai Ye's angry look on his face instantly returned to normal. He secretly said that it was a close call. Zanjiuo really deserves to be called a wise general. He was able to link these seemingly unrelated things to himself. If Bai Ye hadn't reacted quickly on the spot, there might have been a risk of being exposed. But he also didn't think that his words had stopped Marshal Zanjiuo from doubting him. In order to completely clear himself of suspicion, Bai Ye felt that he needed to use the identity of the Knight Organization to do something big. Let everyone have a clear understanding of Knight. It would be best if Bai Ye confronted Knight in front of everyone, so that no one would associate himself with Knight. But such things need to be planned carefully. Don't make things worse, it will become a joke. But this trip was not in vain. Looking at the uniform and medal of the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters in his hand, Bai Ye checked the system information. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Vice Admiral and obtaining 10,000 points of World Source Power. World Source Power 38,500. Fusion degree 40% minus 41%. It takes 3,100 World Source Power. According to this rule, his existing World Source Power is enough to increase the fusion degree to 50%. In this case, he can not only extract abilities again, but also have half of Saitama's strength. It's just that there is still a long way to go before the degree of fusion reaches 100%. However, for Bai Ye, it is not necessary to improve now, and his strength is enough to deal with most situations. There is no need to rush. And under the deliberate spread of some people, Vice Admiral Bai Ye of the Navy headquarters proposed to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea in a high-level meeting of the Navy. The matter gradually spread to the sea and made everyone know about it. Most of the member countries expressed their support for this and hoped that the world government would abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system. But the world government was not happy. It immediately ordered Sengoku to seriously deal with Vice Admiral Bai Ye, saying that he did not want to hear similar words from the mouths of senior naval generals in the future. Then, in order to enhance the confidence of the member countries, the world government proved to the sea that the 7 warlords of the sea can coexist peacefully with the member countries. And taking Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the kingdom of Dressrosa as an example, the kingdom of Dressrosa is a tropical island with a holiday style, which is not famous on the sea. But under Doflamingo's effective control, the kingdom of Dressrosa is known as the land of love, passion and toys. The whole sea knows the name of the kingdom of Dressrosa. All citizens support Doflamingo and call him a wise leader. When Bai Ye saw the example given by the world government, he almost laughed. Why did you have to use Doflamingo as an example? Yes, the kingdom of Dressrosa does look very good on the surface. All this is thanks to Doflamingo. It is because he led the Don Quixote family to the kingdom of Dressrosa that there are changes today. But in fact, the means used by Doflamingo in secret are more vicious than crocodile. That is, Doflamingo hid well, and almost no one, except the Don Quixote family, knew the inside story of the kingdom of Dressrosa. If Doflamingo's crime was exposed, wouldn't the face of the world government be swollen? Bai Ye suddenly had an idea in his mind, which might be able to completely clear his suspicion. And it can also obtain a large amount of world source power. However, the example of the world government is indeed a good one for the member countries. Many people are confused by the peaceful coexistence between Doflamingo and the kingdom of Dressrosa. They thought that not all the 7 warlords of the sea were evil. The wave of abolishing the 7 warlords of the sea system gradually subsided. In the Dressrosa kingdom, Doflamingo looked at the golden dendenmushi in front of him, his hand hovering above it. His expression was very solemn, as if he was struggling whether to really make this call. After hesitating for a moment, Doflamingo still made up his mind to pick up the dendenmushi and dialed the number. Not long after, an older voice came from the phone, with a sense of arrogance in his tone, as if he didn't want to have too much conversation with someone like Doflamingo. "Tell me, what's the matter? I need someone to die." "Who?" Doflamingo said with a fierce look in his eyes. "Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Bai Ye." If Bai Ye's killing of Tremble made Doflamingo want to kill him, then Bai Ye's proposal to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system was the last straw that broke the donkey's back. It made Doflamingo determined to kill Bai Ye. This is not only for Tremble, but also for his own plan. Bai Ye must die. The voice on the phone became hurried. "Are you kidding? You want us to execute a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters for no reason? Have you considered what impact this will bring? We can't do this." Hearing the other party's refusal, Doflamingo said anxiously, "Isn't the Navy just a dog under your hands? You just killed one of the Vice Admirals. Can they still rebel?" The voice on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment and explained, "You don't understand. If you mean other Vice Admirals, maybe it's okay, but Bai Ye can't." "Why?" According to reliable intelligence, Bai Ye's teacher is Zephyr, the former admiral and current chief instructor of the Navy. They are like father and son. Moreover, he is the distant nephew of Admiral Sengoku of the Navy and has a close relationship with Admiral Aokiji of the Navy. How do you say we can do it to him? If we do this, won't the Navy be in chaos? Doflamingo remained silent. He really didn't expect Bai Ye's background to be so deep. Seeing the other party's firm attitude, Doflamingo hesitated and said, "Then I will change my request. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 123 Pluto Rayleigh. Seeing that Doflamingo was willing to change the conditions, the person on the other end of the phone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "As long as it's not an impossible condition like before, I can agree to it. But you have to understand that this is your last chance. Once I complete your request, if you want to use the secret treasure to threaten us in the future, it will only make you die faster and will not do you any good." Doflamingo said in a deep voice, "I understand." Because he knew about the secret treasure of the Celestial Dragons, he reached an agreement with the Celestial Dragons. As long as the Celestial Dragons agree to his 3 requests, he will never tell the Celestial Dragons about the secret treasure even if he dies. From the time he established the Don Quixote family and became a pirate until now, he only had 2 chances in total. The first time was when he learned that the 7 warlords of the sea were to be established. He took his men to rob the heavenly gold handed over by the member countries and used it to threaten the world government to make him a 7 warlords of the sea. At the same time, he called the Celestial Dragons and put forward his request to become a 7 warlords of the sea. It was because of the request of the Celestial Dragons that the world government agreed to let Doflamingo become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Otherwise, if ordinary pirates had tried to rob Tenjo gold, they would have been destroyed by the world government's navy. Why would they negotiate with him? As for this second chance, we have to thank Bai Ye. Doflamingo was inexplicably blamed for kidnapping the Celestial Dragons to trade with the beast's pirates without knowing it, and 2 senior officials were implicated. Moreover, the Celestial Dragons considered this matter conclusive evidence, and no matter how much Doflamingo explained, he could not clear his suspicion. So he had to use his second chance to make the Celestial Dragons stop pursuing it. And now is the third and last time. Originally, Doflamingo wanted to use this last chance to save his life when he failed. But now it seems that if he doesn't use it to deal with Bai Ye now, he may not have a chance to use it when Bai Ye attacks him. Thinking about the backhand he had buried many years ago, perhaps now is the best time to activate it. I hope you can transfer Vice Admiral Bai Ye to the G5 Navy branch in the New World. This is my only condition. If you still can't agree, then there is nothing to talk about. I will continue to keep this last chance. Doflamingo's attitude was very firm this time, as if he would hang up the phone immediately if the other party said no. The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment. It was not a difficult thing for him to transfer a Vice Admiral's garrison position. But from Doflamingo's words, it can be easily guessed that he must have some means in the G5 branch of the Navy. He can put the Vice Admiral to death. But this has nothing to do with him. Even if the Vice Admiral named Bai Ye really died in the G5 branch of the Navy, it must be a problem between the Navy and Doflamingo. It has nothing to do with him. Okay, I agree to your request. But you must also remember that this is your last chance. If there is a next time, you will appear in the slave farm of the Celestial Dragons. I think you should understand what the consequences are. After saying that, the phone was hung up directly. Doflamingo looked at the exhausted golden Dendenmushi in front of him, thought for a long time, punched it into a pulp, and said with a ferocious expression, "After I kill Bai Ye, my plan can be implemented smoothly. It is not certain who will become a slave at that time. Bai Ye, just wait for death." It must be said that the Celestial Dragons are very efficient. They did not contact the Navy Marshal Sengoku. Instead, they contacted the Commander-in-Chief of the three armed forces, Steel Bone Sora, through the five elders, and asked Sora to give this order to Sengoku. When Sengoku received this order, he was confused. Generally speaking, personnel transfers like this in the Navy are decided by him, and Sora would not care about these things. But this time it was beyond Sengoku's expectations. And the person involved was Bai Ye, who he had been paying attention to, which made him doubtful. Strange as it was, the orders issued by the superiors still had to be obeyed. So Sengoku still called Bai Ye. "Bai Ye, pack up and prepare to go to the New World Navy G5 branch, to take up the post of base commander." G5 branch? Bai Ye had a vague image of the G5 branch in his mind, and asked curiously, "I'm doing well in the Sabaody archipelago, why do you have to transfer me to the G5 branch?" This question was also puzzled by Zenjiuo, but when he asked Kang just said to obey orders, and hung up the phone. Zenjiuo said a little embarrassedly, "I'm not sure about this either." Bai Ye was even more curious, "You are the Admiral of the Navy, don't you even know your own orders?" "This is not my order, it's an order from above," I asked, but they didn't reply to me. TSK, look at you, the Admiral of the Navy, you don't even reply to your questions. Hearing Bai Ye's contemptuous words, several black lines suddenly appeared on Zenjiuo's forehead, and he roared, "Why so much nonsense, just obey orders." Although Bai Ye didn't understand why he was transferred there, it didn't seem to be a bad thing to go there. After all, in the New World, he can get closer to the fourth prince, and this way he will be closer to his next target, Doflamingo. But the Sabaody archipelago has become well organized under his management, which can bring him hundreds of millions of extra berries every month. It would be a pity to just throw it away. "Marshal Sengoku, how about this? I will go to the Navy G5 branch to become the base commander, and the position of the highest naval garrison commander in the Sabaody archipelago will be given to Smoker. Smoker's rank is Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and it is just right for him to be stationed in the Sabaody archipelago. It just happens to fill the vacancy left by Bai Ye." Sengoku did not object. After all, he saw what Bai Ye did in the Sabaody archipelago. If Bai Ye was transferred away like this, and let others come to pick peaches, it would be easy for Bai Ye to be dissatisfied. "Okay, you can go to the New World, to take up your post now. The atmosphere of the G5 branch is not very good. I will send you a fax with detailed information of all the people in the G5 branch. You can take a look at it on the way, so that you can be prepared. I hope you can reverse the unhealthy atmosphere of the G5 branch." After saying this, Sengoku hung up the phone. At the same time, the Dendenmushi made a sizzling sound, or thick stack of paper spit out from the mouth of the Dendenmushi, which recorded the detailed information of all the people in the G5 branch. Bai Ye picked up the first one and took a look. The familiar face instantly reminded him of the content in the anime. Virgo, a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, is currently the chief of the G5 branch base of the Navy. Isn't this the spy arranged by Doflamingo in the Navy? I was wondering why I was transferred to the G5 branch. After all this time, this is not arranged by Doflamingo. Although ordinary Shichibuke do not have the power to transfer the Vice Admiral of the Navy, but for Doflamingo, Bai Ye believes that he still has a way to do it. This matter is getting more and more interesting. Bai Ye wants to kill Doflamingo, and Doflamingo also uses tricks to kill Bai Ye. Now everyone relies on their own abilities. If you want to go to the New World, there are only two ways. The first way is to enter the New World through the Red Earth continent, but you will pass through Merigoa on the way, and there will be naval inspections at various checkpoints along the way. Of course, as a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters of Bai Ye, as long as he does not enter Merigoa, he naturally does not need to pass any inspection. But Bai Ye just wants to choose the second method that only pirates will choose. This method requires coating the hull first, so that the hull can dive into the sea and enter Fishman Island. Then enter the New World through Fishman Island. The reason why Bai Ye chose this way, because when he was about to leave the Sabayodi archipelago, there was a legendary big man who had not met. If he really left like this, it would be a bit of a pity. He must meet him. When Bai Ye went, he was not alone, but took Smoker with him. After all, the Sabayodi archipelago will be handed over to Smoker in the future, so he must first know what kind of people exist on this island. After all, Smoker's current strength is still too weak for the big guys. The two did not hide their feelings along the way, and both wore military uniforms. Bai Ye looked more handsome in the uniform of the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and he also added a bit of maturity. In addition, the cloak of justice behind him fluttered with his footsteps, not to mention how showy he was. When the two walked on the road, everyone was afraid of them, and dogs hated them. Wherever they went, there was no one. But Bai Ye didn't care about it. He wanted this effect. Smoker looked at the arrogant Bai Ye with a headache. What kind of disease did this old man have today? He had to make him come out in military uniform. He still remembered that the last time they came out like this, the celestial dragons were attacked. I hope it will be more peaceful this time. Unfortunately, Smoker's wish is destined to fail. The two came to the 13th island and came to a bar. Smoker looked at the sign and subconsciously said, "Rip-off bar? This name is too straightforward." Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief and said with a little solemnity, "We are finally here. Let's go in and take a look." "Ah. Go in. Yes, I want to see if the owner of this store dares to rip us off." Smoker didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He walked around for a long time, but it turned out to be just for such a small matter. Well, the boss has spoken, so how can we not go in? The two pushed the door and entered the bar. There was no one in the bar, even at the counter, and it seemed very deserted. It makes sense. The name of this store is so straightforward. How could anyone be willing to come? It is estimated that only people like Bai Ye who are bored will be willing to come in and take a look. Bai Ye came to the bar and shouted, "Is anyone there? Guests are coming." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a woman's voice with a bit of surprise coming from the house behind. "What do you need? My shop has everything." A short-haired woman who looked about 40 years old came out with a smile on her face. However, when she saw the Navy uniforms worn by Bai Ye and Smoker, her face changed slightly, but soon returned to normal, and said with a smile, "It turns out to be two Navy masters." The short-haired woman skillfully took out 2 cups, filled them with wine, and placed them in front of Bai Ye and Smoker. "I have been doing business according to the rules all this time. I wonder what the two Navy masters want to see me for." Bai Ye smiled. "I want to go to the New World via Fishman Island, so I want the boss lady to help me coat my ship." The short-haired woman covered her mouth and laughed. "If you want to coat, you've come to the wrong person. This is a bar, only providing food and drinks, not coating. But your man is a coating technician." Bai Ye put down the wine glass in his hand and said, "Can you tell me where your man is now?" "Zayaki." The smile on Zayaki's face rose. She didn't expect that the other party even knew her real name. Moreover, they pointed out that they were looking for Rayleigh, which probably means they already knew Rayleigh's identity. They are here with bad intentions. Could it be that this place has been surrounded by the Navy? As soon as Rayleigh appears, there will be admirals outside to arrest him. In fact, there are more than one admiral. After all, they want to arrest the legendary pirate, Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Even if 3 admirals come together, it is not an exaggeration. Seeing Zyaki's somewhat nervous look, Bai Ye smiled and said, "Don't worry, I didn't inform the Navy of this news. I came here for personal reasons. Besides, you should know who I am. If I really want to arrest you, do you think you can still stand and talk to me now?" Zyaki smiled again. "Vice Admiral Bai Ye, you are indeed worthy of your reputation. You dare to come to find that damn guy alone. But, that damn guy left me this morning, and now I don't know where he is looking at young girls. I can't figure out where he is." "Really? Then he is really strong and healthy." Bai Ye smiled. Smoker, who was listening to the conversation between the two, felt more and more confused. What is coating? Arrest? Private affairs? Dead ghost? He couldn't understand it at all. But Smoker understood one sentence. The proprietress actually said that Bai Ye came alone. What does this mean? Do you think I'm not even a human being? If Bai Ye hadn't been here, Smoker would have brought people to close down this store. Zyaki pretended to be careless and said, "I'm old, and I don't have any other thoughts. I just want to find a place to live peacefully until the moment I die of old age." Bai Ye naturally heard the implication of Zyaki's words. The two of them just wanted to stay in the Sabayodi archipelago to spend the rest of their lives, and it would not cause any impact. However, whether you will cause an impact is not up to you. Bai Ye smiled and said, "Really? A man who peeks at little girls every day, even if he is older, his heart is definitely that of a young man. He is just a heartless old man. After seeing this, I don't know when he will come back." Bai Ye picked up the wine glass and was about to drink, but suddenly stopped, with a faint smile on his face. "Look, isn't he back? It seems that he still cares about you." Zyaki remained silent. She didn't know whether Rayleigh's sudden return was a good thing or a bad thing. If it really attracted the attention of the Navy, the peaceful life that had lasted for more than 10 years would be broken. I'm afraid that their lives would become displaced again. Smoker couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Vice Admiral Bai Ye, who is the old man you are talking about? Why do you have to find him to coat? Isn't there a coater in the Navy?" Bai Ye smiled and said, "Because he is the strongest among the coaters." "The strongest? How strong can the strongest coater be?" "At most, he is stronger than Tashiji." Smoker said indifferently, "Then you are wrong. His strength is comparable to that of a Navy admiral." This time, Smoker was completely shocked. A strong man comparable to a Navy admiral is a coater in the Sabayodi archipelago. This is outrageous, no matter how you think about it. At this time, the door of the bar was pushed open again. The two turned around and saw an old man with white hair standing at the door. Behind him was the golden twilight of the setting sun, as if dyeing the old man's silver white hair with a layer of gold, making him look a lot younger. When Smoker saw the old man's face, he felt familiar, as if he had seen him before, but because it was too long ago, he couldn't remember it for a while. But when Smoker saw that blonde, it was matched with that familiar face. A name that made the whole sea tremble instantly appeared in his mind. The right hand of the Pirate King, Pluto Rayleigh. Smoker suddenly became panicked, and his first reaction was to find a way to leave here alive. Then, notify the Navy headquarters, and send a Navy admiral to deal with Rayleigh. But just when Smoker was panicking, Bai Ye beside him suddenly raised his glass and smiled. "I finally waited for you, a legendary figure." After hearing Bai Ye's voice, Smoker's originally uneasy heart immediately calmed down. Yes, with Bai Ye here, even if the legendary pirate in front of him is Pluto Rayleigh, it's no big deal. And Rayleigh looked at Bai Ye with some distress, gently touching his forehead with his hand. Is it destined that the peace of more than 10 years will be broken? He was originally looking at young girls outside, but because of Bai Ye and the other's trip, the streets were empty, so he didn't even have anyone to look at. Moreover, when he learned that Bai Ye was heading to the 13th island, he had a bad idea in his mind. He thought that Bai Ye's sudden trip this time was probably to find him. If he couldn't find him and took his anger out on Zayaki, then he would be doomed. That's why he came back so quickly. Fortunately, Zayaki looked fine, and Bai Ye didn't seem to be looking for trouble. Rayleigh walked over to Bai Ye and sat down, and Zayaki poured Rayleigh a glass of wine. Rayleigh sighed, "I'm useless when I'm old. No matter how glorious the past was, it's all in the past. Now I'm just an ordinary old man. What do you want to talk to me about? You're not here to chat, are you?" Bai Ye said, "I've said before that I'm here to get coated." "Coating? Are you going to Fishman Island?" "Yes, I haven't seen the scenery of the seabed yet. This time I'm going to the New World, so I'm going to Fishman Island to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the seabed." Zayaki asked in surprise, "You're going to the New World?" Bai Ye nodded and joked, "Why? Do you think that once I leave, the people of the entire Sabaody archipelago will be extremely happy?" Zayaki was amused by Bai Ye's humorous words and covered her mouth and said, "If they knew that the butcher was gone, they would probably be so happy." Bai Ye really tortured everyone during these days in the Sabaody archipelago. No matter what you do, you have to be careful, for fear of violating the rules set by Bai Ye. They are overthinking it. "After I leave, Smoker will become the highest garrison commander of the Sabaody archipelago, and the rules will not change." Bai Ye then turned his gaze to Rayleigh and continued, "Because Smoker is too weak, I'm afraid he can't control everyone. So, in order to prevent some daring people from breaking the rules, I came here specifically this time, hoping that Pluto can secretly help Smoker at a critical moment." Smoker's face turned red, ashamed, and he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "I didn't expect that, because of my weak strength, Lord Bai Ye would actually come to a pirate for help." Rayleigh put down the wine glass and said lightly, "Why should I help?" A trace of excitement flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, and said, "Because if you don't help, you will be killed on the spot by me, or imprisoned in the dark city of Impel Down." From the time he went out to sea to now, Bai Ye has never fought with the top combat power of the sea, excluding the competition with Teacher Zephyr. In particular, the Pluto Rayleigh in front of him is a deputy of Pirate King Roger, the legendary pirate. Moreover, in the anime, it was Rayleigh who taught Luffy to practice two-color domineering for 2 years. It has a long-term impact on Luffy. If he can kill him, he can definitely get a lot of world source power. Bai Ye came with this purpose this time. If you agree, everything will be fine. You can continue your leisurely life in old age, and you only need to come out to help out occasionally. But if you don't agree, then I will prepare to collect a large amount of world source power." Although Bai Ye still admires Rayleigh, a cool old man with strong strength. "But, one thing is one thing. If you don't cherish the chance I gave you, don't blame me for being cruel." Rayleigh seemed to be angered by Bai Ye's words. His face sank, and he said, "Young man, don't think that you can prove that you are very strong just because you act recklessly in the Sabaody archipelago. Won't you know if you are strong or not by trying?" A strong sword intent suddenly broke out from Bai Ye, and the wind sound on his waist kept shaking, as if it would fly out of the scabbard in the next second. The wooden tables, chairs, floors, walls, and roofs in the entire bar were chopped with sword marks by the invisible sword intent, and sawdust flew. Bai Ye said arrogantly, "If you want to make a move, come on, let me see how strong the right hand of the Pirate King is." Chapter 124, Sword Skills Maximized, heading to Fishman Island. Rayleigh's face was heavy. As Bai Ye's extremely strong sword intent came out, he also burst out with a sharp sword intent to counter it. But both of them cleverly limited the scope of the sword intent to the bar. They didn't let others notice the difference here. But the inside of the bar was damaged. The seats and benches were almost in a dilapidated state. Zayaki felt distressed. If she wasn't worried about her identity being exposed, she would be hunted down by the Navy endlessly. She wanted to fight these two bastards. If they continued like this, she could renovate her store. Although neither of them took action, they could sense each other's strength just by fighting with the sword intent they emitted. If it was just based on the sword cultivation, Rayleigh was slightly better than Bai Ye. Not much, but there was still a small gap. But Rayleigh didn't see any joy on his face. Instead, he looked at Bai Ye with a little more worry. The swordsmanship he had practiced for decades was only a little stronger than the kid in front of him who was less than 20 years old. How can Rayleigh be happy about this? Moreover, Rayleigh is old, and he has no advantage in physical strength or power. In addition, this place is very close to the Navy headquarters. If the two of them really fight, it will be impossible to determine the winner in a short time. The final situation is likely that the Navy headquarters will notice the fierce battle here and send a general level combat force to check. Then, they will join forces with Bai Ye to defeat Rayleigh and imprison him in the city of Push. This is all foreseeable. When Rayleigh was thinking about whether to agree to Bai Ye felt that he was still inferior to Rayleigh in swordsmanship. Without saying a word, he started cheating on the spot. He directly spent 5,000 points of world source power to upgrade his swordsmanship to the maximum level. Having world source power means being willful. Just like the telekinesis used by pretending to be Yi is at the maximum level, the swordsmanship used by his real body must naturally be at the maximum level. In this way, the two can match. It is also more conducive to Bai Ye disguising his true identity. Just when Rayleigh was unsure, the sword intent that burst out from Bai Ye suddenly changed. The sword force was rising, and the might was several times more than before. The tables, chairs, and benches that were already in tatters seemed to be pierced by countless sword energy in an instant, breaking into tiny wood chips out of thin air and falling from the air. The scene was very beautiful. Unfortunately, no one present had the heart to appreciate this beautiful scene. After Bai Ye upgraded his sword to the maximum level, Rayleigh felt a great pressure, with a little shock in his eyes, and said with palpitations, Is this a big breakthrough in swordsmanship? It's so easy to break through. Is there any justice? Rayleigh looked at Bai Ye's young face again, and was so angry that he almost spit out blood. Why does this kid get all the good things? No wonder he is so arrogant. If I had such strength when I was as young as him, I would be even more arrogant than him. Moreover, Rayleigh even felt that as the sword intent confrontation continued, Bai Ye's control over the sword was increasing at a very fast speed. If Bai Ye's sword intent was like the ocean before, filling the entire space inside the bar, then, now under Bai Ye's control, the scattered power is condensed into a point. Just like the sea stone condensed from the essence of the sea. This is a qualitative leap, based on the quantitative breakthrough. At the moment when Bai Ye was about to draw his sword, Rayleigh suddenly retracted his sword intent, angrily cursing, "What the hell is this? I won't fight anymore, I agree." Bai Ye's right hand on Feng Ming froze. After reaching the maximum level of swordsmanship, Bai Ye felt that his understanding of swordsmanship had reached more than one level, and he was using it more and more skillfully. Just when he was about to use Rayleigh to practice and test his new understanding, Rayleigh suddenly admitted defeat and stopped fighting. This was really beyond Bai Ye's expectations. But he came here this time to intimidate Rayleigh and let Rayleigh help Smoker solve some troubles. Now Rayleigh has agreed to his request. If he forcibly attacks Rayleigh, it will go against what he said before. As the most trustworthy person, Bai Ye naturally cannot attack again. This makes Bai Ye very depressed. Damn it, if he had known earlier, he would have fought first. However, Bai Ye thought of an idea, deliberately raised his head, and said arrogantly, "You are the right hand of Pirate King Roger, the legendary pirate, the top powerhouse on the sea. Facing an 18-year-old kid like me, you don't even dare to attack." Rayleigh glanced at Bai Ye unhappily. How could he not understand Bai Ye's thoughts? Isn't it just to stimulate me to take the initiative? Dream on. You want me to take action, but I won't. Hey, just for fun. Looking at Bai Ye's panicked look, Rayleigh suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. No matter how talented, strong, or young you are, you still can't attack me now. If people knew that the legendary pirate Pluto would now be so smug that others dare not attack him because he agreed to the coercion of others, I wonder if they would say that Rayleigh has completely lost the face of Pirate King Roger. It is true that the most humble people are invincible. Rayleigh even acted like he would never attack me, even if he was beaten to death. What can you do to me? Bai Ye really had no choice. Bai Ye had no choice but to say, "Okay, you can live here slowly. If something happens here, you can just help a little. In the future, I promise to let you enjoy your old age and die peacefully." Listen, is this what a human being would say? Rayleigh's face turned as hen, but he still kept his composure and did not attack. Although what Bai Ye said was indeed unpleasant, it was Rayleigh's truest thought. By the way, I will send someone to deliver the boat tomorrow. Remember to coat the film well. After achieving the goal, Bai Ye prepared to leave with Smoker. Seeing Bai Ye was leaving, Zayaki asked anxiously, because you two destroyed all the chairs and benches in my bar, how can I run this shop now? Bai Ye said without turning his head, it's simple. I won't collect taxes from your shop for the next 2 years. Just consider it as compensation for the loss of tables and chairs. You still want to ask me for money? You are just dreaming. After the two men left, Zayaki said angrily, this kid is such a bastard. He doesn't even want to give a penny. Well, if we don't pay taxes for 2 years, the money saved is not much more valuable than these tables and chairs. That's true. The tax rate set by this kid is still too high. He has a really dark heart. However, Zayaki suddenly became happy again and thanked, you damn guy. It's a good thing you kept your composure and didn't take action. Otherwise, if you two started fighting, you would definitely attract the Admiral of the Navy. In that case, we would have to drift on the sea for a while before we can live a stable life like we do now. Rayleigh shook his head and said, I guess the battle will be over before we even have to wait for the Admiral of the Navy to come. Zayaki said in surprise, no way, that kid shouldn't be so weak. He can't even last half an hour. I mean, I guess I can't last more than half an hour in the hands of that kid. I'm old after all. If I were 10, 20 years younger, I wouldn't have been bullied by that kid. Rayleigh sighed. Zayaki was stunned. How is it possible? You said you can't beat that kid. Alas, there's no way. How can young people nowadays be so perverted and stronger than those monsters? Rayleigh sighed. This era belongs to young people after all. However, Bai Ye's coming this time may not be a bad thing. With what he said, we may really be able to spend our old age in the Sabaody archipelago. Rayleigh turned his head and looked at Zayaki's face full of disbelief and couldn't help laughing. Don't think too much. He didn't attack us just now, and basically he won't attack us in the future. Since he won't attack us, what does it have to do with us? No matter how strong he is. Let's go. We have to get up early tomorrow morning to coat that kid's boat. Zayaki asked puzzledly, but it's just getting dark. Isn't it too early to go to bed now? Wait until the quilt is warmed up. It won't be late. Rayleigh had a lewd smile on his face and pulled Zayaki, who looked helpless, into the room. When Smoker and Bai Ye walked out of the extortion bar, their legs were weak. Normally, when facing other pirates, he would be the first to rush in front of them and take action. However, this was his first time to encounter the legendary pirate. Moreover, such a big man actually lived in the place he managed for so long. Anyone who thought about this would feel a little scared. If he offended the other party one day, he might not even know how he died. Smoker swallowed his saliva and said with a throbbing heart, Vice Admiral Bai Ye, are we really not going to report this news? That's the vice captain of Roger's pirate group, Pluto Rayleigh. Bai Ye smiled. What's there to report? He won't cause trouble and take the initiative to attack you. And he can also help you deal with some troubles that you can't deal with. Isn't it good to have such a strong thug for free? Well, you are the first one who dares to use Pluto as a free thug, except Roger. Seeing that Smoker was still worried, Bai Ye didn't continue to explain. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Hearing what Bai Ye said, Smoker naturally didn't say anything more. 3 days later, Bai Ye looked at the polar day wrapped in a layer of bubble film in front of him. Under the sunlight, the bubbles showed colorful colors, as if a rainbow was engraved on them, which looked extremely beautiful. Even Bai Ye was attracted by the beauty in front of him, let alone the two ladies, Ain and Ashiki. At this moment, the white fingers as white as green onions carefully touched the bubbles, fearing that the bubble film would be damaged, which looked extremely cute. You can just poke it casually. If it is really damaged, there will be professionals to repair it. Ah, thank you brother Bai Ye. Thank you Lieutenant General Bai Ye. Ain and Ashiki looked at Bai Ye and said sweetly. Bai Ye said, turned his head to Rayleigh on the side, and smiled. Old man Lei, am I right? Looking at Bai Ye's mean appearance, Rayleigh wanted to draw his knife and chop it hard. It's a pity that such an idea can only be realized in his mind. Rayleigh said viciously. If it's broken, you have to pay for repairs. Oh, so you have income from repairs. It seems that the tax on new film coaters can be increased in the future. Bai Ye held his chin in his hand and thought. Damn. This guy's too cruel, isn't he? I only charged him for one ship, but he actually wants to increase the tax on film coaters on the entire island. If others know about this, how can I do business? What will my colleagues think of me? Rayleigh stared at Bai Ye's heart and looked hard, as if he could see through his body, and see that Bai Ye's heart was pitch black. Seeing that the time was almost up, Bai Ye said goodbye to Rayleigh. See you next time, old man Ray. Rayleigh looked at Bai Ye seriously and said, to be honest, with your personality, I wouldn't be surprised if the 4 Emperor's pirates attacked you together. I think you should be honest in the new world. Bai Ye smiled with narrowed eyes. Hahaha, what you said is really possible. But life needs to be exciting to be interesting. After that, Bai Ye stepped onto the polar day, and the entire ship dived into the sea, and disappeared above the sea. Rayleigh looked at the disappearing Bai Ye and murmured, what a daring kid. It's just that it's unexpected that such a lawless person would become a navy. Or does he have other ideas? Rayleigh thought about it and suddenly laughed. Who cares? Anyway, I'm just a coating engineer in his 60s now. Why do I have to think so much? Bai Ye went to the G5 branch of the Navy this time. In addition to Ain and Tashaji, he also brought the butler Ferguson. In this way, it will be convenient to start work when we arrive at the Navy G5 branch. It will also be convenient for Bai Ye to fish. This is the first time for everyone to go to the bottom of the sea, so they are very curious about everything around them. Whether it is the swaying aquatic plants or the huge seeking creatures passing by the side of the ship, they can all cause a burst of exclamations. Ain looked at the seawater outside, and a sense of anxiety inexplicably rose in his heart. He said with some worry, Brother Bai Ye, this membrane will not break, right? Don't worry, this membrane is very strong. You can't break it, even if you poke it hard like this. Bai Ye used his fingers to push on the membrane, making it bulge a little. At first glance, it looks like some kind of safety equipment is worn on the fingers. Ain's anxiety is also normal. After all, she is a devil fruit ability user. If the bubble membrane breaks, seawater will rush into the boat, and she will have almost no power to resist. Dashiki, who was standing by, heard Ain's worried words, hugged Ain into his arms, patted his chest and said, don't worry, I will protect you when the time comes. Bai Ye looked at the double peaks that were constantly deformed under Dashiki's slapping, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. My goodness, this is how you get such a big thing, right? Fishman Island is located 10,000 meters below the sea. As the ship dives deeper and deeper, the sunlight cannot shine into the sea. When it dives to 1,000 meters, it can no longer see the sun. Endless darkness swallowed up the polar day, and everyone's eyes were pitch black. When you can't see, the effects of other senses will be magnified several times. A little bit of movement will cause everyone to panic. However, Bai Ye was prepared for this. Ferguson, turn on the light. Ferguson sighed helplessly, but still used the fruit ability according to Bai Ye's order. A bright light suddenly burst out between the index fingers, illuminating the entire bubble membrane like daylight. If you look closer, you can even see the huge heat released from Ferguson's fingertips, causing the air to scorch and roll. Bai Ye looked at Ferguson in surprise. He didn't expect that Ferguson, in addition to handling the affairs of the Sabaody archipelago, also did not fall behind in cultivation, and his strength improved significantly. Moreover, it can be seen that Ferguson has developed the ability of the fruit well. Maybe, he will even have the opportunity to reach the level of fruit awakening in the future. However, if you think about it carefully, this is normal. After all, Ferguson was ranked second with Quick in their elite training camp. The elite of the Navy elites selected from the entire ocean will naturally have strong talents. Under Ferguson's careful control, the light is only maintained within a fixed range. Avoid being too bright and causing attacks from the Sea Kings in the deep sea. With the huge size of the Sea Kings, a casual touch will break the bubble membrane. In that case, they will face a life or death situation. In fact, for Bai Ye, Ferguson's caution is a bit redundant. If there really were a Sea King attacking, with Bai Ye's strength, he could kill them with one strike with his finger gun and armed haki. No matter how many came, as many would die. There was no need to worry. An invisible force penetrated through the bubble membrane and directly smashed the head of a Sea King hundreds of meters long in the distance. The body of the Sea King disappeared in the endless darkness, as if it had never appeared. And the people on the boat did not notice Bai Ye's actions at all. Even when they were about to arrive at Fishman Island, everyone was still sighing at their luck along the way, not even encountering a Sea King. Soon, everyone's attention was attracted by the beautiful buildings of Fishman Island, which were completely different from the architectural style on the ground. Various colorful buildings like waves were scattered all over the island. And on the tallest building on Fishman Island, Ryugu, there was a fluttering flag. On the flag was a slightly long skull with two crescent-shaped beards. This was the symbol of the Whitebird pirates, who were so powerful that even the Navy and the world government did not dare to provoke them easily. It symbolizes Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the sea. When Fishman Island puts up his flag, it means that the island is under the care of the Whitebird pirates. Anyone who commits a crime on Fishman Island will be hunted down endlessly by the Whitebird pirates. Since then, the number of mermaids robbing on Fishman Island has become less and less. Only a few slave hunters dare to come to Fishman Island to secretly lure a few ignorant mermaid girls. It can be said that the Whitebird pirates have protected Fishman Island to a great extent. It's funny to say that the protection of Fishman Island by a pirate group is greater than the impact brought by the Navy. There is no way around it, because the biggest buyer of mermaids is the Celestial Dragons. The Navy can only turn a blind eye here and dare not intervene at all. When the midnight sun docked at the gate of Fishman Island, it was immediately surrounded by 30 or 40 fishermen holding bone spears and bone forks. The strong fisherman in the lead said sternly, "We don't welcome the Navy here. Please leave. If you don't leave, don't blame us for attacking you." Since the death of Princess Otterheim, the residents of Fishman Island generally hate the humans on the ground. Moreover, because of the Whitebird pirates, their tolerance for pirates is much higher than that of the Navy. The flag of the Navy's Dove of Peace was hung on Bai Ye's polar day. So when Bai Ye and others entered Fishman Island, they were targeted by the fishermen. They passed the news of the arrival of the Navy to King Neptune of the Kingdom of Ryugu. He himself brought weapons and stopped the Navy outside the gate of Fishman Island, preventing the Navy from entering. Facing the fishermen holding weapons, and with fierce eyes, Bai Ye couldn't help but frowned. To be honest, the purpose of his coming to Fishman Island, in addition to seeing the scenery of Fishman Island, it is to change the plot and find a way to obtain a lot of world source power. But now, he was surrounded by dozens of fishermen, and couldn't even get into the gate of Fishman Island. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a little funny and sad for these fishermen. Don't they know that they should keep a low profile when they don't have enough strength? The anger of the weak is just a joke to the strong. Moreover, because the flag hung on Fishman Island is the flag of the Whitebird pirates, it does not belong to the member countries. Even if Bai Ye wanted to kill and massacre the entire Fishman Island today, he would only offend the Whitebird pirates, and it would not affect his identity as a Navy at all. Pirates and the Navy are mortal enemies. Therefore, Bai Ye doesn't have to worry about any consequences. Bai Ye showed a cruel smile and said coldly, "I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you still don't let us in, then there is no need for this Fishman Island to exist." At the same time, in the Mermaid Street and Mermaid Cafe, a woman with short black hair, a pair of cold blue eyes, slightly pale skin, and a strange purple nail painting on her nails, wearing a dark purple hooded top, was smoking with a pipe when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if her heart was crushed by a handful. It was so painful. Ah! The pipe in the woman's hand fell to the ground, and she let out a shrill cry. The mermaid customers who were tasting coffee in the cafe saw this and asked nervously, "Mrs. Ziley, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you need me to help you go back to the room to rest?" This pain lasted for a long time before it gradually subsided. Ziley covered her chest. Her pale skin now looked even more bloodless, and even looked a little scary. She kept muttering, This is a sign of something big happening. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this." As a fortune teller, she could keenly predict what was going to happen. Then, she said frantically, "Kami, quickly bring me my crystal ball." Chapter 125 Jinbei, Ace, and Marco. A faint purple light emerged from the edges of Xia Li's pale hands, constantly circling the crystal ball in front of her. At the same time, clear images gradually emerged on the originally transparent crystal ball. These images flashed one after another like slides. I could only see the images at the time, but I didn't know the relationship between them. In the first picture, a ship with a navy flag stopped at the gate of Fishman Island, surrounded by 30 or 40 armed fishermen. In the second picture, a boy in a navy uniform drew his sword and slashed a sword energy like a waning moon towards Fishman Island. The huge sword energy split the entire Fishman Island in two. The buildings on Fishman Island became ruins, and the residents living there were killed and injured countless times. The entire Fishman Island was like hell on earth. In the third picture, the boy who drew the sword suddenly turned his head and looked at her. His eyes were like two sharp slashes, which pierced Xia Li's eyes and hurt her. She subconsciously closed her eyes, and the crystal ball seemed unable to withstand this sharp gaze, and it exploded directly into a pile of fragments. Although the guests around could not see anything from the crystal ball, they could tell from Shirley's tears and the sudden explosion of the crystal ball that Mrs. Shirley had predicted something terrible was going to happen. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and everyone looked at each other in panic. It took Shirley a while to recover her eyes, and she did not tell the other guests about this news, because she knew that, if this matter was publicized, it would cause a panic in Fishman Island. At that time, the situation might get worse. So, Shirley wrote down what she predicted on a piece of paper and asked Kimi to take the note and go to King Puniton immediately. She hurried to the first scene of the prediction, the entrance of Fishman Island, and she had to stop this from happening. At the entrance of Fishman Island, Bai Ye suddenly felt that someone was prying into his privacy. This feeling came out of nowhere, and he could not find the source at all. Bai Ye frowned and looked around, and his observation haki was activated. When his observation haki sensed something different in the air, Bai Ye looked at it with cold eyes. This feeling stopped abruptly, as if it had never appeared. Bai Ye instantly realized that there seemed to be a fishman who could tell fortunes on Fishman Island, Xia Li. Moreover, this Xia Li was Alang's sister. The feeling just now should be caused by Xia Li's divination. However, divination is to predict what might happen in the future. His observation haki can actually sense this kind of fluctuation in predicting the future. Does this mean that, if the level of his observation haki continues to rise, it will become like Katakura's observation haki, achieving the effect of predicting the future? As the guards at the door and Bai Ye and others were in a stalemate, more and more fishermen came out to watch. Like the guards at the door, they also had no good feelings towards people coming from the land, especially since Bai Ye was a navy. They shouted at the entrance of the island, "You damned guys, get out of Fishman Island, you are not welcome here." Captain Vito, instead of being in a stalemate, why not just attack them and kill them all? Yeah, in all these years, I've never seen the navy come to Fishman Island. I really don't know what it feels like to kill the navy. I think it must be more exciting than killing pirates. The Captain Vito they were talking about was the strong fishman who was in the lead. Vito listened to the noise of the fishmen around him and said dissatisfiedly, "You guys should be careful when you talk. Don't cause trouble for Boss Jinbei. It's not a big deal to stop the navy outside Fishman Island. But if you take the initiative to kill the navy, the nature of the matter will change." Moreover, Jinbei's current identity is still a Shichibuke recognized by the world government, which has played a significant role in protecting Fishman Island. Bai Ye didn't take the fishman's abuse to heart. In his opinion, there was no need for him to bother with these dying people. Instead, he began to plan how much world power he could get from Fishman Island. This was more important to him. If he remembered correctly, the plot that could be changed here was the new Fishman pirates, and the crazy licker who had been bothering Princess Shirahoshi, the target fruit user Vanderdecken 9th. Moreover, there seemed to be a historical text in the sea forest where Joy Boy apologized. It was estimated that if added together, there might be 10,000 points of world power, which was a big gain. Bai Ye calculated the time in his mind and said, "There are still 3 minutes. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for taking action." Those fishermen who were already extremely angry at humans heard Bai Ye's arrogant words, and the anger suddenly surged in their hearts. One by one, they pretended to attack Bai Ye and others. Vito looked at Bai Ye with dissatisfaction, and then looked at the excited fishermen. If they were allowed to attack the Navy would probably kill some people. By that time, things would get out of hand. Under Vito's order, the guards at the gate who surrounded Bai Ye became bodyguards for Bai Ye and others, preventing those fishermen from attacking the Navy. Bai Ye looked at Vito unexpectedly. He didn't expect that some fishermen still had brains. Just when the scene became noisy, Xylee, who came in a hurry, looked at the Navy ship parked at the gate of Mermaid Island and the young naval officer. Everything was the same as the picture shown in the crystal ball. This made Xylee's heart tighten, and her worry was beyond words. However, fortunately, nothing has happened yet. There is still a chance. Xylee secretly made up her mind that she would never let the predicted thing happen. Facing the fishermen in front of her who were in a mess, Xylee directly scolded coldly, "Get out of my way." The entangled fishermen heard that someone dared to scold them, and they were about to curse fiercely. As a result, they turned around and saw that it was Xylee, and they immediately wilted and honestly stepped aside. As a fortune teller, Xylee's status in Fishman Island is relatively transcendent. Because the things she predicted were basically correct, and they were all 100% certain to happen. In addition, the hooligans on the Fishman Street admired people like Aaron. As Aaron's sister, they also had some respect for Charlie. Therefore, when faced with Charlie's scolding, they could only accept it with a pinch of their noses. Vito was a little surprised by the appearance of the fortune teller Charlie, and couldn't help asking, "Charlie, why are you here?" Charlie said solemnly, "We can't attack these Navy." Vito never thought that the fortune teller Charlie on the island would actually plead for a group of Navy. But their identities are Navy. How can we? Halfway through his words, Vito noticed Charlie's solemn face, and combined with Charlie's identity, a bad idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Vito asked tremblingly, "What did you predict? Is it related to these Navy?" In order to avoid creating too much panic and causing dissatisfaction among the fish people with the Navy, Charlie just nodded and did not explain the predicted picture. But this has made Vito realize the seriousness of the situation. At this time, Bai Ye's voice sounded again. "There is only 1 minute left." Bai Ye ordered the people on the boat to prepare for battle and to attack at any time. This move was undoubtedly a naked provocation in the eyes of the fishermen. Even though the guards and Xylee stopped them, some fishermen shouted to kill Bai Ye regardless. Just when the battle was about to break out, another guard came from the Fishman Island. This guard was not fishmen, but mermaids. The upper body was human, the lower body was fishtail, and they all rode the same sharp-mouthed sharks. They held bone tridents in their hands. They were well equipped, and looked like a brave and warlike army. The leader of this army was the eldest prince of the Dragon Palace Kingdom of the Fishman Island, the Shark Mermaid, Shark Star. There was a dot on his forehead, and he had shark teeth and gill slits. He had long blue wavy hair, a righteous appearance, a light-colored round spot on his fishtail, and a golden trident as his weapon. His royal temperament was undoubtedly revealed. Earlier, when Kami handed the note written by Charlie to King Neptune, it immediately caused panic in the Dragon Palace. Just like those fishermen who respected Charlie, they would not doubt that Charlie's divination was wrong. In order to avoid the situation, Neptune quickly sent out the most responsible and calm Shark Star among the crowd, and told him to treat the Navy well and not to cause their dissatisfaction. This time it involves the survival of Fishman Island. They must be cautious. In the new world, on an unknown island, there are thousands of people having a banquet, and the scene is very lively. A tall figure of nearly 7 meters sat on a stone chair, holding a wine glass as tall as a person in his hand, drinking happily. There were infusion tubes connected to several medicine bottles in his hands, and there were several scars on his naked upper body, proving the glory of this man's life. At the side, a man with a pineapple head could not help but persuade, "Dad, you are still on 4th drip, you should drink less." Kilalala, "This little illness is nothing to me. Marco, you don't have to worry too much. Besides, Ace is having a party with friends today. How can we not drink to our heart's content?" Marco heard this and sighed helplessly. There was no way. Dad really wanted to drink, and he couldn't stop him. And the identity of the man who could be called Dad by Marco was naturally self-evident. Whitebird looked at the lively banquet in front of him with satisfaction. This was what he had been looking forward to in his life. To form a family on the sea and feel the affection between each other. For Whitebird, such a life is far more important than becoming the pirate king. At the banquet, a black-haired boy with freckles on his cheeks, holding Jinbei in one hand and holding a huge barbecue in the other, said excitedly, "Jinbei, I didn't expect that we could meet again on the sea. It's not easy." Jinbei was also happy. "Yes, I have been busy since I became a 7 warlords of the sea. This time I was just looking for a pirate group passing by here, but I didn't expect to meet you by chance." After Ace finished the barbecue in his hand, he licked his lips with satisfaction, pulled Jinbei and walked towards Whitebird, saying, "When Dad knew he met you, he immediately held a banquet on the island. You have to toast Dad with a glass of wine." Jinbei smiled. "Even if you didn't say it, I would take the initiative to visit. Since the flag of the Whitebird pirates was hung on Fishman Island, countless lives of mermaids and fishmen have been saved." Jinbei is naturally grateful to Whitebird. Ace pulled Jinbei to Whitebird and said respectfully, "Dad, Jinbei is here to toast you." Jinbei also called Whitebird Dad, raised his glass and said, "Dad, I'm so glad to see you again on the sea. Kilala, for me, meeting my family on the sea is the most worthy thing to celebrate." Whitebird admired Jinbei very much. After all, the title of Sea Knight was not called out by Jinbei himself. It was the reputation that Jinbei had accumulated from the good deeds he had done over the years as a pirate. Just as everyone was talking happily, the den mushi on Jinbei suddenly rang. Jinbei's originally happy expression suddenly became gloomy. He knew that the den mushi rang, which could only be King Neptune calling, which meant that something happened on Fishman Island. Moreover, it was definitely a very serious matter, otherwise Neptune would not take the initiative to call and ask. When Jinbei answered the phone, his face became very ugly, and he replied, "I will rush back immediately. You must wait for me to come back, and don't easily anger the other party." Jinbei's facial expression naturally fell into the eyes of Whitebird and others. Ace asked first, "Jinbei, is there an accident on Fishman Island?" Over the years, the Whitebird pirates have done enough for Fishman Island, and Jinbei doesn't want to trouble Whitebird for everything. Moreover, the other party is a vice admiral of the navy. If it is not handled properly, it will easily lead to a battle between the navy and the Whitebird pirates. Dad has been getting worse and worse over the years, and he can't take action easily anymore. So, Jinbei resumed his smile and pretended to be relaxed. "It's no big deal. I can handle it by myself." Then, he turned around and said to Whitebird, "Dad, I'm sorry, I'll go back first this time. I will definitely get drunk at the next banquet." After that, Jinbei stood up and prepared to leave. Whitebird suddenly shouted, "Wait." Jinbei stopped. Whitebird continued, "Since you call me Dad, you are my son, so your business is my business. Moreover, the flag flying on Fishman Island is still my flag. No matter who causes trouble, it is a declaration of war against the Whitebird pirates. So, you don't have to hide anything from me." Ace held Jinbei and said, "Dad is right. What happened? Is there anything I can help you with?" Marco smiled and said, "We are all family. There is nothing we can't talk about. Besides, when did Sea Knight Jinbei become so fussy?" Jinbei was very moved after listening to everyone's words. So, he told Shirley's prediction. Hearing this, Whitebird thought, a vice admiral should not be able to destroy Fishman Island, right? Jinbei shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about this, but Zhali's prediction is not wrong, so I must rush back as soon as possible to prevent it from happening." Ace and Jinbei were very good friends, and he said generously, "Dad, I will go back to Fishman Island with Jinbei. Even if that vice admiral has some skills, he will never be a match for the two of us." At this time, Ace was trained by Whitebird as a future captain of the Whitebird pirates for a long time. His strength has grown rapidly, much stronger than before. And Jinbei said that the vice admiral's strength is not weak, which is just right to test his training results during this period, and can also help his good brother overcome difficulties. Kill two birds with one stone. Jinbei looked at Ace with gratitude. With Ace's joining, it is indeed much safer. Whitebird did not stop Ace's behavior, but just asked them to be careful, and then let the two leave. Not long after the two left, Marco seemed to remember something and said to Whitebird nervously, "Dad, I want to go to Fishman Island with Ace too." Whitebird was surprised and said, "What's wrong? With the strength of Ace and Jinbei, there will be no problem as long as they don't meet the Admiral of the Navy. Besides, didn't Neptune say that the enemy is a Vice Admiral of the Navy? It's a good opportunity for Ace to exercise, and there's no need for you to go there." Marco explained quickly, "I'm afraid that the Vice Admiral of the Navy is Bai Ye. Bai Ye. It's the Rear Admiral who captured Jack. I heard that he was promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy recently." When Whitebird heard this, he realized that the Navy that could capture Jack was indeed strong. But there's no need to be so nervous, right? Jinbei and Ace can also fight Jack without losing. Seeing his father's indifferent look, Marco said nervously, "I almost had a fight with Jack a few days ago because of the territory. At that time, I mocked him and said that he was defeated by a rear admiral. One of the 3 signatures of the Beast's pirates. Is this the level? But I never thought that Jack heard my mockery. Not only did he not fight, but said that if I met that rear admiral, I would probably be defeated. I didn't think much of it at the time, thinking how strong a rear admiral could be. Jack would say that, most likely to save some face for himself. But, combining Jack's words with Jinbei's prediction, that must come true. I'm afraid that the strength of the Vice Admiral is really enough to destroy Fishman Island. Marco is a more active person in the Whitebird Pirates, and can be regarded as a dog-headed military advisor. Whitebird still believed Marco's words and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. "Then I'll go directly with you. I want to see how strong that Vice Admiral is." Marco shook his head. "No, the geographical location of Fishman Island is too special. If you go there, the Navy will definitely do their best to attack. This time, I'll go alone. With the strength of the 3 of us, we can definitely deal with Bai Ye." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.